When she raised her hand, it was to reach the highest point. When she raised her hand, it was to touch the stars. To find a cure. To give us a reason to dream. When he raised his hand, it was to stand up for his rights. To start over. To learn against all odds. When she raises her hand, it's to answer yes, to seize her future. Every change starts with a powerful act. Raise your hand. Fund education.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Global Education Summit. Whether you're with us virtually or in person here in London, we are so glad that you could join us today. My name is Shikemi Okurimboye and I'm a GP youth leader. We have come together today as a global community to raise our hand for education, to deepen partnerships, and to secure the financing that GPE needs to enable over 175 million children to learn. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform education and secure the future that we want. You see, I grew up in Nigeria, where millions of children are out of school. So I definitely consider myself lucky now that I'm at university, because education gave me the opportunity to solidify my dreams and challenge the injustices around me. That is why I raise my hand for education and for because I know that education has the power to change lives of children, no matter where they live. Now, I am so glad to hand over to Cynthia.
Hi, Sikemi. Hi, everyone. I'm Cynthia Nyongesa. and GPE youth leader from Nairobi, Kenya. We are so excited to see you all here together, and we hope that the voices of young people will have an impact on deliberations and decisions that will be made today. Little girl, my father taught me how to read. My mother would take me to the library every Saturday so that I could be exposed to a variety of books. In fact, I was the fastest reader in my class. My teacher would ask me to teach my classmates how to read. That is the opportunity I hope every child can experience. In the face of the COVID pandemic, we risk seeing many children never returning to school, either because of teenage pregnancies or because their parents lost their jobs. We know that investing in education is one of the ways that our countries can recover from the pandemic. That's why I raise my hand for education and for GPE, because it is through education that a child gains the skills they need, whether that is to be a leader, a doctor, a teacher, or a musician, and to build a better, more equal world for everyone. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. What powerful, inspiring and challenging words. Thank you very much indeed to Shikemi here in London and Cynthia in Nairobi. Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to the Global Education Summit.
My name is Edu Sharia. The skill we have today to you is all education. It's a lifetime opportunity, once in a lifetime generational opportunity to transform education. And that's why we are so proud to welcome you to this Global Education Summit that is about financing GPE for 2025.
Absolutely. Well, we are guests today, as you know, of the governments of Kenya and the United Kingdom, together with GPE, the Global Partnership for Education. And we have a truly packed and very exciting lineup for you today. Today we're going to be hearing from people from spectrum of partnerships, that is GPE, from governments and civil society, from businesses and bankers, from philanthropists and international organisations, and from teachers and from youth. And that presents Edwin and I a few challenges.
It truly does, Natasha. And so even as we kick off, we'll ask you to just indulge us in two critical things. The first one is we have a packed schedule. And so if you're on stage and you see us looming over you, or you see us getting close, that death stare that you do not want to tempt her to bring out today. In similar fashion, we will try and minimize protocol today and have this day run as a series of conversations. So please do not take offense if we do not call you by your formal title or use your first name. We're really trying to keep the energy of the rest on the people who should most be in the room, who are the young people who are deserving of great education.
And Edwin, can I just say how thrilled I am to be working with you. I grew up in Kenya. I spoke Swahili until I was 8, and now I'm presenting Edwin, so I feel we're bonded.
Asante.
So, asante sana.
Asante sana, Natasha.
That's about as much as I can remember for now.
We'll work of course of the day.
So we've all come together today, as we know, because we share in the belief that there is nothing more important for the future of our world than ensuring a quality education for every single child. And to kick us off in style, from the Government of the United Kingdom, the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs, Dominic Raab.
Well, thank you all very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Welcome to London and welcome to the Global Education Summit. We're gathered with heads of states and ministers from over 30 countries, NGOs, other partners, thousands joining around the world. We're gathered because we're united in believing in one really important thing, and that is in the power of education as a force for good in the world. We believe in the testimonies we've just heard from Shikemi and my fellow lawyer Cynthia, and millions of young people like that. We believe in their potential and the power of education to unleash it. That's why we're here today, and that's why there is breathless new urgency around the work that the GPE are doing. Because we know that COVID has set back progress further and faster than anyone could have possibly predicted at the time. We know that 1.6 billion children and young people were out of education at the height of those school closures. And there's a real risk that as many as 24 million children will never return to school. And of course, of those who are out of school, it is often the girls that are the slowest to get back into education for a whole range of reasons. We just cannot allow that to happen. That's why we've got to get behind the vital work that the Global Partnership for Education is doing. And I want to pay tribute to Alice Albright, to Julia Gillard and the whole GP team for the fantastic dynamism, determination and commitment that they've brought to this vital mission. And I think that's the key word in all of this, because we know that we'll achieve much more together, working in partnership, than we could ever alone. So it's in that spirit that we're delighted and honoured to co-host this summit with Kenya. And let me just say a little bit about that partnership that we've been nurturing and developing with Kenya. Because the government of Kenya has done a truly phenomenal job, and particularly on education. They've trained more than 102,000 teachers and distributed 60 million textbooks in primary and secondary schools. They've realised the goal of universal primary education and gender parity in enrolment. That's quite something. And I want to pay tribute in particular to President Kenyatta and congratulate the whole, and indeed Kenya as a whole, on that inspiring achievement. And I'd say that we as the UK are also proud in helping to support Kenya in the progress they've made. Just as we're proud to have worked in partnership with so many others who are represented here at the summit today. In Ghana, we've worked with the government, with NGOs to run community-based classes, which have supported 270,000 out-of-school children to gain literacy and numeracy skills, as well as other life skills, which are so important. In Pakistan, we've provided targeted support for over 400,000 highly marginalised young girls. And that includes providing scholarships for young girls from tough backgrounds to get an education. It includes setting up community-run schools to reduce the distance that girls that so they can get that vital education. So let's keep that engine of progress fired up and build on what we've achieved to date. Because quite simply, we believe that educating girls is the biggest game changer in global development policy. And that's not just something we feel in our hearts. Take a look at the facts, the evidence that back that up. A child whose mother can read is 50% more likely to live beyond the age of 5, 50% more likely to be immunised, and twice as likely to attend school themselves. Our cause today empowers girls and women, but it also helps whole communities, whole nations, get out of the poverty trap and into a better standard of living. That's why the UK is hosting this summit alongside our Kenyan friends. Between 2015 and 2020, the UK helped over 8 million girls into education. Earlier this month at the nation's Human Rights Council, we introduced a resolution to promote girls' education, and in particular to promote 12 years of quality education, the bedrock foundation. And it was backed by over 80 countries. So our alliance for this mission is growing, and that's going to be a multiplier, if you like. To focus our work. Those targets are getting 40 million more girls into 12 years quality education and 20 million more girls literate. We want to focus this incredibly important course on the key areas that will make a difference. But just think for a moment. Just think what it will mean for the lives, the countries and the whole continents that can be transformed if we can deliver on those global targets and our financial goals that we've got here today. Just think about that. It would be truly transformative, if not revolutionary, in particular in Africa. So let's do it. Let's get behind this. Let's get behind those targets. Let's find the investments that we know will repay us many times over. The Global Partnership for Education will be absolutely essential in helping us reach our goals. And as I said, the GPE is the linchpin in this mission that we've set ourselves. And to transform education in the world's most vulnerable countries, we want to raise $4 billion at this summit this week. And that is, of course, the lion's share of the $5 billion of funding that the GPE needs over the next 5 years to hit these crucial targets. And the GPE is going to be investing those resources with a plan they've got in wise ways, in smart ways, focusing on where the money is needed most and where the investment can add the most value, looking at the highest impact that we can possibly have. They'll work to boost the quality of education by working with countries to develop plans to transform their education systems, encouraging the reforming zeal of the brightest and the best across continents, monitoring the implementation of those plans, and investing in key game-changing reforms, whether it's boosting teacher training, making the best use of education tech wherever we can. But we can't do any of those things without the money. The funds that we raise allow us to take strides forward, get ourselves getting girls literally the age of 10. We raise this week. It would be the biggest financial boost to children's educational opportunities around the world in history, and it would come at the point, if we think about this pandemic, of need. So we've got a really critical crossroads moment for us all here at the summit this week. Let's be restless. Let's summon all of our ambition, all of our passion, all of our focus, all of the best policy minds that are here. And for our part, the UK has pledged £430 million. It's the largest ever pledge we've made to GPE. It's 15% up on the last multi-year pledge that we made. And under our president, the pledge leads to $6 billion. Not there yet. But I'm going to call on everyone to pledge whatever they can, to be as ambitious as they possibly can in pursuit of this life-changing, warming mission that I know that we all share. Together, let's seize the opportunity that this summit presents. Let's revolutionize that I know that we all share. Together, let's seize the opportunity that this summit presents. Let's revolutionize the life of those girls, those communities, those whole nations, and those continents that we have the power, the gift to support. I think we know it in our minds, and I think we know it and feel it in our hearts. Children want to learn. I've got 2 young kids myself, 8 and 6. They want to understand the world. They want to fulfill their potential and lift up their own prospects, but also their families, their communities, their nations. And that starts and ends with the education. So please, 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 together, let's make this moment count. Thank you all very much.
Secretary of State, thank you very much indeed. A quality education for every child, that vision of GPE. I present now the CEO of GPE, Alice Albright.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Secretary Robb. I am so honored to be able to share the stage today with the distinguished UK Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab, whose incredible leadership has helped put girls' education on the top of the G7 political agenda, and the esteemed Foreign Affairs Secretary, Ambassador Rachel Omamo, we are extremely grateful for Kenya's leadership on domestic financing for education. Your Excellencies, Ministers of Education, distinguished guests, we are here today because we believe in the power of education to transform our future and make our world a better place. Every one of us in this room and watching online can probably tell a story of how education has helped shape us, realize our dreams. I know that I can. In my travels as the CEO of GPE, I have heard these stories. Up at her female teacher, trained with support from GPE, and says, I want to study until my last breath. From a Chitu of Mauritania, who is now one of the top students in her class, she goes to one of the community schools GPE helped build. Friends, distinguished guests, we are also here today because we believe in the power of working together, and that is what GPE is all about. But we are at an action point. On the one hand, together, we have achieved so much. We've helped 160 million more children, including 2 million more girls, attend school in GPE partner countries. We've catalyzed nearly $1 billion through our innovative finance mechanisms. We have helped partner countries save up to $6 billion through greater efficiencies. We've created a unique knowledge, innovation, and exchange platform, as well as the biggest education advocacy fund in the world. And last year, 2020, we launched the largest window dedicated to COVID-19 education, response, and recovery in lower-income countries. But on the other hand, there are still nearly 250 million children who don't have education as part of their stories. And progress that we have made could be set back by years following the extraordinary school closures necessary last year, unless we act, and we act boldly and at scale. But in just 1 year, we've seen more child marriage, more sexual violence, and less education. Even before the pandemic, 129 million girls were not in school, and nearly 1 in 3 of the very poorest adolescent girls has never set foot in a classroom, and many who are in classrooms aren't learning enough. All of that is inexcusable. But when we think about the scale of the problem, it can seem insurmountable. But we are also here today because we believe in the power of working together, and that is what GPE is all about. Together, we can tackle the learning crisis. We have a bold vision and strategic plan to transform education. We are improving learning, equity, and inclusion for the most marginalized children. We are hardwiring gender approaches into all of our operations. We are providing finance to catalyze reforms and to invest in stronger education systems. And we are building the power of our partnership, fantastic support from the philanthropic community and civil society. We are working with companies to strengthen education data and leverage their studying capabilities to get more girls into school. So, we do have the building blocks in place already to create real change. And that is why GPE must raise at least $5 billion over the next 5 years from donors. The vast majority of it, I hope, happens today. Along with domestic finance and other resources that are crowded in, these investments will help enable 175 million children to learn, get 88 more children into school, and the ripple effects of these investments will be substantial. 2 million girls will escape early childhood marriage, 3 million lives will be saved, and economies will be boosted by up to $30 trillion. So GPE knows what needs to be done, but we can't do it alone. We are where we are today because of all of you, here and online, because of the heroic efforts of teachers, the unyielding support of civil society and young people, the leadership shown by donor and partner governments, and the efforts of every single constituency represented here. Thank you. Today is a demonstration of the power of a partnership, and take all of us working together to take the next steps. We must think and act bigger than ever, and we must stop at nothing else other than short of transformation for a girl and boy who deserves to have an education as part of their story. So let me say thank you. I also want to give again a fantastic governments of Kenya and the UK for their incredible leadership and energy dedication. I want to thank GPE's board leadership, Julia and Minister Tiam, our incoming board leadership, President Kikwete and Dr. Leah Todd, and I want to give a huge shout out to the team at GPE. Nobody has worked more tirelessly than they have to make today was going to be a landmark day for us. Well done, guys.
Thank you very much, Alice, for that rousing speech, really emphasizing why this is such an important for education in the world. Thank you, Alice. And now we'll invite the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs, who happens to be my Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Rachel Omamo.
May I begin by wishing you all a very good morning, and to thanking my dear colleague, Dominic Raab, for his very warm welcome, and also you, Madam Albright, for the wonderful work that the GPE Secretariat has put in under really extraordinary circumstances to ensure that we're able to gather here today. I also want to thank Sir Kemi and Cynthia, our youth leaders, for representing the youth at the open session of this Global Education Summit. In representing the youth at the opening session of this Global Education Summit, indeed, the stakes for global education have never been higher, and your statements are timely. They are a reminder that we are here primarily because of you, because of our children, and because of our youth. And I thank Cynthia for speaking to us from my home in Nairobi, Kenya. As co-hosts of the Global Education Summit, allow me to extend our warm welcome to all the participants here, whether you're here in London or whether you're joining us virtually from other parts of the world. We are truly honored to have you here today, and as we would say in Kenya, karibuni. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's involvement in the fourth replenishment campaign for the Global Partnership for Education began in earnest on the 12th of October 2022, when His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and the Right Honourable Prime Minister Boris Johnson came together and agreed to jointly host. As you're aware, the campaign carried out the unique and difficult global COVID-19 pandemic. It is against this backdrop of unprecedented financial constraints and social and economic disruptions and upheavals, that Kenya and the United Kingdom have reached out to all development partners across the world with the aim of ensuring that the value of investing in education remains at the forefront of global development and in all our efforts to build back after the pandemic. Education is the pathway. Education is the way forward. In the course of the 9 months since campaigns, we have engaged governments, multilateral organizations, CSOs, private foundations, the youth, school children, and all stakeholders in education to highlight the urgency of investing in education, safeguarding our education systems, and ensuring that all our children are able to return to school and receive education of high quality. His President Kenyatta and the Right Honourable Prime Minister Boris Johnson have spearheaded a two-pronged campaign, focusing not only on raising funds to replenish the GP, but also on providing a platform for all partners to restate and place on record their own domestic to education. I'm happy to affirm here today that so many of you have risen up to that challenge. The true essence of partnership has been evident throughout this GP campaign. In all our interactions with you, you have consistently displayed understanding that education isn't just an expense. No, it is a valuable investment. It is a thing that turns our world around and gives us young opportunities. And we, the leaders of today, are just custodians and trustees for future generations. Thank you all for your cooperation during this campaign. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to highlight some of the stories of the campaign, I recall with joy taking part in the launch of the GPE case for investment in the Middle East on the 6th of April this year, alongside Madam Alice Albright, Dr. Bandar Al-Hajar, the President of the Islamic Development Bank, His Excellency Dr. Tariq Al-Gurj, the CEO of Dubai Cares and the GPE Regional Champion in the Middle East, among others. The inspiring outcomes and engagements thereafter have been a reassuring and timely reminder of the strength and power of international cooperation. I also recall with fondness the virtual school visit conducted by the patrons of the campaign, His Excellency President Kenyatta and Honourable Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who gave school children, both in Kenya and in the UK, a school in Westlands Primary in Kenya and Cleves Cross Primary School in the UK, an opportunity to discuss with their leaders the objectives of the Global Education Summit and the reasons why the two leaders chose to spearhead the replenishment of the campaign. The key thing about this campaign is that it was a conversation. It was an intergenerational conversation, a conversation between leaders and the young, a conversation between those who had gone ahead and experienced the power of education and those who still seek it. So that is the power of that cooperation. It wasn't just a thing of engagement between leaders. It was engagement between leaders and the people. There are also some other highlighting and enriching parts of the campaign that I could describe forever, but I look forward to hearing you today, to hearing the speakers tell your own stories, to tell us about the efforts they are putting into place to safeguard education and to restore the global community's pathway towards achieving SDG 4 and the ambition of ensuring inclusive, equitable all the GPE global champions that gave their time, their effort to help us in this campaign. I'll acknowledge a few of them. I thank the former First Lady of the United States, Michelle Obama, Kenya's Olympic athlete and world record holder, Eliud Kipchoge, the UK's very own Miss Naomi Campbell, and the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, amongst many other remarkable champions. Thank you for raising your hand for education and reminding us of the power of global cooperation. I think I would be remiss if I did not thank our co-host, the United Kingdom, if I did not say how wonderful it has been to work with you. Thank you for understanding the transformational power of education. Thank you for understanding that education expands freedoms. It expands choices. Thank you for understanding that education is a thing of emancipation. Emancipation for young people and emancipation particularly for girls. I look forward to the rest of this summit. It is my hope that our discussions and deliberations today will trigger consequential actions, things that are tangible, and that the stories that we'll share will inspire us, will energize us, will recalibrate our thinking, and ensure that we play our part in rebuilding our education systems, particularly for young girls everywhere. Let's get it done. We can. I thank you.
Very many thanks, Rachel Omomo, there for your very inspiring address.
شكرا جزيلا لك ريتشل أومومو لهذا الخطاب الملهم. شكرا جزيلا أيضا لدومينيك راب. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
Well, we now have the very great pleasure of being joined by a very special guest and our first French speaker of the day. So you may want to get ready your interpretation headsets. 3.5 years ago, I'm sure you will know, in the Senegalese capital of Dakar, President Macky Sall teamed up with the French President Emmanuel Macron to host the last GPE financing conference. Let's hear from him now, the President of the Republic of Senegal, His Excellency Macky Sall.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the 2nd of February 2018, Dakar was host to the first replenishment conference for GPE. It was co-sponsored by Senegal and co-hosted by Senegal and France. I would like to invite you to work along with us to make efforts to improve education. I would like to thank Kenya and the UK, who are now the co-hosts of this 4th conference. I would like to pay tribute to Madame Gillian Gillard and Alice Albright, who are both who is head of the board of the GPE and board for the considerable efforts that they have put to this noble cause. Education is the best investment we can do to better prepare our citizens, to educate them, and to prepare our society to face the dynamics that are at the basis of the progress of nations. And that is why the Partnership for Education for several years now has been coping in the difficult context of the COVID-19 pandemic, has nonetheless tried to replenish this fund. This is a way for us to give an opportunity to millions of children across the world to reach their dreams, to fulfill their dreams with their families, their communities, their countries, and, in short, humanity. And by doing this, we're establishing the basis of peace, progress, and sustainable progress between nations. Together, let us work together for a better world by continuing to replenish the Global Partnership for Education. Thank you for your attention.
Many schools around the world, as you know, have shut down for a period of time.
School doors have shut all over the country, leaving millions of students
with fears that all the country might follow suit.
Has ordered all schools to be shut. Closed public schools turning to remote learning from now.
Et à partir du 16 mars, nous avons dû prendre la décision, comme beaucoup d'autres pays, de fermer tous les établissements scolaires.
COVID-19 pandemic has not only brought on a public health crisis, it has created a massive emergency in global education.
With the period of school closure, we are concerned with the losses in learning. We are concerned with the possibility of increased dropout rates. We are concerned with children missing their most important meal of the day.
From gender-based violence to forced marriage and early pregnancy, girls face challenges when schools are closed. Many million girls may never return to the classroom.
We deployed over $500 million to 66 countries to help them overcome the impact of the pandemic.
In compliance with the COVID-19 regulations, we worked day and night to deliver lessons to our learners at home.
We launched the digital platform. So we created a studio and also center option.
With the GPE funding, we have been building washing stations in different schools.
COVID-19 has given us a chance to rethink and reflect on the reality that education has brought to our face.
Our goal should not be the way things were. We need a profound commitment to the way the world should be.
Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, children are among those least at risk of severe disease or death from COVID-19. But the pandemic has hit the world's children hard in other ways. More than half the world's students have been affected by prolonged school closures and other disruptions to education. This has magnified inequities for already marginalized children, especially girls. Some children have been out of school for more than 9 months, increasing their risk of dropping out of education completely, jeopardizing their future employment prospects and their health. In this time of global crisis, co-investment in education is critical to provide a safe environment for children's education, health, well-being, and nutrition. That's why the safe reopening of schools is a priority for WHO. Working with other UN agencies, publish guidelines on the measures that governments and schools can take to reopen safely. It's essential to ensure that all students and staff are protected and that teachers are supported so that they can work in the areas where they are needed the most. Innovative solutions are also needed to mobilize funds for education so that every child reach their potential. Thank you, and I wish you a very productive summit.
Much for that message, Dr. Tedros. Welcome to what is our first conversation. But even before we get to it, I think it is important to just remember exactly what Dr. Tedros said. One of my favorite people in the room is Dr. Ruth Kagia, who happens to be sitting right here, and I can see her. And she makes this excellent point that COVID began a health crisis. Very quickly came the economic crisis. Now, as we sit here, has the tremendous chance of being an educational crisis. The inability of the world to move forward because of the impacts that we will see in the next generation in their ability to access education. So it's a big issue. And so this is a point to remind all of you, please keep your masks on, please maintain physical distance where you can. And for those who happen to be in developed countries, please get vaccinated. It's important not just to protect yourselves and your loved ones, it is also enable those of us who are from developing countries to be able to access those vaccines, because today we are not able to. So this is one of those places where we can truly be a global world thinking about each other and supporting each other. But today's conversation is about education. And in today's conversation, we began with asking Peter Tabichi, who won the Global Teachers Prize in 2019, what the impact of COVID has been for him. And we have a video recording for that, which will lay the basis for today's conversation. So let's watch that video.
Hi, I am Peter Tabichi, and I'm trained by my students here, Teresia and Sharon. after COVID-19, you know, this brought negative impacts in that my students, lacked proper guidance and counseling which they used to enjoy when they were at school. And we also had cases of teenage pregnancy, we had drug abuse and other indiscipline cases. And then after reopening, we had to adapt and be creative as teachers by introducing the blended learning. But unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have enough learning resources that can facilitate the blended learning. For example, we need enough space, more classrooms. We also don't have the digital devices, the laptops. There is poor internet connectivity. So let's also hear from my students.
So after the COVID pandemic, indeed we had to go back home because of the lockdown. And at home, it was difficult for us to continue with the learning. This is because we do not have the gadgets to access the online learning, and therefore the flow of our learning had to stop. And it was also difficult for us because we had issues with internet connectivity. For those who were able to get help, they couldn't continue the learning because the internet was slow. Therefore, there was disruption in terms of the flow of learning. Up to you, Shaka.
Since most of us come from poor families, when the COVID-19 pandemic came, most of our parents were dismissed from their workplaces, which became a challenge for the income-generating activities were reduced. Therefore, we could not find money to buy the resources needed in education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. Applause for Peter. Thank you. My name is Edwin Macharia, and I'm having this first conversation with two incredible women with me on stage. The first is the Minister for Education from Tanzania, Madam Joyce Ndalichako. Karibu sana. And the second is Gabriela Boucher, who is from Oxfam. So let's start with you, Madam. Okay. You heard what Peter said about the impact of education for him and his students in Kenya. Does that resonate with what you experienced in Tanzania?
Yes, certainly. Yeah.
Could you tell us more about what that meant for learning and education delivery for the country?
Yeah, thank you very much. Tanzania, like many other countries in the globe, was hit and affected by COVID-19 pandemic in different sectors, including education sector. And we had to close schools and universities for almost 3 months. And opening was done in phases. We started with classes with exams, and we opened universities, and finally all students went back to school. And then during the school closure, we had to take measures and interventions that aimed at ensuring continuity of learning while children were at home. And these measures included the use of TV, electronic media, and this really helped many students to continue learning. However, these measures did not benefit children from areas where there is digital divide challenge.
Yes.
Also, we created a virtual library where we uploaded all the textbooks for basic education and other education materials, and students were able to access them free of charge. Also, online using different learning platforms were used, particularly at the university level. Certainly, there was an impact because we have to reschedule our school and examination calendars, and teachers experienced extra load because when schools were reopened, they had to teach extra hours in order to cover the syllabus. Also, teachers in the private schools, some teachers experienced challenges in getting their salaries while schools were closed. This was sorted out when schools were after school reopening. Also, we would like to express our appreciation to GPE because we received the support of $15 million US that facilitated to ensure safe learning after school reopening, monitoring, and continuity of learning in case any other disaster comes. So that fund to develop a national education sector, emergency preparedness and recovery strategy, which is an important tool for preparedness. Yes. We also use that for printing and distribution of textbook to improve pupil-student ratio, textbook ratio, and also use this fund for acquiring facilities for recording e-learning materials. And what we have learned from this pandemic, overall, it brought challenges to education sector and has pushed us to expand digital and remote learning options to reach students where they are in case of unforeseen school closure. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. And you make such an excellent point that, you know, anybody who's ever worked in government or a large institution, you know how difficult it is to find those kinds of catalytic resources to be able to respond to a critical challenge like that. And it's great to hear that GP was in, and that shows part of power of GP being able to step in and support in such challenges. Let me come to Gabriela, because Peter did raise a really important question, which is this question about equity. Right, that when countries pivoted towards a more digital learning platform, naturally, but people who are outside that ecosystem. How do you think about that particular issue of equity and what needs to be done to begin closing that gap?
Thank you, Ed, and thank you for having civil society here.
Absolutely.
And for all the GP is doing for education. So yes, COVID risks to magnify inequality in all countries at the same time, and we see that inequality may rise in every place more than anything that records have had in the past. And we can see that one billionaire burnt 5 billion to get into space, while the whole world is having a lot of difficulty and trouble to get 5 billion to get millions of children to education across the world. So this rings alarm bells for everyone. At the same time, 2/3 of developing countries are having to cut their education budget, despite the heroic roles of teachers like Peter and many others, and also how parents and children across the world have really learned to appreciate even more. So it plows income and profits into rich men, primarily in rich capitals, and takes it away from in girls, in the poorest girls. So it's always the most affected are the poorest and the most marginalized, and those are the most impacted by the crisis, and particularly, as you say, in those technological divides. And the pandemic really shows that there is no substitute for public, free, quality education. And that's how we really reach every. And that's why we need to have this GPE fully funded, so that we can deliver amazing programs, like, for example, Education Out Loud as well. And we need really to sustain it with progressive taxation that really allows us to fund this long term. And that's really all my first point. And secondly, I would like to say education doesn't exist in a vacuum. So vaccines that you were talking about and Dr. Tedros was talking about have an impact on all these school closures and the effect it's having on so many children worldwide. And if rich countries like the UK and Germany continue blocking poor countries from the right to produce those vaccines, you were saying so many are prevented from having vaccines. That's why we can't end the pandemic, and that in turn continues to affect and make education more unequal and deepen the crisis. And on aid also, the UK is drastically cutting aid from food to sexual reproductive rights and health. And will leave especially girls less healthy, less safe, with diminished life chances, even before they set foot in the classroom. So for rich countries, it's important to see the connections of all these issues and the damage that eventually it does in people's lives, especially in girls' lives. So we need people to be consistent and to really support a people's vaccine and to really support aid that is transformative and supports education. And both donors and developing countries commit to that. So that is the way we think we can give children a chance to learn and to really come out of this pandemic in a transformative way that gives a more equal world.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Let us give a hand of applause to our panelists for that first conversation. And there was so much more that we will explore today about financing and transforming the education ecosystems, because this truly is an opportunity to build back better. The question is, will we be able to do it? So we'll round this out with a message from the Africa Union, which will be on video. Asante Sana.
Greetings. My name is Professor Sarah Anyang Abo, the Commissioner for Education, Science, Technology and Innovation at the African Union Commission. Africa has faced severe disruptions in systems as a result of COVID-19, threatening to reverse development gains by member states. Millions of vulnerable children and youth remain at risk of permanently dropping out of school, particularly girls. Moreover, it has affected social indicators and hindered towards the achievement of the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, this crisis is a wake-up call for all stakeholders to act early to tackle these challenges as schools gradually reopen and learning resumes, and the time is now to reset education in Africa. African children deserve safe learning environments, quality teaching and learning, access to education enablers, including technology, connectivity, and energy. Therefore, it is important we work together, and that is why I am delighted AU and GPE are partnering on these areas. Global Education Summit is an opportunity to get collective action, push forward the transformation of education system in Africa. Thank you.
Poignant and important message highlighting the real crisis the world's tireless advocates of the board of directors and former Prime Minister, no less, of Australia, Julia.
Very much. Exceptional time in history, a time that requires acceleration and transformation. GPE is uniquely positioned to address these challenges and seize these opportunities. Thanks to the contributions of all of our partners represented here today, since GPE's inception, we have helped get almost 1,000 children learning every single hour for the last 19 years. Imagine the ripple effect of this many lives being transformed. Take the example of a 9-year-old girl in a Maasai community in rural Kenya, whose biggest dream was to go to school, but there were none. When external aid financed a new school specifically targeting girls, the first battle was over, but another began. Additionally, this girl would have been wearing a wedding dress, not a school uniform. But with sheer determination, she became the first ever girl to go to school in the history of her community. Now she works tirelessly to empower Maasai girls to get a safe, quality education, ensuring the cycle of inequality ended with the first step she took into a classroom. This is the story of Selina Nicoli, one of our phenomenal youth leaders who joins us today to deliver her message to heads of state. This is the power of education. This is the power of young people's voices, ideas and leadership. So let's hear from them. Joining Selina in Kenya, we have with us Shakimi from Nigeria and Josephine Kamara in Sierra Leone. And I'm excited, indeed delighted, to be joined by a dear friend, a tireless global campaigner, known to all of you. Malala, over to you.
Karibu sana to you, Julia Gillard. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to GPE for inviting me here today. We know that the world is facing a girl education crisis. Nearly 130 million girls were out of school before the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, 20 million more girls are at risk of dropping out because of it. Climate change is exacerbating the issue. Malala Fund estimates climate-related events will lead to at least 20 12.5 million more girls a year deprived from learning. If we want a stronger, we must keep girls learning. Girls' education improves public health, mitigates climate change, improves peace, and promotes economic growth. Strong education financing is key to achieving this goal. GPE's 5 years commitment to gender equality, funding, and initiative is a great start. If fully replenished this year, it will result in 46 million more girls schooling very soon. To discuss what more leaders can do to help us build a future where all girls can learn and lead, I am joined by 3 dedicated young advocates, and I would like to start from Shikemi first. Shikemi, what do you think? Why are advocating for children to get an education so important?
Malala, and I'm so honored to be here with you today, with my fellow GPE youth leaders, with Julia, of course. And I definitely think that education is the tool that we need to have the world that we want to see. I basically think that the world I want to see is one where everyone is treated equality, respect, dignity, where everyone is valid, where their dreams are valid, where a girl knows that she's equally as deserving as the boy in her class, because she is. And I think about it and I wonder what other way, or what is the best way for someone to know that their dreams are valid than to give access to the education that they need to achieve those dreams. And I know that that is true because I am proof, because I know that you are proof. My fellow GPE youth are proof. And looking again at the issues that are stopping us from the world we need to see, issues like poverty, global warming, insecurity, weak economies, as COVID has shown us, poor health care. These things are stopping us from the world that we need. And education helps that. And so I don't just want leaders to invest in education. I want them to invest and also to ensure that quality and safe education. And we as youth leaders, we as the youth need to push for that. And like going on that, I have a question. What needs for Malala to to push that movement, make it grow, to achieve the world that we want?
Thank you so much, Jamie. And you highlighted that education for girls is one of the most powerful investments that we can make right now. My message to youth activists is always that we must believe in ourselves, we must believe in our voice. We are not just the leaders of the future, but we are the leaders of now as well. The issues that we are talking about, from climate change to girls' education to poverty to gender inequality, are already affecting us. It is affecting our lives. So many million girls around the world do not have access to equal opportunities simply because of their gender, simply because they're girls, and we should not be living in this world. What I'm really positive about is the optimism that young people carry in their hearts. They want a better world, they want a safer world, they want a more equal world, and they are ambitious. They are not giving up on their dreams soon. When you are growing up as a child, you believe anything is possible, and I think that's the passion that we need to carry in our hearts and in the work that we follow in the right and in the coming years. So I want young people to believe in their leadership. The voices are important. I hope that our leaders listen to our voices, but I'm also very positive that we are already making change, and we are out on the streets, we are protesting, we are raising our voices. So it is giving me a hope for our future that this generation of young people will create a more equal, sustainable, and better world for all.
Thank you so much, Malala. Always fantastic to hear your wise and see you. Thank you. Josephine, can I come to you now as a leader of now, as Malala has described young women and men campaigning around the world? Can I ask you, what does the COVID pandemic exposed about inequity and especially the digital divide in Sierra Leone?
Well, schools are closed on. Immediately, we recorded the first COVID-19 case in Sierra Leone. And I must say, for a country from Ebola, we've learned that education should not stop due to a pandemic, because the fact is, it is anything that would help us recover faster from COVID. It is a well-educated population. So one of the learning we took from Ebola to our COVID response was just continuing teaching and learning activities through radio. I work with a feminist organization here called Purposeful, and we're reaching about 17,000 out-of-school girls in 600 girls-only safe spaces, and for a weekly radio show that I also co-host. So it's very clear, and I've understood, and with data is that radio continues to be the most effective platform for reaching a more wider audience in my country. But radio media is still a privilege withheld for girls because of ideas like all form of tech is not a girl thing, and so that people around us tell us to go cook instead of around and listen to the radio, even if it's for educational purpose. So yes, gender, education, income level are determinants to access to the media in Sierra Leone. And since our female population is poor, the least educated, held back by social and cultural norms, women and girls have limited access to digital platforms. So I really want to make use of this opportunity to ask world leaders to ensure that every child have access to the simplest technology, radio and solar channels, so that they can continue learning. And I also want to call them to work hard and commit to bridge the gender digital divide and generally gender gap in education. Most of the out-of-school girls, as I mentioned, that I work with a lot of out-of-school girls, most of the girls have interacted with want to go back to school or learn skills that will help them fend for themselves and their children. And so I want to end by just asking world leaders, and especially now that I know that my world leader is sitting there, my president, Julius Maada Bio, I want to ask him, why these girls full? And this is a question I hope other world leaders could help us to answer. Just let us know, why should girls who are continually excluded from school should be hopeful? Thank you so much, Julia.
Thank you so much for your intervention, and I'm going to draw Selina into the conversation now. COVID is one of several crises facing the global community today. Obviously, we also face the climate crisis, where young people have raised their voices to demand change. Selina, how do you think these are linked, and how important is education to tackling the climate crisis?
Thank you, Julia. In the Maasai village that I come from, the only socio-economic activity is nomadic pastoralism. But with climate change, education has been really greatly affected, and students are being pulled out of school to take out on new responsibilities at home. And also due to more frequent or long droughts, as a community, we are experiencing children, especially boys, being forced out of school to accompany cows far away from home in search of water and grass, and usually leaving behind women and children facing extreme hunger. Also in Kenya, not all students were able to return to school after the COVID pandemic, and therefore we've lost many futures to teenage pregnancy, child marriages, entrance into the workforce, or just simple discouragement. And I think education is the best tool that we can use to fight change. Because through education, young people like us have become better leaders, and we have become better at sharing knowledge and experience with our local communities on adaptations to the crises we are facing. And education has also enabled us to share and teach the importance of protecting our precious environment and becoming environment in season. They should embrace education, which is how they can make it out of season. It has long-term benefits to children and our community. So I want the opportunity to ask world leaders to really prioritize quality education for all girls, as it is an essential pillar for a better future for them and for the whole society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have questions posed for leaders, and we have some leaders joining us now. I do want to welcome the following leaders on stage. President Bio of Sierra Leone, welcome. President Bazoum of Niger, welcome. Prime Minister Roble of Somalia. We are turning from our young leaders to our national leaders. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to you. We've just been having a wonderful conversation with young leaders about education and what we need to do to seize the vision we all want of every child at school and learning. Now we'd like to hear your thoughts. But first, let's go back to Malala to give you a quick snapshot of our discussion. Malala.
Yeah, thank you so much, Julia. And young education activists just spoke before this session. And I'd like to summarize that we right now live in a world where 130 million girls are out of school. Issues like COVID-19 and climate change threaten to force millions of more girls out of school. And the global education financing gap could soon grow to $200 billion a year. This could reverse years of hard progress for education and equality. Girls and young women are eager to learn and lead. They are critical to meeting the challenges we face today. Educating girls promotes economic growth, public health, environmental sustainability, and workforce participation. But too many education systems are falling short. The challenge now is not about how we get back to normal and how we get back on track, but how we build back better. How can we create a future where all girls can have access to safe, free, and quality education? World leaders, those who are here with us today on stage, those who are listening to us virtually, and those who will listen to us later, must listen to young women. We need to shift resources to girls' education and equip them with the skills and resources they need to thrive. We need you to see the links between climate change and girls' education and to gender equal green learning for all. The commitments made for GPE help, but falling short of the goal also means that millions of future for girls and our world. We must invest in education. And as I always say, one child, one teacher, book, and one pen can change the world. But the reality is very different when a child does not have a book, a pen, and a teacher. So financing is crucial to making sure we create a world where all children, especially girls, can learn and can be in school. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you, Malala. And to turn to a discussion of changing the world, let me start, President Bio, with you. Recently, Sierra Leone opened a law so that pregnant girls will never again be banned from classrooms. How has this action changed the lives of girls in your country? And what are your plans for ensuring that girls have access to a quality education?
Thank you very much. I want to start off by saying that access to quality education is a fundamental human right. Besides, my government has already stated that human capital development is our priority, but also we want to make sure that human capital development is actually inclusive. Having said that, I want to add that it is easier said than done, access to quality education. For women or girls in particular, there is, of course, gender disparity, especially in the schools, and certain norms and discrimination have not allowed the girls to be able to continue to do their education. So we have to take care of that. And again, when you think about the number of girls who drop out of school, I thought that it would be a big failure on my part, who is very passionate about education, to leave any girl behind. So our policy is to make sure that all girls, irrespective of the fact that they are pregnant or not, are able to continue school or go back to school for childbirth. It was for this reason that we brought in this new policy. What has it done? Well, of course, it's been difficult. We are trying to narrow the gender disparity gap, especially for pregnant girls. So we had to bespoke this policy to make sure that those gendered norms that militate against pregnant schoolgirls is taken care of. That is why we did this. And what has it done? It is giving confidence to girls not to be pregnant, but to know that when they are pregnant, they still have another chance. That's a huge number. In Sierra Leone this year, last year alone, from our school census, we had about over 2 girls who were registered pregnant, schools. Normally, all of them will fall out of school, drop out of school. But because of this policy, they have a chance to continue school. And our policy is about making sure that they stay in school as long as possible and that they can return to school childbirth. You know, on a lot of occasions, we have put the burden on the girls. Little girls in their formative years, we look at them to be, what do I say, sucker gatekeepers who would have to say no. That is victimization. We are being unreasonable. And of course, after they get pregnant, we accuse them again. And that means secondary victimization. We to get what our policy has done is it's gotten rid of that secondary victimization. It prevents, we are doing everything to prevent pregnancy. My wife is a big campaigner. She goes all over Sierra Leone. Hands off our girls is a campaign on her part, which means we don't want anybody to tamper with these girls. But should they fall victim, we should not secondary victimize them. And that is what this policy is about. More girls obtained in the schools now, even with the parents, starting with me, I was vehemently opposed to it. But on second thought, and not wanting to go against my own belief that everybody should have the opportunity to go to school, I had to make a U-turn on that policy to allow pregnant girls to continue their education and to come back after they would have given birth. So more kids are retained in school. The victimization has reduced dramatically. And what we've seen, a more confident group of young girls who know that have at the highest position the president and the wife who we advocate for them to make sure that their schooling continues.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for thinking so deeply about an important policy issue and for clarity on education. I am going to turn now to President Bazoum, who will be speaking to us in French if you want to access your translation device. Mr. President, you system so that you can address challenges like climate change, child marriage, and ensuring that they are ready for the economy of tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. First of all, I would like to start with a couple of figures, if I may. I think it would give you an idea of the situation as it stands in Niger for young girls, for young women, and in particular when it comes to their right to schooling, their right to education, and their right to employment. Unfortunately, we are a country where the statistics are perhaps the worst. We're unfortunately amongst the worst statistics pertaining to the right for women to have access to different rights. Our country is has a tradition of polygamy and early marriages. Child marriages are very frequent, and according to the statistics that we have, 28% of young girls will marry before the age of 15, 17% will be married before the age of 77% before 18. So on the basis of those statistics, I would argue that our situation is clearly one where young girls, or women more generally speaking, will never be in a position to fully participate in the economy of our country, promoting that. They'll never be in a position to do so because they are deprived of what they need in order to do so, namely education and training. They're deprived of those opportunities. So I have taken note of the problem, and I have decided that my policy will be to keep girls in school for as long as possible. We know that they marry at a young age, too early, perhaps because they drop out of school quite early, too early. And the only way of making sure that girls stay in school, that they continue with their education, the only way of making sure that they stay for as long as possible is to create the necessary conditions for them to be able to do so. And that is the reason why I have decided to promote a policy, for instance, for boarding schools in rural areas for young girls. We're going to be building boarding schools, and these boarding schools will welcome girls from villages where you don't necessarily have schools, where you don't have school establishments, so they'll be able to come to boarding school. And if we can guarantee that, if we can say that for the 4 years of high school education, for 4 years, these girls can stay in their schools, can young girls because it tends to be around that age. Around 13, they are often asked to marry very early on. According to our Muslim culture, you know, if a girl is no longer at school, she should get married. That is the received wisdom, if you like. They should get married, therefore. So if we can get them to continue with their education, maybe at the age of 15 or 16, the so-called BEPC diploma, which is, you know, the second cycle, and then maybe even move on beyond that, if we can make sure that these girls stay in education for that long and even receive vocational training where the case may be, then it would mean that our country would be able to stay in school until the age of 18. They would drop out of school until 18. So, Madam, you pointed out, I was recently elected less than 4 months ago. In fact, that's when my presidential term started. So I'm only just starting with this project, but I will build on it and can see objective of mine. I want to make sure that young girls can succeed in school. I want to make sure that young girls can be well educated, properly trained, because I think that that is the only way, it's the key to promoting the participation of women in our economy. We need to make sure that that half of society is involved, is on board, because as things stand right now, they don't have that opportunity. They can't actually make a contribution to the economy of our economy. So we want to bring them on board. That is one of the aspects that I intend to pursue in my policies, and the results I'm hoping for are the ones I've just outlined for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we wish you well as you go about that journey, and GPE will be with you every step of the way. I'm going to turn now to Prime Minister Roble. Your government's partnered with GPE to support education for children who are affected by conflict, climate shocks and displacement. How will education for all children support your vision of economic and social growth for Somalia?
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank GPE for being reliable and trusted to Somalia since 2012. Sadly, conflict and natural disaster spare no one. Least of all our children, in my country's experience, schools have been an important lifeline during the emergencies. As you know, schools provide children with a safe haven where they not only can continue their education, but also benefit from critical life skills and psychosocial support that can strengthen their resilience. Access to schools during and after emergencies have proven to lessen the risk of wide variety of threats to the children and youth, such as violence, abuse, and exploitation. As we continue our militant fighting against terrorist group, Al-Shabaab, well-known terrorist group in Somalia, we also recognize the equally important battle to provide our youth and the quality education and critical thinking skills. Safeguarding education for youth during emergencies ensures that they don't fall behind, especially during the period of the extended crisis. With support from the GPE, Somalia is addressing the need of children's chronic emergencies through the construction of safe temporary classroom, the provision of teaching and learning materials. For the economic and social growth for Somalia, most of you is well known in a country with the largest coastline in mainland Africa and significantly potential in the petroleum and hydrocarbon sector. Somalia is the most valuable resource, natural resource, it is people. Investment in education to educate our children and youth today will drive their creativity, productivity, and result in a lifetime of learning. An educated society promotes entrepreneurship and technological advances that accelerate economic growth and ensure Somalia will be competitive on the world marketplace. We cannot achieve development and growth of the society without the educational empowerment of 50% of our population. The Somalia government is committed to ensuring the equitable access to quality education of our girls. When you educate a girl, you educate the whole society. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation to participate in this today's session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And very, very quickly, 20 seconds, I'm going to, literally 20 seconds, I'm going to go to Shimi for a response.
I think that what we've heard from leaders is really important, and it's very necessary for us to identify the obstacles that stop girls from going to school and working on that. And I think that, as the leaders have said, economic and social development cannot happen without the girl child. And so it is very, very important. What I want to emphasize is that at this stage, words must turn into actions. Plans must be executed. We must get the future that we want, and all girls particularly must have access to safe and quality education. That is what we want from leaders. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and well done on doing that so quickly. We're going to hear now from the Director General of UNESCO, from Audrey Azoulay, on UNESCO's perspective.
Thank you for your question, dear Julia. It's true that education systems do not change easily, and that's why the multilateral work and the prospective work we're doing here at UNESCO is all the more important. So we can chart a path forward in the light of international experiences and the changes affecting the world. I'm not thinking about the future of education as a conviction that no education is evolved. For this to happen, we first need more funding. And this means protecting domestic financing allocated to education. And in this regard, I welcome the commitment made by the 100 countries that participate in our UNESCO Global Education meeting last October to set aside between 15 and 20% of public expenditure for education. We will have the opportunity to reaffirm this commitment at our next co-education meeting in November, and also to discuss the lessons learned during the pandemic. but it also means increasing international financing for education by mobilizing resources and leveraging partnerships. And this is why we gather here today. And I thank the Global Partnership for Education, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and President Uhuru Kenyatta for organizing this summit. 3 years after Dakar, we are gathering to reiterate that education is the best investment for the future. I thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Audrey, and thank you, Your Excellencies, to Julia, Malala, Josephine, Celine, and Shikemi, leaders of today and very exciting and promising leaders of tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed. Well, we all know, don't we, that education is the foundation for change to the world that we want for our families, for our communities, for our countries, and, of course, for the planet. A quality education has all of the other development goals that we, of course, share. The ripple effect of education is one of the themes of this Global Education Summit. And so this feels like a very good time to remind you that, as well as all the speakers joining us here in London, there is a wealth of discussion and debate available on the virtual summit portal. So when you do have a chance, please do make sure to check that out. We'll bring you lots of tributes to that throughout the day. Like this, the ripple effect, education's impact on sustainability.
Are we doing enough? Are we asking enough? And are we enough? Can we bring forth a new paradigm so pronounced it begs the walls to break, ask the earth to shake, and when it shakes, we grab onto the closest thing we can find. In my mind, we find each other.
Hello and welcome to the Global Education Summit. This is education's ripple effect.
As countries try to navigate their way out of the pandemic, we have an opportunity to transform learning for the future, to build back better from the pandemic, and to make sure that every child receives a quality, inclusive, and safe education.
It's about human connection. The transfer of knowledge from teacher to student, the transfer of wisdom is what sits at the heart of education.
It is fundamental that we make quality education open to all. And when we do that, we will see a ripple effect of a quality education, healthy and safe children, active citizens, strong action against climate change, girls with decision-making abilities.
By bringing together critical services such as immunization, education, nutrition, we can enable the world to serve
their lives. They want to and transformative, inclusive, and based on climate justice and sustainable development.
Listen to us. We will preserve our world, the ecosystem, and the climate. Work with us, engage with us. We are smart, driven, and ready to become the future leaders.
When you have environmental degradation, that will not change unless people in the communities can change their behaviors, and education is key to that.
It's apparent that, yes, time is not on our side anymore, but we have to start somewhere.
This is the time to step forward for those left furthest behind.
Together, we must deliver results, leaving no one behind.
Education is a weapon that can change the world.
Thank you very much for that. Today's conversation is about financing education. And I'm pleased to have representatives from the multilateral banks who are such critical partners for GPE and are really important sources of financing for countries for education. Today we will have Mary Mengistu, who's the Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships at the World Bank. We'll have Beth Dunford, who's the Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development at the African Development Bank. And live on stage, I have with me Dr. Banda Hajar, who's the President of the Islamic Development Bank. Karibu sa.
Thank you.
Ahlan bika. And so to kick us off, we will actually have a video that was sent to us by Masaguru Asakawa, the President of the Asian Development Bank from Manila. So let's watch that video.
Distinguished participants, warm greetings from the Asian Development.
ADB recognizes that human capital development is vital to the well-being and empowerment of people, equitable economic growth, and resilient and sustainable societies. However, due to the severe impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the hard-earned gains that many developing countries have made are at risk of being reversed. Now, more than ever, we must redouble our efforts with investments in education that provide effective and innovative solutions to the challenges they face. To meet immense needs across the Asian Pacific region, ADB aims to significantly increase its financing for Asia. Our target is to double the percentage of our support to education to up to 10% of our total annual commitments by 2024. As we make progress towards this goal, I am proud of ADB's partnership with the Global Partnership Foundation, which provides cutting-edge knowledge and precious grant resources. For example, in collaboration with GPE, ADB supports open and evidence-based policy dialogue with key stakeholders to improve the quality of education. By blending GPE's grants with ADB's loans, we can provide clients with access to increased financing on more concessional terms, along with opportunities to invest in best-in-class education programs developed through joint ADB-GPE expertise. Continued collaboration between ADB and GPE will make a tangible difference for education in the 29 countries in Asia and the Pacific, including small island countries eligible for our joint support. I believe this will empower GPE and partners, including ADB, to further expand our collaboration and maximize our impact on education for our benefits. My sincere wish for the best outcomes.
So good that ADB is on doubling its resources to education by 2024, and so these resources will be available to countries. You can see how GP is playing such an important role in blended finance, allows individual countries to access concessional financing because they're able to stack it on top of the GPE financing, the grants that are provided. So let me come to you, Mary, at the World Bank. I believe you're currently in DC. So good morning to you. What's going on in the world? Where does education with GPE beyond hosting GPE?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everybody who's there physically. As you know, the World Bank has had a history of supporting education because we recognize the urgency of the learning crisis. And especially with IDA, our assistance program for the poorest countries, we have been ramping up our support for education projects in the last 5 years, including 7.2 billion just in the last 2 years. We know that the pandemic is going to pose serious challenges for learning poverty and urgency of the crisis. Learning poverty is being measured in our analysis as the ability of to read and comprehend a simple text. It was 50%, and even though it had improved, it's still at 50% before the pandemic, and it's likely to go up to 63% with the pandemic. And you know, kids being out of school. So there's urgency to act. And the three things that must happen urgently is first, get kids back to school, open schools safely, especially for girls. Second is to ensure that we regain learning losses. And third, empower teachers. And in the context of building back better, also investing in the long-term education system, because we know from our Human Capital Project, learning is the key to growth and development. And development. And within that, our special theme, and how do we fund all this urgency to fund the urgent needs? One is a government budget. I think our friend from UNESCO mentioned it, but budgets are constrained. Second will be IDA, and we will be ramping IDA up, as I just mentioned. Third is GPE. The global partnerships, such as Global Partnership of Education, is key to make sure that we can not get institution, they will and will that be a large part of GPE? We look forward to education and learning that will really get us back on track and have resilient and inclusive development. So listen, in the video it was played just before the session, the children were saying, listen to us. So we need to listen and really support GPE moving forward.
Absolutely, absolutely. And let me come to you, Dr. Bandar, because you are here with us live. The Islamic Development Bank is actually changing its engagement with GP and with education. And I'm aware you have some prepared remarks that you'd like to deliver to really lay out what is this new strategy and the engagement model. So I welcome you to share your remarks.
Thank you so much. In fact, this summit comes on the heels of the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the global economy and the education system worldwide. The combined impact of school closures and economic hardship could push millions of vulnerable children out of school, deepening learning loss and the first decade of hard-won gains towards attainment of SDG 4. Allow me to commend the impressive campaigns led by the DBE Secretariat with the support from the co-host, the United Kingdom and Kenya, leading to this global summit. Thank you for bringing us all together. SDB was honored to host the Middle East launch of the case for investment at our headquarters in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia on 6 April 2021. The event was a unique opportunity for the Arab institutions to showcase their engagement in education and reaffirm their commitments on the global stage. The purpose of education is to build, strengthen, sustain society. As we gather here in London, the global community is at a crucial juncture. Our joint commitment to invest the SDB commitment to this inspirational call as an initiator in politics that seeking knowledge is mandatory to all Muslims and that society has an obligation to fulfill fundamental human rights for every girl and boy. Also, SDB membership comprises a range of income groups and education system. There is a clear consensus on the scope and scale of challenges facing children and young people in these countries, from access to education at an early stage to ensuring education system deliver and skills children needed. The SDB organizes the unique role that investing in education system can play to help countries build stable, peaceful, and prosperous societies. Investing in education is the most cost-effective way to drive economic development through improved skills and competencies of youth for productive and gainful engagement in societies and the economic opportunity within their environment. These are not challenges that any single institution can meet on its own. This is why in 2018, ISDB began to deepen its partnership with the Global Partnership for Education by mobilizing 30 million in new funding to support Uzbekistan and other for GP's innovative finance instrument.
Okay.
The combination of the GPE's grant finance, ISDB concessional lending, and both our organization expertise will build dozens of new schools in Tajikistan, introduce mechanism to support competency-based learning, train teachers, and modernize education management information system so policymakers access better data on performance for informed decision making. At the global fund and the scope and speed of learning crisis our member countries face. At this global education, I am pleased to tell you that the ISDB aims to develop and deploy a new blended finance tool. Our ambition is to mobilize at least $400 million concessional lending from a range of partners, with at least $100 million in grant finance from GPE. Together, we can deploy $500 million towards quality education across 37 GPE partner countries that are members of the Organization of Islamic, closely with the GPE and our colleagues in the Arab Coordination Group of Development Finance Institution. I am particularly proud to note that the Islamic Development Bank, as a member of the Arab Coordination Group, hereby pledge up to $250 million of the $400 million in co-financing needed to activate this innovative new approach. The balance of the funding has also been committed by other members of the ACG. The resulting pool of funding will give clients the opportunity to invest much more in schooling and learning. By working together on a single harmonized approach to project financing and design, we can do this without sacrificing agility or a single-minded focus on impact. Member countries will ultimately have access to financing on even better terms, while taking advantage of our institution's collective technical expertise in building effective, sustainable education system. By working together with new partner and with old friends, we can give our client countries the funding and the expertise they need to recover from the crisis and ultimately to thrive. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam. Thank you very much. Let me come to you quickly, Beth, in Cote d'Ivoire, where you head the human and social development portfolio at the African Development Bank. What are you hearing from African countries as they're grappling with this economic impact of COVID on their budgets? And how is the bank thinking about supporting them in partnership with GPE?
Well, thank you for that question, and really allow me to start by thanking the United Kingdom and Kenya and the Global Partnership for Education for organizing this timely and important event, and for inviting the African Development Bank. And let me also recognize the presence of other partners around this table joining us today. So the overall financing gap is enormous. This is prior to COVID-19. Estimates showed that Africa would need $40 billion a year to bridge the education financing gap by 2030. And so, of course, we know that this figure is going to increase post-pandemic. And so that's why at the international level, and in a time of mounting debt and fiscal constraints, we join the GPE in emphasizing domestic financing and complementarity within the global financing architecture, including through exploring financing opportunities with the GPE multiplier. So As a direct response to COVID-19, I'm proud to announce and to note that the Bank's board approved up to a $10 billion COVID-19 rapid response facility to save lives and livelihoods in African countries. And going forward, as we position to support Africa recover and build resilient economies post-COVID-19, the bank recognizes the importance of strengthening partnerships to address funding bottlenecks at all levels of education so as to build the necessary skills for employable and productive workforce in Africa. In particular, we applaud GPE and all partners that invest in foundational learning, which forms the basis for investments in education in later years. And in recognition of other development partners' strengths in foundation learning, the bank, in complementarity, is focusing its support on higher education, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or STEM, and technical, vocational, and education training, TVET. So this is in light of evidence that shows that Africa's slow progress in building a critical mass of skilled workers qualified in these skills is adversely affecting the continent's ability to transform its economies. So that is why, since 2010, the bank has invested over $1.5 billion to support young Africans to access the STEM and TVET qualifications. So we plan to continue a similar focus going forward with an additional focus area to support digital skills and online learning infrastructure to improve connectivity, access to virtual learning, which, as we all know, has become much important post-COVID. So the African Development Bank, in conjunction with the African Union, is developing a $300 million African Science, Technology, and Innovation Fund to boost investments in Africa's human capital, mainly in technical and vocational training, or TVET, as well as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, working with private sector capital to extend our reach. So going forward, we are very excited about the partnership agreement we are discussing with GPE, mindful of our respective strategic focus areas in education, and we envisage to undertake joint activities in policy reform, knowledge generation, and capacity building education across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beth. Thank you very much for those comments, and great to hear how the AFDB itself is stepping up into exactly this critical challenge. I think I'll channel all the young people who were on the previous panel who said it is one thing to hear big commitments made on stage, it is another thing to see action on the ground. And so anything we can do to accelerate those resources flowing to actually change the lives of the people on the ground will make a dramatic difference for our lives. Let's give a round of applause for those who are on video and Dr. Banda, who's on stage with us. Thank you very much for that. We are going to transition to the next session. Thank you very much.
As teachers, we have always found it important to support learners with new ways to learn and help build a skilled and ethical society.
Even before the pandemic, we engaged our students through curriculum development and research, affordable print and publications for schools, animations, and our award-winning radio and television stations.
This infrastructure was critical for continuity of learning during the COVID-19 pandemic.
In compliance with the COVID-19 regulations, we worked day and night to deliver lessons to our learners at home.
To help our learners access the material easily, the lessons produced were posted on EduTV YouTube channel and the Kenya Education Cloud so that learners could listen or view on-demand content from any device.
Through the support of the Global Partnerships for Education, GPE, we produced more programs for our students and increased our technical capacity to deliver remote learning for free. Our world has shifted, and with it, we had to shift as well.
As we are now fully returning to our classrooms, we take this moment to acknowledge the victories of our silent heroes during the trying times.
The timely response by our dedicated teachers and educational media was critical to sustaining learning during this period.
As we forge ahead, we need to move towards more inclusive, resilient, and effective education systems that are sustainable and adaptable to our context.
GPE will help us develop quality and inclusive lessons, reach more students with professionally trained teachers, and help lift many more people out of illiteracy and poverty.
Together, we call upon world leaders to increase investments in education because education is the foundation for a brighter future. We raise our hands for education.
Education is the largest public service delivered to the widest demographic, and it touches every single household in a country. Transforming the sector therefore requires immense efforts to bring all stakeholders into common cause, working with complexity, uncertainty, and being ready to deal with unprecedented crises, as we've seen with COVID-19. In a moment, I will be joined by 5 ministers who will share their examples of what is possible when leadership, evidence, and resources are aligned behind an agenda. But first, let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday's virtual session on Education Reset, learning from COVID-19.
La Covid nous a vraiment obligés du jour au lendemain à tenter des choses.
From one day to the next, we've had to look at things differently. We've thought the unthinkable.
We are in the 4th industrial revolution, where you cannot in any way look at education as secondary to anything. Education is not just a piece of the puzzle, it's the whole puzzle.
Many governments have risen to the challenge of reaching these children.
It's nice that we can think about putting a man on Mars, etc., but we haven't fundamentally understood how to deliver a learning experience in person or online.
So this pandemic has been very, very suboptimal. But it has created some silver linings, and it also reinforces the idea that we shouldn't have to pick between in-person and online, that the ideal is when you can use both.
A movement from a pedagogy of chalk and talk to one of inclusion, discovery, the old Freirean notion of by doing we learn and learning we do better.
Clearly, we must allow people to use the technology because it's equalizing, it's transformative, it allows every student to have access to the content, and they can learn at their own pace.
Teachers and students need to have the agency and control over their own learning, including what, how, and to what extent they will use technology.
The truth is that all children can learn, and that the main barriers to learning are largely extrinsic.
The funding of GPE actually has been critical in this process of supporting countries.
Indeed, collaboration and partnerships are important and they work.
We have to know where we are in order to see what we need to do.
Being willing to measure the impact and the performance of the change that you're trying to make.
Ensemble et non être côte à côte. Parce qu'ensemble, ça veut dire que nous avons les mêmes visions, nous avons les mêmes projets.
If there's anything that the last 18 months has taught us, is that things can pivot very, very quickly.
Empower or equip your students to develop the skills that they need for the future. This is the ultimate aim of teaching.
All right. We are now ready for a conversation with ministers of education. But before we get to that, the room feels a bit tired and flat. So if I could ask everybody to please stand up. And for those who are on video, wherever you are, if you're seated, please stand up. Think back to when you were in primary school and think of your body as a crayon. And so the floor is your paper and you are the crayon. I ask you to hold your hands akimbo, everybody, even those who are holding paper. And I want you to write on the floor your longest name. So of all the names you have, the one that's longest, I want you to write it as though you're writing on the floor. Let's go. Got a little energy in the system? Good. If you're done, you can sit. I will now ask the 5 ministers who are joining me on stage to please come on board. The first is George Magoha from Kenya. We have Agnes Nyalonje from Malawi. We have David Senge from Sierra Leone. We have Shafkat Mahmood from Pakistan. And we have Ranjina Hamidi from Afghanistan. Please, karibuni. Welcome. Ladies, gentlemen, you're the people who are charged with transforming education. And transforming education in a time that the world has seen such disruptions and the need to accelerate that transformation so that we finally do, so that those who are most vulnerable are not left behind. So I'll start with you, Professor Magoha, in part because I'm Kenyan and you happen to be my Minister of Education. Kenya has been a hub for innovation, and you have been driving some of this transformation of the education sector. What are some of those innovations and new solutions that you've seen have come across that are really important to share with the rest of the world?
Thank you very much for that question. As a matter of fact, I've now been a secretary for 2.5 years. And in Kenya, we have a very transformative movement within the education system, where, first of all, our constitution guarantees that every child must go to school free of charge in the primary school sector. And in the secondary school sector, day school secondary is also free of charge. So those who pay fees are only those who stay in boarding schools, representing about 25%. His Excellency the President also brought on board, as I joined, a concept of 100% transition to secondary schools, from primary to secondary school, and we took it further and went ahead to mop all the children. For example, girls who had dropped out of school 3 years earlier because of pregnancy were taken back to school.
Right.
The other very transformative thing that we have done is that we have a NEMIS system which was assisted by GPE, which is a critical component of a data storage system that gives us real-time data of the number of children that we have within schools.
Yeah.
This helps the government to ensure that no money is lost and that money that is transferred to support schools is based on the child.
Yes.
Another very transformative system that has been assisted by the GP is providing books for the children. We have acquired a ratio of 1:1 by buying the books and ensuring that they are delivered correctly. As we speak now, perhaps the earth-shaking one is the competency-based curriculum, which is taking us back to the many years that we were before.
Yes.
Where we are actually training the children to get skills, not just certificates.
Right.
And we are now in grade 5 of this program, where, like Malala said, there's a teacher, there's a child, and there's a book, and there's a pen.
Right.
This is happening with a competency-based curriculum. It has energized our teachers. They are now all the time available with the children. And I think this is going to ensure that as we create leaders of tomorrow, they are powerfully enabled.
Right.
We are also re-engineering NEMIS, which is basically the data source for us, to make sure that the government gets value for money as far as transferring certain concerns, like if you want to feed the poorest of the poor, we are able to know how many children are poor
and where they are,
and where we are feeding them.
Right.
So data, I think it is data, and I think the security of data is extremely important, and therefore I want to end by thanking His Excellency the President, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and GPE for having enabled us to make those very bold steps. We have 15 million children in school.
Right.
And I think the last batch, if I were to go back to COVID, we closed for 6 months.
Right.
We were able to go back with the help of GP to get the children back in school.
Right.
Through a blended learning system. They have done their exams, and we are just roaring to go into the next term.
Right.
Thank you.
Asante sana. And that is such an important point around data and evidence being at the forefront of policy change. Minister Nyalonje, I know you've also been having the similar challenges in Malawi, really trying to bring that change and that transformation, but recognizing you can't do it by yourself, and you must bring in all the other stakeholders to the table and get everybody aligned into action. What has that experience been like, and what are some of the lessons you've learned that would be worth sharing with others who are asking that critical question? How do I bring people around the table, around a shared vision, and then truly get to action the action of transformation?
Thank you very much. For Malawi, The focus, especially during the COVID pandemic, has been coordination. We're fortunate that starting in 2010, Malawi has had some coordination mechanisms within the education sector. Of course, in the beginning it wasn't perfect, but as time has gone, we've improved on it, such that we have what we call a sector-wide approach within the education sector, which brings all the partners together. Perhaps private sector is not as strongly represented, and perhaps we should do more to have the youth represented, but the structure is there. The benefits of that structure is that planning and coordination, monitoring and alignment to national priorities is assured. We also find that it provides a space for ongoing dialogue, something that we found extremely useful during the COVID pandemic, where we had to plan very quickly. We had to share information and data of what is happening on the ground very, very quickly, and we had to trigger action very quickly. So the coordination mechanism exists at the strategic level, where you have steering committees, as well as at the operational level. And let me also add that part of the benefit is the joint financing, the pooling of finances. That, during the COVID pandemic, has been extremely useful, because one of the things that the joint financing assures is predictability of the money. When you have a crisis, you need to know whether you have the money when you need it. You need to know how much money you have. You need to know how quickly you can get the money to the schools. Because in our case, we found that with the congestion, especially in lower primary, for example, we had to start building low-cost classrooms very, very quickly. As we speak, these are being built. That meant we had to disperse money to each of the over 5,000 primary schools. And to do that, you needed a system to be in place. So that system helped us. Of course, we've learned that there are things we must tweak and improve on, but overall the system is there. I want to talk a little bit more about the joint financing mechanism. It's been extremely useful for us, and that is a mechanism also where the resources from the Global Partnership for Education is also coming through, because during this pandemic, Malawi has benefited to the tune of $10 million to enable us to deal with the emergency response and the recovery, because we had in some places some disasters. Even as COVID was coming in, we had floods.
Life still continued.
Yes. So what we found ourselves doing is that we do not have sufficient learning space. Of the 90,000 plus classrooms we need, we only have half. That is without COVID. When COVID came, we had to split those classes even more. So then the challenge was, how do we put up classrooms? We put up tents, and then floods came, and things got haywire. So we found that coordination was extremely useful, because it was through the coordination mechanism, for example, that we were able to get our partners, including UNICEF, for example, including other bilateral partners in the country, to come in and support us with various inputs, which enabled us to keep some learning going. And what we also are doing at the moment to cope with the emergency and to go through the theme that I'm talking about is we're introducing an education radio station, which will enable us to not only transmit the learning in terms of disasters, but it will also be a way of transmitting key information to all parts of the country, some of which are very inaccessible and have no network whatsoever. So we believe that coordination is important for the joint working, but also for the monitoring and evaluation and the production of evidence for policy and decisions, which we found extremely useful during the COVID time.
And so build that entire infrastructure to be able to deliver together comprehensively. Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
My next question was supposed to be for you, David, but I actually saved that one for the last, because I think there's a way you'll be able to tie it in, and you'll see why when I ask you. So just hold on to your horses. Let me come to you, Shafkat, from Pakistan. And Pakistan has been making really tremendous efforts around the question of access to quality education and really trying to bring children back into school. What are some of those transformations that you've seen begin to take root? And what is the direction of travel for the country?
Well, thank you for inviting me. There are lots of things being done in the provinces which are looking after the school education and to try and bring out-of-school children into school. There are some access issues are being solved by creating double shifts in school so that in the same school you can have different children come in the morning and different in the evening. Some incentives are being given. We are in our plan to cash transfer to the poorest of the poor. We also give special allowance for girls who are going to school. So that way the cash transfer, if we are giving 1,000 rupees, goes to 2,000 rupees if they send their children to school. But I think when we talk of transforming education, actually the COVID experience has taught us the value of using technology for transforming, actually trying to transform, because transformation is a big word. We can do all the traditional things right. We can improve access, we can get teachers better trained, we can try and get as many children as we can into school. But actually, when we say transformation, that's something much bigger than that. And I see that after the response to COVID, the way when we developed it, and we found that, for example, we started a tele-school, and we found 13 million children tuning into tele-school every day when there was no school. We started a radio school for people who did not even have television. And we found that people were tuning into that. We started to develop better content for transmission through these channels. We also started to do experimentation, the blended learning, where we started to use technology in classrooms. We started to use tablets. We started to use smart boards. And we found that learning levels improved because of this. So, and also in a country where there are serious rural-urban disparities, there are rich-poor areas. The technology allows you to leapfrog many of the traditional barriers. For example, sitting far away, you can beam the best possible lesson to a village which is far away. So I see, and we are now investing heavily in technology, and we are trying to make sure that we have the wherewithal, the training, the capacity, the expertise, and we are trying to build the entire education technology sector in the country so that we are truly able to use technology to transform education. Because that is where I think we will be able to impact out-of-school children, because we'll be able to reach them nearer to their home. We'll be able to improve adult education. We will be able to access girls who are not willing to go far away from home. So there are a number of things that technology allows us to do, and I see the role of technology as truly transformative in the long run.
And then you start bumping into issues of access and so on and so forth, which then it's a coordination with the relevant ministries within government to be able to do that.
In fact, one other thing, we found that there was a digital divide in the country, because when we started using technology, we found that certain children were denied technology because there was no internet connection. So we are now launching a major program to cover the entire country with internet, so that technology can be used by everybody.
There's a group that we at Dalberg increasingly call people who are caught in the coincidence of exclusion. So when you think about the people who are poorest, have the worst agriculture outcomes, have the worst educational outcomes, have the worst access to clean water, it's usually the same people, it's the same communities. And so if I come to you, Madam Hamidi, on Afghanistan, which clearly has gone through tremendous challenges of the last decade and beyond, how are you thinking about that transformation, recognizing the challenges that you have in the country, but also in some ways the opportunity and the need to really build your human capital if Afghanistan will rebuild as a country?
Well, thank you for that question. It's an extremely important question. And as we talk about transformation and transition, my country has been at war for more than 4 decades, almost all of my lifetime. We've made a tremendous amount of gains in the past 20 years, from building the greatest number of schools on the ground physically, than we've ever had in the history of Afghanistan, to increasing the number of students to over 7 million children right now, which is the highest in the history of our country, with a great portion of that, about 40% of that, being girls. And so for the past 20 years of the international community's involvement and investment in Afghanistan, the progress has been great and very much valuable and accepted and wanted by the Afghan community. Unfortunately, the situation, as you all know, of the past 2 or so months, there's a regression or the fear of regression to going back to prior to the past 20 years of invasion, where girls' education was a serious threat, where schools were shut down for girls in my country. And so being responsible for an entity as important as the Ministry of Education of Afghanistan at the moment, and as a woman, is no easy task. But our commitment, our people's commitment, there is one beautiful and a wonderful collaboration that the Afghan people have come to, is that they unanimously, no matter which part of the country you are and no matter which ethnic group you belong to or which social class you belong to, unanimously the Afghan population now believes the power of education, both for their girls and boys. And that's an accomplishment that we need to work towards. But to make it a more real scenario of what Afghanistan is facing, we're not only facing the challenges of the COVID pandemic, but we're also continuously addressing conflict and a severe drought that is expected to affect over 18 million of the population, which is more than 50% of our population. And so delivering education services, which might seem as a commodity in the face of all the conflicts that we're faced with on a daily basis, it requires exceptional commitment, dedication, innovation, and flexibility to be able to deliver the services that we have promised our people. And I'm happy to report today that the Afghanistan population has reached a national consensus over the value of protecting our educational gains. Our schools are not only open and operating in spite of the pandemic, but we've also embarked on a very historical and a revolutionary reform plan about a year ago to make sure that we remain focused on our core function as Ministry of Education, to provide the service of education to our children. And for that, we have 3 main areas of focus, which is to cut on unnecessary expenditures, as the ministry got used to in the past 20 years of excessive funding, to share the responsibilities and be responsive and accountable to our nation, and to minimize costs while setting standards that will give that will give a bit better focus to our education sector. And let me tell you that to be in charge of this grand responsibility as a woman in a nation that is forced to once again consider elements in society who define the mere existence of women, as an inherent flaw is no easy job.
Absolutely.
I was lucky as a refugee child. I was speaking earlier to Mr. Minister of Pakistan, that I actually grew up in Quetta, Pakistan as a refugee child. And my family was lucky to get a warning at that time when I was in grade 3 that I needed to be kicked out of school or forced out of school because it was not necessary for girls to get educated. My father made a commitment at that time to take us out of Pakistan and immigrate further, because he did not see any future for his daughters, and we're 5. And today, as his daughter, I'm responsible for millions of children in Afghanistan. And as their symbolic mother of education, I pledge to work with all my might and power and give it the full amount of my energy to support the education of all children, but particularly girls, and having a president, a very progressive and extremely supportive president as His Excellency President Ashraf Ghani, who continues to support women, not just in words and with symbolic commitments, but with action. And so that action helps me to enable girls going to schools today so that they may become the future leaders of a country that is shattered and continues to struggle through this shattering. But as a woman myself, and once upon a time I was a girl who had to deal with the ability or the people stopped me from getting education. Today, sitting in this position and this power to serve my nation, I'm hopeful that if we empower many more girls, even when Rangina is no longer in the world, there will be many Ranginas to continue.
Amen. Amen. That's a shout out to your father. I'm a father of a 13-year-old girl, so I hope she understands the privilege of the education she's able to get now.
And fathers have a very critical, important role in their girls' lives, and we need to call on all fathers across the world to support their daughters.
I feel that weight on my shoulders every single day. So thank you for that inspiring story.
Thank you. Let
me come to you, David, and I left you last for a particular reason, because you wear two really interesting hats. You wear the hat as the Minister of Education, but you also wear the hat of being the Chief Innovation Officer for the country, right? And we've talked about transformation and why transformation is important, but to transform, you have to innovate, and then you have to see the action go all the way through. How do you reconcile those two parts of your portfolio? And if you were to speak to education actors, to ministers and others, what are the things they should be thinking about, the future they want for their people? Because education is about delivering a workforce, but it's also about creating citizens who are engaged and are conscious about their role in the country and in society and in the world. When you put those two things together, what's the advice that you would have? What have you learned and would be great for other people to take up?
Thank you very much, and it's such a privilege to be sitting with colleagues and learning from all of us, really, and learning from each other about what's working. I think it's less a coincidence that I'm both a Minister and Chief Innovation Officer. It really is to the vision of His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio. I personally believe that every country needs a Chief Innovation Officer.
Agreed.
It is important that we are systematic about how we think about the future, how we deploy technology and systems that cut across the entire governance framework, and particularly when we're thinking about education. I think in terms of vision, everything has to be hybrid. From everything we've heard, whether it's radio, television, paper is technology.
Yes.
So for the kids who cannot have radio and television, and because of the agenda, we need to be able to ensure that they have access to the oldest form of technology, that's paper. And we need to be able to have humans who are around as well to give them the support that they need. So it's really important that first we deploy hybrid solutions, online, offline, on TV, on radio, on mobile, with paper. We have to think hybrid. Just as this conference is hybrid.
Yes.
But I think the second part is data and analytics. It's important to have data, but it's what you do with that data. It's how you analyze it. And most importantly, what the evidence, how you're going to deploy it to make an evidence decision making. And when you think about vulnerable groups, unless we step inside of the data, beyond national, beyond district, go at the school level, go at the individual level, that's where we can transform. And so one of the things we're doing in Sierra Leone is we're working with several collaborators actually, Fab Inc., EdTech Hub, supported by FCDO, and several organizations are working with us. Sierra Leone now has an annual school census data from 2012 all the way to 2020 linked, and we are able to, from wherever I am, really interrogate that. That's why you saw His Excellency can reference our annual school census data. We don't joke with it. It's fully digitized. And for me, really, when we speak about new forms of thinking, we talk about 5 C's, critical thinking, comprehension, computational thinking, creativity, and civics, because ultimately the education has to have a value, has to be applied.
Absolutely.
And one of the things that I've done in Sierra Leone and continue to engage is this framework of thinking about public education, on public education. We need the parents. We need the kids themselves. We need those who are out of school. We need the cynics. We need the naysayers. We need everybody to fully understand that the only way we can transform our countries and the globe is through the power of education. And that's not theory. And for you to move it from theory, you have to deploy solutions that work. So one example His Excellency spoke about was radical inclusion, where we think about pregnant girls, kids with disabilities, kids who are in hard-to-reach areas, and kids who are poor. If you build a solution for a pregnant or parent female who's poor with a disability living in a place that you're not going to reach in 3 hours, you're guaranteed that will work for somebody in the urban area than that for the wealthy boy. So we have to really think about radical inclusion, not as theory, but the way in which we get universal. And one example, right? We just finished the National Primary School exam, and we talk about technology. One of the critics when President Bio made me a CIO was, why are you talking about innovation when we're poor? Why would you have a chief innovation officer doing education? But you know, we show we don't. We talk and do is what we say in Sierra Leone. Everybody takes the national exams, the primary school exams, the largest number ever this year, and usually it will take up to 6 weeks for kids in remote areas to get their results. And if you're a poor woman in the far hills of Falaba, you have to walk 48 miles to a city close by, and you buy a scratch card and you check your kids' results. If you're unlucky, the system is down, you have to pay that again, and that's money that people did not have. We deployed an SMS system. Simple, we have the data of all candidates, we put it online, deployed it on all mobile. You don't need data, you can just text and you have your results. Today we've had over 1 million SMSs in 3 days. And you see people everywhere now, whether you're sitting in your lounge in Freetown or somewhere where you're going behind the tree to get signal, as long as you can have a feature phone, you can have access. So the power of technology
is immense
to really transform education in our systems. We cannot overstate. I mean, I've heard our colleagues talk about it. It is fundamental that we in developing countries are allowed to really innovate and to deploy technology. Often in these conversations, people say, why are you talking about technology in these entities? But I've seen and I understand and I know, because the children and the parents and the families in far Kailaung, in down south in Pujan, are engaging and seeing how this has transformed their learning, not just for themselves and their engagement, but also for their children. So I do think, really, for the future, for us as a world, we need to ensure that how we get that female from a poor background and marginalized to get access to the same quality education. We need to deploy hybrid technology. We need to focus on evidence derived from data-driven, and we need to deploy policies like radical inclusion that transforms our societies. This is the only way we're going to...
I like that phrase of radical inclusion, because it's exactly what breaks what I was calling the coincidence of exclusion. It's exactly that.
I mean, the thing about radical inclusion is you have to be intentional. You cannot be silent about inclusion. You have to do something. You have to change the law. You have to build a ramp. You have to ensure that you build a system that works for everybody. That's why we call it radical inclusion.
This is the passion that ministers of education, most people, when you don't see this passion, and you only assume they're blank faces and just making edicts. This is the passion that I've seen from ministers of education every time I work with them. And I feel the weight on your shoulders is so heavy, but we believe in your leadership. We believe in your ability to transform education for everybody. And so thank you for that conversation. We will wrap up now. Asante sana. Thank you.
It might look like a simple bell. Well, for Carolina, it is the dedication to overcome any obstacle and change your life. For Jeremiah, it is the commitment to learn by any means. For Marcella, it is the ambition to become an empowering teacher. For Washington, it is an educated community where no one is left behind.
For us, it is the opportunity to transform education and unlock a brighter future for more than 1 billion boys and girls.
The stakes are now higher than ever. More than 250 million children were out of school even before the COVID-19 pandemic, and many more could lose their chance to learn if world leaders don't step up to invest in education.
It is not a simple bell. It is a call for their future, for our future. Raise your hand, fund education.
Well, he doesn't need much introduction to Didier Drogba, a global footballing icon with a call for our collective future. And that's why we are all here, not just to raise our hands, but to raise hard cash. And this is where the fun really does start. Now, throughout the rest of the day, we're going to be hearing pledges and commitments to fund education and to fund GPE. Now, we're going to start by using Didier's bell every time a commitment comes in, and we're going to get used to this sound, and we're going to get to love it. Okay, so that's the sound that we're all looking out for. We're going to start with the most important part, of course, and that is the biggest source of education financing in GPE partner countries, the government budget. Budgets, of course, all over the world are coming under huge amounts of pressure, aren't they, because of the economic fallout of COVID. None of us want to see a health crisis, as Edwin highlighted earlier on, turning into an education crisis. That means protecting and prioritising education budgets and spending the money more effectively, more efficiently and, crucially, equitably. So let's hear from GPE partner countries now about how they plan to do just that. We're starting off with Afghanistan.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. As we all know, Afghanistan is going into war again, and we have been forced by the circumstances of our nation to relook at our national budget and allocate funds away from services to a war that we do not want to fight, but we are forced to gain all the gains that we've made as a nation and as a people for the past 20 years. In spite of what is happening in my country today, I am here to pledge that the government of Afghanistan will continue to commit to the benchmark of 20% financial commitment to education sector, and we will fight for this commitment until our last breath, knowing that it might take many years and much time, but I'm here to make a commitment on behalf of my people. Thank you.
Afghanistan, thank you very much. Moving on to Benin.
Mesdames, Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and a great privilege for me to pledge on behalf of the government of Benin the replenishment of our commitment on behalf of Benin to fund our education system. We are renewing that commitment, and Benin therefore commits to support its educational system by attributing an average of 32.2% of its national budget to this system. That's not taking into account external funding, and that's not taking into account any debt issues or indeed any public expenditure that would not involve development policy spending. Therefore, I would like to raise my hand. I raise my hand in order to support all funding for all educational systems, wherever they might be, and more specifically for the Benin educational system. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. To Cameroon.
The government of Cameroon very recently modified its national development strategy to make sure that education and training had a biggest share in this strategy. Cameroon takes education as a priority, and the girl-child education in particular. Cameroon insists on getting girls on to the sciences. Cameroon's budget is, at present time, 20% of the general national current budget. We hope that by 2025, we would have moved from 20 to 26%. The Ministry of Basic Education that I here represent has a budget of about 32%. By 2030, which is the end of our new national development strategy, we hope to move it to 42%. I therefore pledge on behalf of Cameroon that the government will continue to take education as a priority, putting girls at the center. Thank you.
Cameroon. Thank you very much indeed to Cameroon. To Chad next.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my country, Chad, it is a great privilege to stand here before you and to commend you on your active participation in this summit. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank those who have initiated this meeting. Thank you. I would like to say that education is a continued priority for my country, Chad. And for that reason, notwithstanding the very exceptional circumstances prevailing in my country, we are still taking a commitment in this area. We're still making a pledge. Education has no borders. Education cannot wait. And my country will move from 16.5% to 17.5% of the national budget, attributed, therefore, to national education. That is our move. And these resources will be earmarked for the education of vulnerable strata in our society, in particular persons living with a disability, refugees, displaced persons, and, most importantly, girls. Ladies and gentlemen, before concluding, I would like to reiterate once again before you that my country stands firmly behind the laudable mission of the GPE, and I raise my hand for that laudable mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Moving to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo, I commit to this. My government will support to set aside parts of its national budget, 20% of its national budget between 2021 and 2025 for education. And despite the terrible impact of COVID on our national economy, nonetheless, my country undertakes to increase its efforts to finance education. Therefore, we will ensure that is 22% of our budget, that is far beyond the level of 20%, will not come below that, and that until 2025. Thank you.
Thank you to Congo. Next to raise their hand, Côte d'Ivoire.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mariétou Koné, Minister of National Education and Learning in Côte d'Ivoire. It's my honor and my privilege to announce an undertaking on behalf of my country for the funding of education in our country. Côte d'Ivoire, under the leadership of His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of Côte d'Ivoire, undertakes to maintain funding for education sector. It is already beyond a 20% level that was set by the international community. We're now at 22.4% of our national budget for financing education, and we undertake to maintain that level until 2025. I raise my hand for the Global Partnership for Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Côte d'Ivoire. Djibouti is next.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since the beginning of the pandemic, this terrible, unexpected pandemic, our government has put in place a plan to tackle this. This national plan covers education. There are a number of strategic elements to this in order to act immediately to ensure that there is continued education, that we can bring teachers and children back to school so that the Department of Education is equipped to face this crisis and ensure that there is a resilience plan for all students so that we can offer quality distance learning if necessary. And we need vaccinations for all our workers in schools. We have done all we can to ensure that we've maintained education systems with the proper health standards in place. And teachers have done so hard and have given so much to make this possible. I thank them. I salute them. Now, the COVID fund from the GPE has helped us. I would like to thank the GPE for this support. Now, with regard to our national funding for education in Djibouti, 24% of our national budget goes to education. Djibouti and representatives here are undertaking to continue to support our educational sector at the same level until 2025. Thank you very much.
Raising their hand next is Eritrea.
My name is Petros Hailemariam. I'm the acting Minister of Education in the government of the state of Eritrea. The government of the state of Eritrea is committed to support our national education sector by increasing the share of the national budget dedicated to education towards the 20% global benchmark. In 2021, education share was 14.5% of total government expenditure. I raise my hand to pledge on behalf of my government that by 2025, we commit to increase this to 20%. Thank you very much.
Moving straight on to Ghana.
My name is Dr. Yaosedi Chuma. I'm the Minister of Education of the Republic of Ghana. The President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has made a solemn pledge to ensure that education remains the center stage of our development effort. The last 3 years, high school has been made free for all our youth, and the minimum education level that any child in Ghana must have is secondary senior high school education. Our national budget at this point in terms of appropriation for education is 23%. I raise my hand to pledge that we'll continue to spend at this level from now till 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We welcome Guinea to the stage now.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, I am Professor George Mahogoba. I'm sorry, I'm Mr. Diallo Amadou Tiano, Minister of Cooperation for Guinea. With instructions from Mr. President of the Republic of Guinea and based on the budget drawn up by our head of government, it is my great honor today to tell you on behalf of the 3 departments responsible for education in Guinea, I can say that we have undertaken to ensure that the education budget should move from 15 to 20% as a percentage of GDP. This budget will be focused, therefore, on education. We want to focus on girls' education and on providing digital education. In other words, we want to make our education system more resilient, be it in-person learning or distance learning. This is something we've experienced during the COVID pandemic and also when we had Ebola in our country. So I too would like to raise my hand and say that the government of Guinea undertakes to make available these essential resources for education.
We move now to Kenya.
Merci. Guinée. Je passe maintenant au Kenya.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Kenya, I, Professor George Magoha, Cabinet Secretary for Education, am honored and privileged to announce the domestic financing commitment on education. Kenya is committed to support our national education sector, and that already exceeds 20% global benchmark. Currently, at 25.9% of the national budget is allocated to education, and we commit to maintain this level of financing through to 2025. Thank you.
And now, finally, Lesotho.
I am Mamwa Gladys Piri, the Minister of Education and Training of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I'm honored and privileged to announce the domestic financing commitment on education on behalf of my government of Lesotho. The Kingdom of Lesotho is committed to support our national education sector by protecting the share of national budget dedicated to education, despite the fierce competition for resources in the face of the COVID pandemic and this aftermath. Currently, we have allocated 20.5% of the national budget to educate, and we commit to ensure this share does not diminish through 2025, expecting to increase. I raise my hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and huge thanks to everybody there who prioritises education and for their commitments today. So some very, very strong commitments there to prioritising the volume, efficiency and equity of domestic finance for education, and we are going to be hearing more from them later on and more from GPE partner countries. We're going to turn now to a different source of funding, to what is rapidly a growing part of GPE Partnership's story, private foundations. And yes, it's time for Didier's bell. I told you we'd start to love that bell. We're joined by leaders now from the world of private philanthropy, people with a passion for transforming education who are looking to work in partnership to join forces with GPE and leverage innovative financing tools such as the GPE multiplier. We're going to be moving around the globe in this short session with speakers from different languages. So again, if you could have your headsets ready. Moving straight to Dubai. That's where we're going to start with. And we are speaking to Dr. Tariq Al-Gurg. Very nice to see you, Tariq. 7 years ago, Dubai Cares was the first foundation to partner with GPE, wasn't it? And today, you'll see that there are foundations lined up to join your lead. That must feel good. But where does it leave you and your partnership with GPE?
Well, let me start by saying that Dubai Care's long-standing partnership with the Global Partnership for Education stems from our strong belief in GPE's approach and ability to transform education in lower-income countries at scale. GPE's focus on impact and clear mandate, as well as their significant reach, are crucial elements driving our continued collaboration over the last 7 years. Global philanthropists and foundations like ourselves cannot deliver systemic impact through individual projects on our own. Let's be very clear about this. Partnerships like the GPE allow us to come together and leverage each other for system-level transformation and results. And as the first philanthropic partner to fund the GPE 7 years ago, as you mentioned, I really commend the steps that GPE has taken since to strategically engage both foundations and the private sector within the wider partnerships. Now, to acknowledge the impact that education has on all sectors and how the education and learning of children is in itself impacted by other sectors, together with Expo 2020 Dubai and the UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, is hosting the Rewired Summit from the 12th to the 14th of December later this year in Dubai in order to rethink and reimagine the future of education, especially against the backdrop of all the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. And to make this happen, we need to come together under one critical mission, united by the conviction that education systems around the world must re-emerge stronger and more resilient than ever. Through the summit, the Rewired Summit, we seek to foster meaningful collaboration between you and unlikely allies from philanthropy, government, and the private sector, whilst bringing together existing platforms and partnerships such as GPE to amplify their impact and ensure that education is at the center of human development and investment, of course, for a future that is built on equity, powered by innovation, and rooted in humanity. I hope you all come there, you all participate and engage at the summit, and I'm sure we can make this happen. Thank you very much.
Dr. Al-Gurg, thank you very much indeed for your generosity and, of course, for leading the way for foundations. Thank you, Al-Gurg. So we are now joined back in the room by Sabina Vigani, who leads the Jacobs Foundation in the Ivory Coast. Hello to you. Very nice to see you. Now, I understand as you find your way to the lectern that you are a firm believer in working in partnerships, aren't you? And you're looking to join forces with us here today. Tell us more about it.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I'm delighted to be here today and to be able to learn from you all about amazing experiences to transform education for the better. At Jacobs Foundation, we truly believe in the African proverb that says, "Alone we go faster, but together we go farther." And we are walking the talk in Côte d'Ivoire since 2015, when we launched a partnership initiative called TREC, which stands for Transforming Education in Cocoa Communities. TREC has mobilized an unprecedented coalition around the shared goal of improving quality education, involving the government of Côte d'Ivoire, 3 philanthropic foundations, and 12 global cocoa and chocolate companies. The power of the TREC partnership lays in 3 main aspects. It brings together stakeholders who were not used to talk to each other, let alone collaborate. It fosters coordination and strategic alignment with government policies. Second, the partnership has built trust among stakeholders by putting evidence at the center of decision-making. Third, we embedded what in business is called R&D, research and development. We piloted several evidence-based solutions addressing the learning crisis, adapted to the local context, to find the most effective and scalable solution for Côte d'Ivoire, which turned out to be the Programme d'enseignement ciblé, inspired by the well-known Teaching at the Right Level. This coalition of visionary leaders from the public and private sector is now preparing to bring the partnership to the next level by launching a joint fund dedicating to scale the Programme d'enseignement ciblé. This is being made possible by teaming up with the Global Partnership for Education and its innovative financing mechanism, the Multiplier. So, together with UBS Optimus Foundation and 14 Cocoa and Choplin companies, we raise our hand for education and commit $39 million to partner with GPE, as alone we go faster, but together we go farther. Thank you.
What a lovely slogan. Thank you very much indeed for your huge generosity, the Jacobs Foundation. And there is a lot more information about the Foundation's work on the virtual portal, so please do access that later on. Thank you very much. We're going straight to Denmark now to meet Ewan Wilmshurst, the LEGO Foundation. Hello to you, Ewan. And now, of course, the LEGO Foundation is not a newbie when it comes to forging bold alliances. But what brought this partnership together?
Firstly, thank you, and it's a privilege to be here today, both as a representative of the LEGO Foundation and also as a member of the GPE board. So here at the LEGO Foundation, we know that great will only happen when we team up with partners. And like everyone else here today, we are fully committed to giving all children the opportunity to receive quality education. Like GPE, we believe we can only truly achieve impact at scale through transforming whole education systems. So today, I'm delighted to underline the LEGO Foundation's support for GPE by announcing that, in addition to our initial pledge of $23 million US, $3 million of which was for the Knowledge and Innovation Exchange, $20 million was for GPE's Multiplier Fund. Today, I'm happy to pledge an additional $7 million US to provide additional support for teaching and learning opportunities to help address the challenges children, especially those from the poorest families, face due to COVID-19. This brings our total pledge to $30 million US. We're committed to providing this additional support to help ensure that all girls and boys have the opportunity to learn through play, develop the holistic skills they need now and in the future. We raise our hands.
Ewan Wilmshurst from the LEGO Foundation, thank you very much indeed for your huge generosity over this partnership. Now, moving straight to Qatar, here is a message from Fahad Al-Salati, the CEO of Education Above All.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank GPE and its partners, UK government and Kenya government, for co-hosting this important and key event today. And I will start that stating that a key partners of the GPE since 2012, Education Above All Foundation has a collaboration with GPE and several funders to unlock significant financing in a number of countries. In 2020-21, Education Above All Foundation will committed $10 million in co-financing to support Nigeria unlock additional GPE resources. The program totaling $62 million, bringing additional co-financing from the Islamic Development Bank, Kuwait Fund, and Save the Children. The GPE Multiplier contribute $15.5 million of this total. The partnership in Nigeria is the first to be enrolled as part of a broader commitment between Education Above All Foundation, GPE, and the Islamic Development Bank and other partners on funding solution to a long-standing global program of out-of-school children. This expanding will up to $30 million in co-financing to support out-of-school children at the primary level in jointly agreed country with our partners, which will unlock additional resources through the GPE Multiplier.
Fantastic news, Education Above All. Thank you very much for your generosity. It's so wonderful to see the money rolling in, but there is still a long, long way to go. So we're going to keep the pledges coming in from different corners of the globe now. Let's hear from some local foundations in Guatemala that are also committing funds to unlock GPE's financing. But first, another commitment from Insights for Education.
Today, too many children are still unable to access school or to learn effectively.
And yet there is so much we know about how to address learning barriers. And despite the best intentions, significant gaps remain across knowledge, policy, and practice. And this is why we founded in 2019 with great partners Insights for Education, a foundation dedicated purely to advancing evidence to improve education for every learner. And together with the Kenyan Ministry of Education, with civil society leaders too, we are crafting a program that builds on Kenya's strong success and which enables education decision makers to more easily access, navigate, and use massive volumes of evidence for their context and their priorities. Together, we will elevate and we will celebrate national and community experience to address the most pressing barriers for the most marginalized children. And so today, we are raising our hand for GPE, and we are proud to inaugurate GPE's Match for Foundations by pledging $3 million to unlock another $3 million in GPE's multiplier funds for improving education outcomes in Kenya.
Somos la Fundación Sergio País Andrade.
We are the Foundation Funsepa, Sergio País Andrade, and for the past 2 decades, we have focused on using technology as a tool for development. We have become the technology arm, support arm for the Ministry of Education of Guatemala. We have supported them in every step that they have made so we can take technology to young people and children in Guatemala, thus giving them an education worthy of the 21st century. Thus far, we have benefited more than 500,000 children across the country, and we've been able to open a digital city. We've offered more than 27,000 computers to 1,700 schools, and we have trained 90,000 teachers in the country on how to use technology as an educational tool. We're certain that none of this would have been possible without the extremely valuable partnerships that we have built over the years. Our allies have been a key part of this journey, and we'd like to thank them deeply. We are convinced that technology can help us change the world for better. We're part of the multiplier, and we are committed to continuing to work to improve the quality of education in our country and to create better opportunities for the people of our country. Here we are to transform our country, Guatemala, digitally. We were being invited by the Ministry of Education to be the coordinating body for the GPE chapter in Guatemala with Funsepa. We took on this task on behalf of the private sector because we think that impact solutions must come from governments and that we must work as part of alliances where we can create most value. In our foundation, Carlos Novela, we've been working for 25 years on innovative systems and solutions. We focus where there are bottlenecks or where there are matters that need to be addressed urgently within our education system in the country. So, for example, early years training teachers, maths learning, for example, and teaching, and the education of people who have been left out of the educational system. We commit to investing $1 million every year, and we will put all our team in place to serve the strategic plan that the Ministry for Education will be showing and presenting to the GPE.
Fantastic stuff. So more commitments there. Very exciting. We're going to come back to the room now and speak to Camilla. Please join me on the stage, Camilla. Camilla's from Open Society. And Camilla, Open Society has had a track record, hasn't it, of engagement in global education and is a long-standing partner of GPE. You've chosen now to directly support GPE's Girls Education Accelerator. What makes GPE a partner of choice for you?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Open Society Foundations is happy to pledge today $1 million towards the Girls Education Accelerator. We have supported and engaged with the GPE for many years because it is the global fund that articulates coordinated international cooperation towards the accomplishment of SDG 4, the strengthening of public education systems, and the right to education, leveraging multilateralism and policy dialogue among different social actors. We are pledging specifically towards the Girls' Education Accelerator because gender equality in and through education is a matter of social justice that must be embraced as a top priority by all governments. Gender equality in and through education includes and goes beyond ensuring 12 years of free quality education for all girls, as stated in SDG 4. It calls also, and foremost, for challenging historic inequalities, social norms, and politics that perpetuate patriarchy in our societies. It calls for an education that can be profoundly transformative in the present and towards the future, an education that can be emancipatory for all. I thank you for your attention, and along with all the others that have pledged, I raised my hands for education. Thank you very much.
Camilla, thank you again for your long-standing generosity. We will, of course, tally up all of those pledges and present them to you at the end of the day. But I think it's fair to say, Edwin, don't you, that we can already confirm a huge leap forward this morning with terms of direct fundraising and the commitment with the GPE multiplier. It's very exciting.
Absolutely.
It certainly is.
Absolutely.
We're going to conclude the first half of the day with another GP youth leader, aren't we?
Because I hear it's lunchtime and people want to eat. I don't know why.
There's one very special message before lunch. Anthony.
Karibu, Anthony.
Education is important to me because it was the route to a better life for me. For a long time, like many children with disabilities, it was challenging for me to learn because of communication barrier. As I am deaf and I use sign language. Once my school decided to employ a qualified teacher and a sign language interpreter, life changed for me. One of the reasons I went into the teaching profession and became an inclusive teacher and support other teachers to become inclusive was so I could make sure that other learners do not go through the same challenges I went through when I first went to school. GPE supports government to be able to provide better state education system for all children. It is important that education system responds to all children. There shouldn't be a separate education system for children with disabilities, but the system must be fully inclusive of all children. This approach helps to create a more inclusive society, better than a segregated society. For example, National Education Sector Plan must make sure that there is funding for school buildings so that they can be more inclusive and accessible. For example, accessible washrooms, accessible ramps, accessible learning materials, and inclusive sports activities. I welcome the fact that GPE will commit to raising more funds for education for all children, and they are committed to make sure that children with disabilities are not left behind. Thank you.
Oh, Anthony, thank you so much for sharing your journey with us. Absolutely wonderful to hear from you. Thank you very much, Anthony Ware.
Yeah, and it reminds me of the phrase that David Senge said about radical inclusion, and shows you that kind of talent would not have been included if we're truly just doing business as usual. So how are we transforming education to make sure people like Anthony are critical parts of the education ecosystem, and they're able to get the education they need? So exciting.
Very exciting. But what's more exciting, just for a short 15 minutes, is that you can now have a little break. If you would please be back in the room at 1:30 for those of you that are able to be with us. We're going to have a short lunch break and we'll be back at 1:30. Don't forget social distancing, masks, everything. Keep yourself safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
engaged at just 5 years old. I was expected to begin preparation for marriage at the age of 12. However, I wanted a different life for myself and made the sacrifice to undergo this tradition of female genital mutilation if my father would allow me to continue my education. No girl should ever have to make this heavy sacrifice to get an education. I decided that the best way to give back and uplift my community was to provide a pathway to education for other girls. With patience and community engagement, I slowly secured the support of leaders in my village to start an all-girls boarding school that has supported over 500 girls to get educated and empowered. At Kakenya's Dream, we work with men and women in our community to educate them on barriers to girls' education and create champions for our cause. Together, we continue to create a chance for girls to compete on the world stage as leaders, without the economic, social, and cultural limitation that once stood in their way. Today, I would tell every young girl to follow her dreams, no matter what challenge she is currently facing. She should always know she is valuable, worthy, and an important member of our society. One day, these girls might have children of their own. Like them, their daughters will avoid FGM and child marriage, receive an education, and be empowered to forge their own path and lead the life they dream of. This is why financing girls' education, especially those that are further behind, must be a priority for world leaders. Today, I raise my hand to ensure all girls get the quality education they need to achieve their dream.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Global Education Summit. What a powerful story that was from an amazing woman, Kakenya, sharing her dream with hundreds of rural girls in Kenya. Ensuring that every boy and every girl can get a quality education is what we're all here for today. Now, for those of you who are lucky enough to be in London with us, and if you are watching from outside the building, if you are able to speed through your lunch and join us back in the auditorium, we would love your company. So look forward to seeing you. And you can get this. Edwin changed. I didn't get the memo that you had to change outfits, but this is to wake everybody up this afternoon. Edwin, you're looking very suave.
Figured we needed something a bit brighter for this afternoon session.
It works. It
Usually
really
after
works.
you eat, you know, the blood goes to the stomach and you slow down. This should help perk people up, hopefully. Yes, absolutely. Now, looking forward to this second session, in part because of the conversation we heard earlier this morning, knowing that, excuse me, that the world faces this slow-moving crisis with millions of children denied the right to education. The determination of individuals like Kenya is truly extraordinary, but it's really not enough. We heard this morning from leaders of the development banks and then from the private philanthropies. Their work is inspiring, and there's a lot that they're doing, but each too is not enough. And we heard from government leaders and the panel we had with ministers who are incredibly passionate. They have the responsibility, and they carry that responsibility heavily on their shoulders, but they're looking for support from others to be able to stand, for others to stand beside them and alongside them to give them the support they need to transform education. And this is why we come back to this critical question of GPE. It's a global partnership for education, and partnership is the key word in that particular.
Absolutely. That's where GPE really thrives, isn't it? Its mission statement says it all, to mobilize partnerships and investments that transform, that crucial word, transform education systems. Well, it takes partnerships. Crucially, it takes money.
That it does. That it does. And right now, I believe we have a session with that bell. There you go. Didier Drogba's bell. And it's time to bring on some commitments that are being made. And the first pledging session is we'll hear from 3 government leaders. We're proud to introduce the Prime Minister of Norway, Erna Solberg, the President of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, education more than ever before holds the key to unlock sustainable development. The COVID-19 pandemic has been detrimental for our economies and societies. The health crisis has triggered an education crisis of unprecedented scale. Decades of progress could be lost. I am particularly concerned about the consequences for girls and the most vulnerable children. We know that education increases productivity and leads to higher earnings. We know that education reduces poverty and exploitation. And we know that girls who receive an education are less likely to marry young and more likely to lead healthy, productive lives. I would like to thank the co-hosts, President Kenyatta and Prime Minister Johnson. The Raise Your Hand replenishment campaign has been very successful. The Global Partnership for Education makes a difference. Since 2002, 160 million more children are in school in GPE partner countries, including 82 million more girls. The partnership is an essential education partner in building strong, inclusive and resilient education systems, and in assuring the right to education for all children in the times ahead. Norway is a long-term supporter of the Global Partnership for Education. We were the third largest donor in the last replenishment period. We will strengthen our commitment to the partnership even further in the forthcoming period. Norway will support the Global Partnership for Education with $430 million between 2021 and 2025. This represents an increase of $6 million a year. This replenishment conference comes at the right time. Now, more than ever, we must recommit to achieving quality education for all. And I call on all countries and the international community to back up political commitments with financial support. This is the only way we can achieve a prosperous and secure future for all girls and boys. I raise my hand for the Global Partnership for Education.
Global equal access to quality education is the only path to inclusive societies. And yet, the pandemic has put us farther away from that goal. We must therefore row together twice as hard to reach that target. Spain is committed to achieving CDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal 4. We must ensure inclusive and equitable equality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And the best way to get there is through a collective effort that strengthens national education systems. This is why Spain has invested $354 million in the Global Partnership for Education since we joined it in 2006. Today, I am happy to announce a new contribution of at least 20 million euros to fund GPE's strategic plan for 2021-2025. This contribution forms part of the joint support of European Union members in the spirit of Team Europe. We see the following key issues for the next years. First, girls' education is a priority. Girls must be able to complete at least 12 years of education in every country in the world. Equal access to education is the first stepping stone for gender equality through life. Second, the pandemic has highlighted the opportunities offered by online education, but it has also shown the importance of bridging the digital gap. We must therefore adapt educational systems and provide them with the necessary tools. And third, we must work with vulnerable countries even if they are considered as middle-income economies. Some of these vulnerable countries host large poverty pockets and high levels of inequality, especially in Latin America. We support increasing technical assistance to those countries that are not eligible for grants, but which can benefit from GPE's expertise. Spain looks forward to continue working with the GPE in this new phase, meeting new challenges with determination. I raise my hand for GPE.
Prime Minister Johnson, President Kenyatta, distinguished guests, education is the most basic infrastructure for human development. Reading, writing, math, logic, digital skills. It is about understanding our life. And no matter on which continent you live, these are the foundations of any economy and of any democracy in the 21st century. And that's why education should be a truly universal right. The European Union already invests in aid for education more than the rest of the world combined. But these are extraordinary times, and the European Commission is stepping up in two ways. First, we will raise our contributions by 30%. This is 100 million euros a year for 7 years to the Global Partnership for Education. Second, the European Commission will increase the share of its development assistance that is going to education from 7% to 10%. And if all high-income countries invest 10% of their development aid in education, we could fill the education funding gap in low-income countries. This is the best investment for the recovery. Our children, boys and crucially girls, a better world begins with them. So let's make it a reality.
When we came back home, life has become hard than before. Food was provided before by both parents and they had job, but right now we don't take meals like before.
During this COVID-19, you can see many parents were fired from their jobs. Now they did not have money to cater for the girls' essentials like the sanitary pads. The girls are forced to go to involve themselves in sexual activities so that they can get some things like sanitary pads and other essentials.
There are some girls who they are not here with us in school simply because they are nursing their babies now or they are still pregnant, and just because of this COVID pandemic.
When I am in school, I'm better off. I'm that much sure that I'm going to pursue my dreams, because even the teachers are putting effort to make sure that we have come to our dreams.
Well, some very moving stories there, aren't they, from Kenya this year, with the experience of girls with school closures and the challenges that they have faced due to the pandemic. Well, I'm sure you'll all agree we've had some fascinating discussions so far today on the power of education for girls and how we need to transform education to make sure it meets the needs of each girl, no matter her situation. We're now going to talk about what it actually takes to make those changes, what it takes to build systems that work for girls to encourage gender inequalities and gender equality, not just in the schoolyard, but in the ecosystem of laws, social norms, and also gender roles that girls live in. I'm honoured to be joined by a really amazing lineup, I have to say. Helen Grant, if I could welcome you to come and sit next to me, the UK Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Girls' Education. What a great job you must have. Ruth Kagia, Deputy Chief of Staff of the President's Office in Kenya. Hello to you. Vivian Ashiri Kilo, Minister for Basic Education from Cameroon. And Faith Mugwani-Powell, CEO of Girls Not Brides. Hello to you, Faith. We're also going to be joined for this session virtually by Dag Ing Ulstein, Minister of International Development in Norway, and Henrietta Fore, Executive Director, UNICEF, and also from Nigeria, GP Youth Leader Mary Jacob Okwoso. So, a really fantastic lineup, a wonderful group of powerful women, just exactly how I like it. We've had a lot of questions that have come in online, and later Edwin is going to use some of the questions from the audience. But Helen, if I could start with you, one of the questions that seems to be recurring is, how did the COVID pandemic affect our efforts as a country to support education for the most marginalised?
Well, the pandemic has been one of the biggest educational disruptors in our history, affecting 1.6 billion children at the peak of it in 2020 last year. So yes, it's been enormous. Many of the children out of school are girls. Many of them will never return to school or even start school, lowering their chances of jobs and decent livelihoods. So as far as the UK government is concerned, we've been adapting our aid programmes to make sure we can deal with children being out of school. Some of that work has involved radio and community lessons being delivered in all sorts of different ways, accelerated learning programmes and catch-up programmes too. So a lot is going on, but we just need to keep on doing that and be very focused and adapt.
And there's a roadmap ahead.
There is a roadmap, and we need to keep on it, and that's why events like this are so important.
Absolutely. We are now going to hear from Minister Ulstein from Norway, who's going to address the fact that COVID has set us back, obviously, and also how Norway, amongst others, can help the most vulnerable girls still access their right to education.
Thank you for that question. You know, classrooms are exactly where children prepare for a meaningful future, where they enable themselves to turn silence into eloquence, to take up a job, even to create jobs for others. So it goes without saying that providing girls with a quality education is one of Norway's main development objectives. The pandemic has brought about a major socio-economic crisis, an education crisis, so existing inequalities have been amplified. School closures have stripped too many children of the opportunity to learn, to have a safe space, and even of healthy meals. In close collaboration with our partners, we have done what we can to provide children with education in spite of the situation. And we will do what we can to help them return after the pandemic. Increasing our support to the Global Partnership for Education has been an important investment. We warmly support the G7 girls' education targets. In the times ahead, it is very important to track children, many of them girls, many of them with disabilities, who risk never coming back to school. We must bring them back to school and provide them with skills that will give them access to decent work. If we fail, they are in danger of becoming victims of different forms of modern slavery, such as child marriage, trafficking, and forced labor. Inclusive education will be a topic of the Global Disability Summit hosted by Norway and partners in February 2022. Over to you again.
Minister Ulstein, thank you very much indeed. Just underlying Norway's strong commitment to education. Ruth, back in the auditorium here, just before we assembled as a group, we saw a very powerful film, didn't we, about how girls in Kenya were seriously and severely affected by the impact of COVID on their education. You've been a very long-standing and a very strong partner, haven't you, for GPE? How do you see the priorities panning out?
Thank you. The priorities have not changed. They've just become more urgent, more critical, and more visible. And there are basically three clusters of priorities. The first, make sure all girls get into school. At the moment, only 34% of low-income countries have gender parity, even in primary education. So get all girls to school. Second, once they are in school, make sure that they are learning enough to acquire critical skills. As somebody said earlier, you still have what they call learning poverty. A lot of them are leaving school without having learned enough, so focus on the quality of the learning process. And third, and crucially, and sometimes often forgotten, make sure that they get returns to that education, because if they complete school, no matter how successfully, and there are no jobs, or their earnings are much less than anticipated, then you create another vicious cycle of girls not going to school. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ruth. Absolutely right to highlight those three priorities: gender parity, quality of learning, and making sure that there's returns on that education. Thank you, Ruth. We are now going to hear from Henrietta Fore, Executive Director of UNICEF, and she is available to hear now.
We need to place gender equality at the center of education policy, planning, and budgeting, to open doors for girls to gain an education, to make sure they are safe to do so, to invest in teaching and learning environments that can put their dreams within reach, and to listen to girls and empower them every step of the way. We know it works. For example, we know how important community involvement can be. In Côte d'Ivoire, UNICEF helped establish a real-time monitoring system to make sure girls were learning and protected throughout the pandemic. We are also working to help communities take gender issues into consideration in other decisions and investments, including separate bathrooms for girls and ensuring protection services are offered in schools. It is also vital to ensure that men and boys are part of the solution. For example, our global program to end child marriage, which supports girls' education, reached over 175,000 boys and men. This includes husband schools to help support the development of positive behaviors and change attitudes about child marriage. Changing social norms and power imbalances is not a quick process, but we can no longer leave girls behind. We need to work together to help them unlock their full potential. Let us join forces to ensure that quality education is within reach of every child and young person, including girls and young women. Thank you.
Well, no matter who we hear from, there are consistent themes that seem to be coming through, which is reassuring and also helps to focus our priorities. And Minister Kelo, perhaps that's something that you can pick up on. What are Cameroon's priorities? You've been a long-standing partner, haven't you, of GPE. How do you see the way forward?
The way forward, as I see it, is for us to continue to harp on the importance of the girl-child education. Many people tend to forget that when you educate a girl, you've educated a nation. And so these girls are supposed to be protected. In Cameroon, we emphasize on girl education to the extent where we actually do private classes for girls in particular. In the northern parts of Cameroon, where the practice of early girl-child marriages has been long-standing, we have tried to educate the community and get the community involved in understanding the importance of the girl-child education. And so we noticed in our certificate examinations at the end of primary education that more and more girls are writing these exams and are having these certificates. So we are really happy to note that many are getting convinced by the fact that girls should be in school. And we do not only encourage girls in school, we encourage girls in the sciences, in technology, because before it was a gender-based thing. Sciences, technology was for boys, and girls had to just stay back in the kitchen. But that has changed now. When we look at our examinations and registrations at school, we notice that the parity is there between boys and girls now. If you have 259 boys in a school, you would have 249 girls. So the tie is coming really close, and we are very happy about that. Again, one of the things that we do to encourage this is to give the girls role models that they can look up to, is to make the girls have confidence in themselves, is to make the girls understand that they are the leaders of tomorrow. If you build this confidence in these girls, we are almost certain that once they finish their education, they would stand tall in the community and they'll be leaders that the younger ones would follow.
Minister Kilo, thank you very much indeed. You're absolutely right to highlight the returns being very high when you educate a girl, you educate a community, and you build a future. Faith, I know that's not something that you're going to disagree with. How could you? But it's not just numbers, is it? It's societal change that we need to look at, and Girls Not Brides. I'm sure that's a challenge that you have looked at many times.
Can I just first of all say how excited I am to be here, that nobody is telling me to unmute or we can't hear you.
I'm really excited too, and I'm really excited that you're excited.
To be here, and I hope you feel the same, just seeing the real people. And I'm the CEO for Girls Not Brides. We are the largest global partnership to end child marriage, working across 100 countries, and we are saying that if girls are not given the opportunity to go to school, if all the choice the girls find is child marriage, we are not going to reach, they're not going to fulfill their dreams. I say that I am an example of a girl who grew up in a village in Kenya, and I'm so proud that Kenya is partnering with the UK to do this. And my dream as a girl was to be a big CEO of a big organization. And the only way that happened is because my dad spoke on my behalf and said, my daughters need to go to school. And all of us, 5 of us, went to school. And we are doctors, we are pharmacists, we are CEOs, all over the world. None of my sisters is actually at home. We are all over the world changing lives. And I think for me, somebody said that there is no silver bullet to end child marriage or the social norms which really hinder girls, but education is so close. If I was not given that education, I wouldn't be sitting here with you today. And there are so many girls, and we need to be the shoulders upon which our girls stand and speak on their behalf and make sure that we really make sure they get access to that education. And the only way to do that is to start speaking. All of us need to talk about this so that we don't get involved in the conspiracy of silence around these social norms, the gender violence, FGM, child marriage. We need to speak about it. And I was very privileged to hear the president of Niger talking about child marriage. We need all presidents, all ministers, all women, all girls, all men, all boys, everyone, including all of you today. When you go home, please tell people I heard about child marriage and we need to do something about it.
Oh, Faith, thank you very much indeed. You are that example that Minister Kilo was just talking about. Your father must be very proud of all of you and your family. We are now going to cross to Nigeria to hear from Mary Jacob. What are your experience, Mary Jacob, working in partnership with communities and the skills that girls need specifically?
Thank you very much. And as much as I still have to do the muting and unmuting, I am still very glad to join all of you amazing women today and listening to you. Just like the minister from Cameroon rightly said, it is beyond just making changes, but it is also making very strategic changes, like in the spaces that these girls live. So to actively support girls in their education and beyond, from my perspective, I think it is the right time that we start engaging more stakeholders. And in stakeholders, I'm not just talking about institutions and schools, but stakeholders beyond the school environment. That is looking at the parents, like the CEO rightly mentioned. If her dad didn't speak up, probably she wouldn't be here. So partnering with parents, guardians, community leaders, and of course, grassroots organizations who are the ones that communicate with these children and with these spaces. And when I also talk about stakeholders, I am also being very particular about these girls themselves, because if we're going to give power to the community, we want to see a situation where this community is highlighting the success of these girls, and if their whole environment is giving them a very positive energy and vibe, these children are going to vibe to it as well. But putting these girls as stakeholders also enables us understand their fears, build their capacity, and also give them the playing ground to also explore their future. So there has been a lot of communications between homes, community, and grassroots organization. And it is also very important to know that we have had like very reduced levels of children, especially girls, out of school, since we have started involving more stakeholders out of school, more stakeholders that are working with these girls. By bringing the whole community together, we are multiplying the support that we give to these girls. And we are also reducing their vulnerabilities to factors that can cause them to drop out, because they are having a better future. And then lastly, I would say that it has been amazing in the work that I do in Nigeria to create and present role models to these girls. Like the minister rightly said, when these girls see women who were once girls, especially that we are girls in their own context, when a woman is telling a young girl in Nigeria and you're speaking the native language, and if this girl is understanding that this woman, as powerful as she is, was once in this small community of mine, she once suffered what I suffered today. It's more hope to understand that they are as having a better future, and it gives them a more playing ground to look up to these mentors and believe that they can actualize this. So it is time that we put in more interest and more attention. It is something I'm doing here in Nigeria, and it's working marvelously. And I am so excited that all world leaders are here today, listed and physically or muted and unmuted like me. And you for me, women on stage, it's something to reckon with, and to believe that in no time we can say that it is a better time for all girls around the world. Thank you very much.
Mary Jacob, thank you very much indeed for your eloquence and for inspiring us so much. It's quite extraordinary to see the young talent coming through, the leaders of tomorrow, but intimidating. Thank you very much indeed, Mary Jacob. There is so much that we can talk about, I know, but Edwin earlier talked about a death stare that I might have. I think I'm going to get a death stare from him if I don't throw to him now, because Edwin is in the audience with some of the questions that have been coming through. And thank you so much for those of you who fed into these discussions. It's so difficult to get through everything. But Edwin, over to you. You've got a couple of questions for us, haven't you?
I actually have one question. I was walking around the audience and I was trying to find those people who are sleepy. And then I came across an old friend, David, and I told him he has to ask a question to see if he was paying attention. So David, what's your question?
Thank you, Edwin, and I'm sorry I don't have the same jacket. Yeah, thank you. My name is David Thompson. I have the privilege of leading a strategy in collaboration with Plan International. And my question is for Mrs. Ruth Kagia and Dr. Vivian Kilo. We've been hearing through this morning, and we know quite clearly that girls' education is priority for GPE, and you are both long-term partners of GPE. If you can think of one thing the partnership should do in the next 5 years to radically shift girls' education, what would it be?
Brilliant question, David. Thank you very much indeed. Ruth or Dr. Keeler, who's going to answer that first? Dr. Keeler.
I would say that if we had to do something really drastic to make sure that we improve girls' education, maybe we all end up today with a strong commitment and also giving a quota that we expect every country to try to achieve by the time we meet maybe next year or the next 2 years. Because at this point, I think we have the statistics of girls at school in all our countries. Let's say, for instance, that by the time we meet next year, after all the talking, we have 1 or 2 years to work more with our communities, talk more to parents, change mindsets, and see what we get in terms of school registration for girls after this meeting.
Thank you very much, Dr. Keeler. So, Ruth, to you, David was asking, how do you move the needle in 5 years?
We've done very well in terms of creating awareness about the importance of girls and women education. What we need now is to change the conversation from what is versus what could be, recognizing the transformative power of girls' education and women's empowerment. How do we close the gap between what is happening now versus what would happen? How do we remove the barriers? So in a sense, it's not doing anything we don't know how to do. All the pieces are now in place. It is how we sharpen that focus by making this issue more central, more linked to the outcomes we seek. So if you're talking about building back better, if you're talking about sustainable post-COVID recovery, what is the place of women and girls in that, and how are we positioning them to take that place? So in a sense, it is changing the conversation, closing the gap between what is versus what could be.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm very sad to say that time has beaten us on this panel, but I would like to end by echoing Faith's enthusiasm at the start that it is wonderful that we are all convening here to talk about such an important subject, and let's hope that when we do meet again, that we really will have some outcomes that we can assess and set ourselves new challenges. So thank you very much indeed to our panel in the room, but also those who've joined us virtually. Thank you very much indeed, ladies. Thank you. Well, one of the summit's portal thematic stages is on gender equality in and, crucially, through education. If you haven't seen it yet, please do take time to visit later. And here is a little taste of what you might find there.
And we're just not going to bend the curve towards inclusive and sustainable opportunity for any of our children, on whose shoulders the future of this world rests, unless we give them much greater space, much more possibility. And once again, gendered bigotries are the enemies of that.
I'm Josephine Kamara, coming to you from Freetown, Sierra Leone, and this is Gender Equality.
Everyone, regardless of their genders, have equal access to education and are encouraged to follow their dreams.
We don't teach girls that they can do more than just being a mom, but they can be a professional. They can change the world.
It's important that we create a critical mass to begin to change the education system. So education is the best ladder out of poverty and to gender equality.
And it's just crazy that we live in a society where people feel like they have a control over how kids play, over their bodies, over sexualizing parts of bodies of girls.
Teachers can challenge and change gendered stereotypes in the classroom in many ways.
How is it that we can really bring to the discourse of education issues like sexual reproductive rights and health? How is it that we can bring the issues of violence, not only school-based, but society-based violence against women, and all the other dimensions that our panelists have here put forward.
Getting that dialogue happening at country level with the right voices at the table, particularly young people.
Without addressing these gendered vulnerabilities, these most marginalized children will never be able to uptake on their right to an education.
This is our moment, and I firmly believe this. I think it's our moment to turn education into a movement.
It is impossible to not appreciate how central the question of girls' education is for society and for the world. And in my travels, I meet many people, but rarely do I meet people who have these two characteristics. One is somebody who went to what was my arch-rival college. I went to Amherst College, she went to Williams College, and those two schools just do not get along for some strange reason. But more importantly, it's somebody who has such unmatched passion for education, and specifically girls' education. So it's such a privilege to welcome Alice Albright onto stage, the CEO of GPE, to really bring home this question about gender equality and education. Karibu sana, Alice.
Thank you, Edwin. Edwin and I had a long talk last night about the fact that we went to arch-rival colleges. As you've heard from the panel that just preceded and those amazing leaders, educate a girl and you can change her life. But there are far too many girls who desperately want and need that chance. 129 million girls, to be exact, who don't go to school. Nearly 1 in 3 of the poorest adolescent girls has never set foot in a classroom. And many girls who are in school are not learning enough. All of this was true even before the pandemic, which shut schools across the globe. And now, as many as 20 million girls may never return. Educating girls has been in GPE's DNA since the very beginning, because it is one of the smartest investments a country can make. By giving girls 12 years of a quality education, we can boost economies by as much as $30 trillion, improve health outcomes, and face the climate crisis with more resilience. We've made some good progress. Together, we have helped partner countries enroll 82 million more girls into school, including 39 million living in places of crisis and conflict. Nearly 3 out of 4 GPE partner countries have achieved gender parity in primary school completion rates. But that is not enough. Today, girls, especially teenagers, still face immense obstacles in attending school. They're worried about their safety, pregnancy, early marriage, many of these deeply rooted in harmful gender norms that affect girls and boys. That's why addressing gender equality is at the heart of GPE's new strategy. Our new operating model hardwires gender into everything we do. We will work with partners to tackle gender inequalities in and through education. How? First, by infusing gender throughout our operations, aligning with ambitious government-led efforts to transform education and ensure that gender is considered at every turn. Second, by using evidence to identify systemic and social barriers to education that affect girls and boys actually differently. And then, helping governments overcome these obstacles, shatter gender stereotypes, close gender gaps, particularly in countries where girls lag the most. And third, by creating a Girls' Education Accelerator Fund to create opportunities for girls to go to school and learn. To secure this funding, countries must commit to ambitious action for gender equality. So all of these measures together will help us look at gender holistically. We make sure that girls are not only in school, but they are also healthy and well-fed, that they have female teachers to inspire them, and textbooks free of gender stereotypes, that their families and communities are ready to support them to stay in school and achieve their dreams. That is what GPE means when we talk about transforming education, because we're not just dedicated to getting more girls into school, we're dedicated to changing the world for girls, for those girls in particular who need it the most. Thank you so much.
I walk every day 30 minutes to reach my school. It's a long walk, but I know it is worth it. My favorite part of the day is when I follow math classes. My dream is to become a journalist. That's why I have learned English by myself during school closure, thanks to the textbook I received. Without that, I would have lost 7 months of potential learning. Now I can only improve thanks to my teachers. My favorite one is Lynette. I enjoy listening to her when she takes us around the world, and I learn and dream at the same time. While my classmates play, I keep on reading because I don't want to lose time. I am the last after 4 brothers, and I want my mother to be proud of me. A girl with a dream, a girl that every day is able to raise her hand and say, I am here.
That's a nice noise, isn't it? What does it mean? It means cash, let's hope. That bell, it's time for commitments rather than cash, but cash and commitments is the golden ticket. This is about how the business community is working with GPE to help address global educational challenges. We're very grateful to all of them. We're going to hear now about 2 new initiatives, one to help bring more girls into school, and the second, a data leadership programme absolutely crucial for education. But of these initiatives, for these initiatives to work, we need to have the capability of business partners in support of this education system transformation. It's another example of the breadth of this partnership and the success that it creates. I know that business leaders are itching to tell you about their commitments, and so I'm going to pass the floor to them, starting with PwC. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha, and thank you, everybody. My name is David Armstrong. I'm a partner in PwC here in the UK. I'm delighted to be here today, partly because for the last 10 years I've had the great pleasure of being involved in a UK government-funded programme called the Girls Education Challenge. The aim of this programme is to work with others to help improve education outcomes amongst over 1 million marginalised girls, and I'm really proud of the UK government's global leadership in this particular area. I'm also delighted that, in my personal view, the GPE has changed the conversation with the business community and has recognised that we in business, working alongside others, have a legitimate and important part to play. Thank you, Zlatina.
Thank you. Zlatina Lugeva, I'm a partner at PwC. and I'm delighted to be part of the business collaboration and dialogue today. I'm particularly proud of the work we have done to connect our global investments in education and skills with mentorships, apprenticeships, and ultimately better jobs. And I genuinely believe that this is where our collaboration can be a game changer, and we raise our hands.
Good afternoon. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocols observed, I would like to thank Global Partnership for Education for welcoming Rotary to this distinguished table of people dedicated to creating an equitable future for girls everywhere. My name is Gita Manek from Kenya, and I represent Rotary International and the Rotary Foundation. On behalf of the CEO John Hyuko and Rotary International President Sheikha Mehta, I'm delighted to share with you Rotary's commitment to partnership and participate with GPE Girls and enabling environment for girls' education, such as water, sanitation, hygiene access in schools. But Rotary's commitment is much larger than the dollars we put towards quality education. We are a group of educators, business people, policymakers, and neighbors. Rotary is a global network of 1.2 million Rotarians and volunteers around the world. One of our priorities is basic education and literacy. We invest up to $10 million a year on quality education around the world, and even more than that, we participate continuously in all areas of Rotary's focus. Rotary is committed to increasing learning outcomes for girls through access to quality education and building partnerships around this common goal. We invest in teachers, support local community programming, and we use our voice for the positive change. Through GPE, we will focus our efforts in Kenya, Uganda, Zimbabwe to begin with. We will mobilize our local networks and grassroots connections to support girls' educations. We intend to continue working directly in schools, offering mentoring opportunities to girls and working with local and national officials to spread the key messages. As the Rotary Foundation trustee, I'm personally committed to this cause, and as a young child growing up in Kenya, I was fortunate to attend school which many girls were not afforded this same opportunity. I will work with our Rotary members to uphold this commitment to our service and action, and our philanthropic investment is focused on creating a more equitable future for girls around the world. Rotary is committed to supporting education, and I raise my hand. I pledge that Rotary members around the world will support this very important cause. Thank you, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, President Uhuru Kenyatta, and Ms. Alice Albright for convening this very, very important summit. Thank you.
Hi, hello everybody. I'm Debbie Mavis. I'm the Global HR Director and responsible for the CSR humanitarian and education projects in Avanti Communications. Avanti Communications, as an organisation, was founded on the belief that technology would be an enabler to help the African community. For 15 years, we've worked to launch satellites to deliver high-throughput broadband to areas otherwise difficult to reach. Our mission is to enable people, countries and continents to be more, and education is one element of the journey to success. By encouraging education, we can help children to build a better future for themselves, their families and the communities, allowing them to be more. Our pledge to GPE is to leverage our knowledge and experience of the African continent to provide support, expertise and skills to the Girls' Education Awareness Programme. I raise my hand to education and Avanti's partnership with GPE.
good afternoon. My name's Steve Bezic, and I'm the Business Development Director for the Microsoft Education Worldwide team. We believe that GPE and Microsoft have very, very similar goals. Microsoft's mission is to empower every person and every organisation on the planet to achieve more. In the education context, it is about empowering every student, every teacher, every university, every college, every school on the planet to achieve more. And we do that through skills development, devices, and connectivity. Microsoft is pleased to partner with GPE's global education efforts via a series of in-kind training and technical assistance over the next 12 to 18 months. We expect these collaborations to improve education outcomes across each of the countries GPE will support. We raise our hand. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Reeves. I'm Vice President of Country Digitisation at Cisco. At Cisco, we are fully committed to driving inclusion and education. As one of the world-leading technology companies, our purpose is to power an inclusive future for all. Our pledge is to support GPE's data leadership programme across a number of fronts. Firstly, we will be providing data analytics skills and resources into the programme. Secondly, we will leverage our global NetAcad platform to train 3 million students a year by 2023. Finally, we will partner with governments around the world to prepare their workforce for the skills required for tomorrow's economies. We believe at Cisco, what is good for the world is good for business. I raise my hand.
Hi, hello to you all. My name is Elizabeth Tanya Masiwa, and I am CEO of Akello International, a subsidiary of Econet Group, and I'm also Executive Director at Higher Life Foundation and Delta Philanthropies. Girls' education is important to Econet as a business because it usually results in the empowerment of not only communities, but a nation as a whole. Girls' education is extremely critical, even when we look at the time that we are at in history. Research shows that an empowered woman is more likely to have her child vaccinated. But in today's world, she is more likely to protect her child from COVID-19 and more likely to make the decisions that are critical to the future of daughters. As a corporate, we not only are committed to continuing to fund the advocacy of girls' education in Zimbabwe, but through the High Life Foundation, we are entrenched in our communities in various programs, including giving scholarships to women and girls, allowing girls to learn to code to create their own sustainable livelihoods, and ensuring that women have an opportunity to educate themselves and their children in innovative ways. Econet understands the merit and value of education to national development, and we pledge to continue to work closely with our ministries of education to drive this education initiative, but to also ensure that our girls remain in school. I raise my hand, and at the High Life Foundation and Econet, we raise our hand to continue to invest in girls' education. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. IBM is committed to building a different future, sustainable, equitable. The best way to do that is SDG 4, ensuring inclusive and quality education for all, mainly children. Looking at IBM, we have AI, cognitive, data as the core of our technology, our global education efforts, and corporate social responsibility programs, Skills Build, PTech, and STEM for Girls are focused on education equity and workforce inclusion. We are committed to execute these programs and measure impact. So why GPE? The way we work, we partner with key stakeholders in the public and nonprofit sectors, providing expertise and technology, along with the commitment to change at scale. GPE is the only global partnership and fund entirely dedicated to education in lower income countries. It was only natural for us to work with GPE in their educational data leadership program. So let me share what we will do. We will help GPE develop a data skills training program for Ministry of Education staff. With IBM volunteers, what we call IBM Service Course, we will review GPE's existing training materials, including platforms, gap analysis, and an assessment of desired future state. We will provide recommendations on additions to their trainings corpus and how they can leverage our Skills Build platform. We will also develop a monitoring and evaluation framework to enable GPE to measure outcomes and improve training. Additionally, we will be a member of their consortium of data experts. We have got a lot of work ahead of us. We are very excited to be part of this announcement and are proud to provide our technology, content, and IBMers to make a difference in the world.
Wow. Well, I'm sure you'll agree that was a truly extraordinary alliance of leading global figures, all lending their skills, crucially, to improve education outcomes for the world's most vulnerable children. Thank you very much indeed for all of your commitments. Thank you. Now, some companies were not able to join us today, but as you will see, they have still pledged their very important support.
For every $100 spent on education across the world, more than 2/3 of education resources comes from developing countries' own domestic budgets. These resources go a long way in guaranteeing teachers' salaries are paid, classrooms are built and equipped with the required teaching learning resources, and feeding programs are supported, especially for many vulnerable children. To achieve maximum impact, domestic resources for education must be anchored on 3 principles: volume, equity, and efficiency. Effective domestic education financing involves allocating more and better resources towards investing in the future of young people, volume, ensuring spending leaves no learner, especially girls, behind, equity, and limited domestic resources are optimized for better results, efficiency. These core pillars of domestic financing have been captured in the Heads of State Call to Action on Education Finance ahead of the 2021 GPE Global Education Summit, which is spearheaded by President Kenyatta. The Kenyatta Declaration seeks to achieve a unified voice among developing country partners. It calls upon all developing countries to protect their education budgets and work towards achieving and maintaining the global target of 20% of annual budgetary allocations on education. By committing to protect and increase their domestic education budgets, developing countries are demonstrating their unwavering resolve towards fostering a prosperous future for their youth. Some countries have already taken this bold step towards strengthening their education systems and have endorsed the Kenyatta Declaration. This demonstrates exemplary and visionary leadership that all other countries should emulate. Join us in the call to protect domestic education budgets. Let us raise our hands for education.
There goes the bell again, and this time it is a reminder of exactly what was put on that video, that education is primarily financed by domestic resources. up to 2/3 of every country spends money, finances 2/3 of its education budget. And so protecting that volume of resources, especially in the days of COVID, is so critical if we are going to get to educational outcomes for the next generation. But it's not just a volumes question. There's an efficiency question. What is that money spent on, and does it actually translate to the outcomes? And then the final one is equity. Are we spending that money to make sure it's the most vulnerable in our communities, in our societies, who are really getting these, the education opportunities through that radical inclusion that David talked about earlier? Or are we back in the world of that coincidence of exclusion, people who just never get the chance to improve their livelihoods? And so now we have phase 2 of this conversation by ministers of education coming and pledging the commitment, the Kenyatta commitment, the Kenyatta Declaration, to preserve and protect domestic financing. So first on stage is a minister from Liberia. Welcome, sir.
This is the Minister of Education from the Republic of Liberia, Professor Soni. COVID has taught one lesson, that no one is safe until everybody is safe. And it also goes for education. The equalizer of the whole world is education. When men become equals, it's not by their might or just by their wealth, but their minds. And so it becomes a responsibility for all nations, including mine, to ensure that the support to education is second to none. And this is why I'm here. And I come this morning, this afternoon now, to raise my hand alongside the hand of my president and alongside the hands of all Liberians here and elsewhere, that we shall, going forward, ensure that we support education not less than 15%, but between now and 2025, that 15% shall graduate when they get to the basic benchmark of 20% or maybe more. What choice do we have but to do just that? Thank you very much for this organization. Bless you.
Thank you for that passionate speech. Minister Nyalonje from Malawi.
Good afternoon. My name is Agnes Nyalonje, the Minister of Education for Malawi. A fundamental truth about investment in education is that underinvestment has a predominantly greater negative impact on girls, on learners with disabilities, and on rural learners living in poverty. Recognizing this, the government of Malawi is pursuing a twin-track strategy that seeks to, 1, mobilize massive resources towards investment in education. Number 2, it's a strategy that seeks to place a laser-sharp focus on equity for girls, for learners with disabilities, and for learners who are bedeviled by poverty. Currently, the government of Malawi has allocated 21% of its national budget to education. Over the years, we've tended to keep to 20% or more, and going to 2025, I, on behalf of the government of Malawi, pledge that we will maintain our investment in education to at least 20%, but going beyond 20%. So that all our girls, all our disabled learners, and all our impoverished learners in rural areas can access quality education. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. And because education is devolved in Pakistan, we will have representatives from each of the provinces. So first will be the representative from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I, Shahram Khan Tarake, Minister for Elementary and Secondary Education, Province Government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I represent my government, and as it is mentioned that, education, secondary education is devolved to the provinces in Pakistan. for any government to know what their policies are, it reflects in their budget. What allocation that is being made by any government during the budget for the people of that particular country or province. So the government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa has been increasing the budget in education every year over the last 8 years, and we have been spending more than 20% even now in this 2021-22 year. This budget, we have put more budget than what we have been expected to do, or we are pledging here, as my rest of the colleagues are doing. So commitment is there. For education, it's been our priority. The Prime Minister of Pakistan and us, the government, the party, has been spending more over the years in education. And in education, girls' education is the topmost priority for us. For every 100 schools that we make in our province, 70% are built for education, just to bring them at par with boys. So that tells us, tells the government or the people that that is our priority. Reform is our agenda. And even being there are a lot of challenges that we face, but still we are focused and we are determined to invest more in education, inshallah. So I pledge on behalf of the government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, that we are investing and we will be investing more than 20% in the upcoming years in education to educate our children and to give a better and educated youth to our country, inshallah. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much for that. And next will be Pakistan Sindh.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Saeed Ghani, Minister for Education from Sindh Province, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. With an aim to transform primary and secondary education, the Education Department, Government of Sindh, has been pursuing a robust reform agenda. The political leadership is fully alive to the issues of out-of-school children, gender disparity, dropout ratio, and low quality of students' learning outcomes. I am much pleased to inform that despite of huge revenue shortfall during the pandemic, Government of Sindh kept the budgetary allocation of the education sector intact, which is a testimony of its utmost priority to the education sector. At present, our budgetary allocation for education sector stands at 20% of the total provincial budget, and my government is fully committed to enhance the same and improving utilization capacity. At the same time, we are augmenting our efforts by resource mobilization through a robust public-private partnership initiatives for quality education. I raise my hand and pledge on behalf of my government that we will continue to spend at least 20% on education every year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pakistan Balochistan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Sherkhan Bazai, Secretary, Secondary Education Department, Government of Balochistan, am honored and privileged to announce the domestic financing commitment on education on behalf of the Government of Balochistan, one of the provinces of Pakistan. The Government of Balochistan is committed to supporting our provincial education sector by protecting and increasing the share of the provincial budget dedicated to education toward 20% global benchmark. In 2020-21, education share was 18%, and by 2025, we commit on the behalf of government to increase this to the 20%. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Pakistan Punjab.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Fareed, Ghulam Fareed, Secretary, School Education Department, Government of the Punjab. I'm here to pledge on behalf of my government to ensure better and safer learning environment for all our children, especially girls. Our current expenditure on school education hovers around 17% of annual budget, and on behalf of my government, I'm here to solemnly promise to try and raise it to 20% or more in the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we have the Minister from Senegal.
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mamadou Talla. It is a great honor and a great privilege for me to tell you, as National Minister of Education for Senegal, our pledge for education on behalf of our national government. Senegal would like to reiterate its commitment to support national education by attributing a certain percentage of our national budget for the period 2021-2025 that would exceed the threshold of 20% as agreed by the international community. That is the will of His Excellency, the President of my country. In 2021, 24.2% of the national budget was set aside for education, and we pledge to maintain at least that percentage until 2025. And I therefore raise my hand for education and for the GP. Thank you.
Next, Somalia. Karibu ndugu.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Abdullah Abu Bakr Haji, Minister of Education, Culture and Higher Education of Federal Government of Somalia. I'm honored and privileged to announce the domestic financing commitment on education on behalf of my government. The federal government of Somalia is committed to support our national education sector by appropriating the following percentage share of the national budget from 2021-2025. The federal government of Somalia is committed to support our national education sector by protecting and increasing the share of the national budget dedicated to education toward the 20% global benchmark. In 2021, education share was 4.36%, and by 2025, we commit to increase this to 8.36%. Thank you. I raise my hand to the GBE.
Asante sana. And next is one of my new BFFs from Tanzania mainland, Professor Ndalichako.
Jambo, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am Joyce Lazaro Ndalichako, Minister of Education, Science and Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania. I'm honored and privileged to announce the domestic financial commitment on education on behalf of my government. The United Republic of Tanzania is committed to support the education sector by increasing the education share of the national budget from 2021 to 2025. We are committed to ensure that we improve teaching and learning outcomes, and also we are committed to ensure that we give special consideration on girls' education and children with disability. I raise my hand to announce that the United Republic of Tanzania is committed to support the education budget by protecting and increasing the education share of the national budget. In 2021, we had 18.7% of the national budget, and we commit to increase this to 20% by 2025. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Asante sana. And finally, the Minister from Zanzibar. Karibu ndugu.
Thank you, Edwin. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Simai Mohamed Said. I'm the Minister responsible for education and vocational training. Like most of you have heard where Zanzibar stands, it's a tropical island, but with COVID-19, like what my predecessors have spoken, we've had challenges. Zanzibar is committed to support our national education sector by appropriating and following the percentage share of the national budget of the 2021 to 2025. As the famous quote says, education is the passport for the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare today. So we are we are here, I stand here on behalf of the people of Zanzibar and the government of Zanzibar, that we are committed to meet the global benchmark from 20% above from 2021 towards 2025. I raise my hand for GPE. Thank you very much.
I'm glad the room is still awake. It seems like my trick of wearing a bright jacket has been helpful, and me walking around has helped all of you stay awake. Could we please give a round of applause for those commitments that were made? Like a proper round of applause. So much better, so much better. Because let us not forget this truth is while there are resources that come from developed countries to support and assist and catalyze the achievement of educational outcomes, most of the resources are domestic resources. And so having ministers of education, having heads of state stand up, raise their hands and commit to targeting at least that 20% expenditure on education is really where the rubber meets the road. It's really where things will happen if we're going to achieve our aims. So we'll go quickly to a quick video talking about teachers and teaching, and so I'll have the team cue that.
When you see that a child is happy to learn, you know that you are going in the right direction. With the new child-centered approach, the students are no longer just listeners, but they are invited to take the stage and perform as the main actors. They are now more motivated to come to school and willing to keep on learning at home using their textbooks. The fact that each of them now have one textbook helps me as a teacher to be faster during my lesson and to have all the students able to follow it properly. It is also great to see them able to count, learning it in grade 1, thanks to their improvements in numeracy skills at their early grades. Using new adding methods make them faster and proud. They are aware of their empowerment and of the impact it has on their lives. I love that they look for me and see me as an important person for them. I also find myself more committed in improving my performance by assessing it through the Teacher Performance Appraisal Development tool. This makes me more creative, has also drastically reduced teachers' absenteeism and allows me to save time. Through Safe Water, waterborne diseases have reduced and the children are now healthier. This has an impact also on the families and the community that benefited from water availability. Today, I stand next to my students to raise my hand for quality education.
And to wrap up this session, I introduce somebody who needs very little introduction, who will then introduce somebody who is one of my favorite people in the world. And so we'll go straight to video and see Gordon Brown, the UN Special Envoy for Education, who will then introduce somebody.
It's a great pleasure and a real privilege to introduce the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed. No one cares more about the Sustainable Development Goals, which she helped fashion and now is in charge of implementing, than Amina Mohammed. Promoting the needs of education and young people have been the hallmark of the Deputy Secretary General's term in office, and nothing matters more to the progress of the next generation than education. Antonio Guterres and Amina Mohammed are dedicated to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 4, so that with every child in education and learning, we become the first generation in history where every child is at school. In this video, and on behalf of the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and the entire United Nations, she will declare full support for the replenishment of the Global Partnership for Education And like me, she calls on all countries today to make the biggest possible contribution they can to the success of global education as it deals with the aftermath of COVID, the large number of out-of-school children, and the threats to girls' education at a time when we know, as GPE practices, that it is education that has the power to transform young lives for the good. Please welcome Amina Mohammed.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I send warmest greetings to the Global Education Summit from the Secretary-General, on whose behalf I'm delivering this message. We are in the middle of an education crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic is already contributing to greater educational inequality and a surge in child labour and child early marriage. A year ago, more than 90% of the world's students, 1.6 billion young people, were out of school. Some 156 million are still affected by closures. Nearly 25 million may never return. Education is central to the 2030 Agenda as a human right, a global public good, and the bedrock of a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable societies. An effective recovery from the pandemic requires investment in teachers, in digital learning, and in systems that are fit for the future. The Secretary-General urges all in the international community to support the replenishment of the Global Partnership for Education. It's our best chance to prevent the reversal of progress on education by providing more equitable, effective, and catalytic global finance. Let's make sure every young person receives the education they deserve. The Secretary-General and I send you our very best wishes for a successful summit.
It's that bell again. Time to talk money. In this session, we're going to be hearing from ministers and governments representatives from GPE donor governments around the world making their pledges to GPE. First, it is my very great honour to introduce the representative of the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Dr. Hamid Mohammed Al Sheikh, Minister of Education.
Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a pleasure to be with you today at the Global Education Summit. On behalf of His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, I would like to start by conveying the warm greetings of His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz. Also, I would like to convey the aspiration and best wishes of His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for the success of this summit. I would also like to extend gratitude to His Excellencies, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Mr. Boris Johnson, for hosting this significant global summit. To the Global Partnership for Education and its chairwoman, Ms. Julia Gillard, and all partners in this distinguished organization, I would like to thank you for the great efforts exerted to provide high-quality education for all children around the world. The organization had relentless endeavors to improve access to equitable, inclusive education, bridge educational and digital gaps, and address all forms of educational inequality, especially in low-income countries. This is in line with Goal 4 of Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations 2030 Agenda. Ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. This noble goal can only be achieved through international cooperation, joint action, and extending a helping hand to low-income countries. Therefore, it is of a great importance to combine efforts in supporting international initiatives and the programs that would enhance the economics of education and support educational system in the beneficiaries' countries. This would help those countries provide high-quality educational services to those who need them most, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, the effect of which still pose a major challenges to many educational systems around the world. Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Saudi Arabia has always ascribed great attention to education locally, regionally, and internationally. This was evidenced by the inclusion of education as a core topic on the main agenda of Saudi G20 presidency in 2020. Education is a core component of the Saudi 2030 vision also. Moreover, Saudi Arabia is the biggest donor to regional financial organizations such as the Islamic Development Bank, the OPEC Fund for International Development, and the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. All these organizations provide tremendous support to several countries around the world through financing projects and initiatives in different dynamics areas such as education. Today, I am pleased to announce, on behalf of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will donate $3 million to support the Global Partnership for Education 2025 strategic plan. I would like to reiterate the kingdoms of Saudi Arabia will always be a leader in providing support to everything that would achieve development, prosperity, and peace for the people of the world. Thank you very much.
Well, Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency, it is... I'm so sorry. I just wanted to thank you so much for that amazing donation. We're absolutely thrilled to have you as part of the GPE family. Thank you very much. It is now my great pleasure to welcome the representative of His Highness the Emir of the State of Kuwait, His Excellency Dr. Ali Fahad Al Muhouf, the Minister of Education. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, warm regards to everybody. I just want to begin my speech that I will give my speech in my native language, Arabic, so please be prepared for your translation equipment.
In the name of God, the most beneficious, most merciful, Your Excellency, President Kenyatta, the President of Kenya, Your Honor, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Mrs. Julia Gillard, the Chairman of the GPE, Your Excellencies, peace be upon you. I am pleased at first, and on behalf of His Highness the Prince Nawaf Ahmed Al Jaber Sabah, the Prince of Kuwait, may God protect him, to extend thanks and appreciation to the UK and the Republic of Kenya, our friends, for the initiative of GPE, for the invitation they gave us to hold this important summit that comes in preparation to face all the unprecedented challenges to the global education arena, especially in the context and light of the COVID-19 pandemic that affected all aspects of life, especially the right to education for children. We would like to praise all the work that's been done to organize this, especially after this international pandemic and after all this impact. This international summit translates the work by the international community as a beacon of hope or light to face this challenge, supporting the right of this generation to receive education, inequality between the two genders. Believing in the importance of this access, that is one of the most important factors of the UN SDGs. The Kuwait have provided prominent contributions to education through our development, through the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development that provided support for 107 countries in parallel with community funding support, and also through the contributions of the Kuwait International Development Program. In 2019, we signed an MOU between the Kuwait Fund and the UK Foreign Office and Development Department, and we supported, we are aspiring to and expecting to host the conference for supporting education in Somalia. Based on this firm background, that is based on our belief and confidence in the noble goals of this summit, and based on the sublime and noble guidance of His Highness Prince Nawaf Ahmed Al-Jaber Al-Sabah, may Allah protect them, may God protect him. We announced that Kuwait will donate $3 million in support of the GPE for the next 5 years, with $6 million annually. In conclusion, I would like in conclusion, I would like to thank you for this and to express my happiness.
Minister, thank you very much, and a very warm welcome also to the GPE donor family. Your pledge confirms the historic value that Kuwait has placed on education, so thank you very much indeed. Now, before we move into the rest of the session, we have one donor who, due to COVID-related lockdowns and time zone challenges, was not able to send us a video message in time. So I would just like to share that Australia, a great advocate for the Indo-Pacific region, will increase its contribution to GPE by 20% per annum, with a pledge of 180 million Australian dollars, which is really quite extraordinary. Thank you, Australia, and thank you to Foreign Minister Marise Payne for letting us share that announcement to you this afternoon. So now it is my job to hand the mic over to a very special session, and this is hosted by Mariam, Nival and Shikemi.
Thank you so much, Natasha. Firstly, we will go to our first group of donors. From Canada, we have the Minister of International Development, Karina Gold, and then we will hear from Belgium and Denmark.
Great. It is a great pleasure to be with you at this 4th Replenishments Conference and to have the chance to reiterate Canada's pledge of support for the goals of the Global Partnership for Education. Strengthening the capacity of developing country partners to provide better education for their citizens is a common goal we have shared for many years. The pandemic has certainly made that challenge vastly more difficult. Canada was a founding member of the GPE's predecessor, the Education for All Fast Track Initiative, created when Canada hosted the G7 Summit in Kananaskis, Alberta in 2002. A lot has changed since then. But what has not changed is Canada's and GPE's commitment to education around the world, particularly girls' education. One of the many ways that commitment is being fulfilled is through the co-investments Canada's International Development Research Centre is making with the GPE's Knowledge and Innovation Exchange, or KICS. KICS is helping to fund research and bring together key stakeholders to share information and experiences about how to strengthen education systems around the world. As world events evolve, there is a continuing demand that we step up to meet the new challenges. I am particularly proud that Canada has done so with the launch of the Together for Learning campaign. For example, to help provide quality education opportunities for refugee, forcibly displaced, and host community children and youth. And I'm happy to reconfirm Canada's $300 million pledge to the GPE announced last month at the G7 meetings in the UK. Canada continues to prioritize gender equality, particularly girls' education, and we support the GPE's commitment to hardwire this into everything they do. As Prime Minister Trudeau stated at the UN Generation Equality Forum, $50 million of our pledge will be earmarked specifically for girls' education. Raising billions, expanding grant opportunities to up to 90 countries and territories, and helping 175 million girls and boys to learn are ambitious goals for any organization. I think this conference is showing the world that we are up to those challenges. And on behalf of Canada, I want to wish GPE and all of its partners the very best success. Thank you.
Dear participants to the Global Education Summit, I strongly believe that we must make people resilient and give them the chance to choose their own future. But how can children do that if they are not even given the chance to go to school? I found it hard to believe that in 2021 not all children have a chance to learn to read and to write. It is even harder to believe that some of these children are forced into child labor. The current pandemic is not making this situation any easier to deal with. But we have a responsibility to end this. Let's give these children chances for the future, and let's make sure they acquire the skills to find a job or start their own business. And most of all, let's make sure no one is left behind. It is simply unacceptable that less girls go to school than boys. And today I am glad to share that Belgium is contributing 26 million euro to the Global Partnership for Education until 2024. On top of that, I decided to attribute an additional 2 million euro to the Girls' Education Accelerator to speed up access to education for girls. It is a hopeful sign that so many of you are sharing a commitment today to get more children in school. But let's not stop our commitment after today. Let's all continue being an ambassador for quality education for boys and girls. And let us above all listen to the children themselves. They are the most powerful advocates for this case. Let me assure you that Belgium will certainly continue to do its part through our bilateral cooperation programs and through our partnership with civil society organizations, multilateral partners and the European Union. Together we can really improve the lives of future generations.
Dear friends, thank you to Prime Minister Boris Johnson, President Uhuru Kenyatta and GPE for organizing this important event. Denmark has just launched a new strategy for development cooperation for the next 4 years. Access to education continues to be a priority for combating poverty and inequality, especially in fragile countries and regions affected by conflicts. In these settings, we need to build on the collaboration and strength of different education actors. Our partners do a tremendous and inspiring work to ensure that no one is left behind. Denmark also strongly promotes gender equality in and through education. Access to quality education has only become more urgent as COVID-19 has drastically interrupted education. Therefore, Denmark advanced part of our annual contributions of 300 million Danish crowns in 2020, and we topped up by allocating an additional 35 million Danish crowns to GPE in 2020. Unfortunately, we are not yet able to pledge a specific amount due to budgetary processes. However, I can confirm that Denmark will continue to be an important supporter of GPE as part of our overall support to education. When domestic budgetary processes allow, the Danish government will formally pledge our contributions for 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada, for your leadership in education, particularly for girls and for refugee and displaced children. Belgium, thank you. You are one of our most generous donors in terms of per capita contributions. Thanks, Denmark, for your commitment to GPE, and we look forward to hearing more about an ambitious pledge soon. Our next group of donors include the European Commission, Estonia, and Finland.
This Global Education Summit comes at a very important moment. COVID-19 reverses the progress in improving access to education and gender parity. We will not stand by. The EU answers the call by increasing its contribution to the Global Partnership for Education to 700 million euros for the period 2021 till 2027. This is a commitment of 100 million euros per year to a sustainable and long-term investment in education systems. Millions of children and young people worldwide depend on this. But it's not just about the money. It's about coming together for a maximum impact. As Team Europe, the EU and its member states bring support of scale, coordination and focus for the Global Partnership for Education. Our collective Team Europe contribution today will help to put us back on track towards SDG 4. It means investment in teachers, equity and girls' education, a lifelong learning and protecting education financing in the long term. The best gift in life is an education. It's up to us to make this a reality for young people, for recovery and for the future.
Honourable Alice Allwright, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, with the outbreak of COVID-19, our cooperation, including as Team Europe, has become more important than ever with a view to ensuring quality education worldwide and ensuring that no disadvantaged child is left behind. Girls often face multiple discrimination, in particular because of gender-based social cultural norms and poverty. That is why we have created important signposts pointing the way towards equal opportunities in education, in particular the new GPE strategy, the G7 goals for girls' education and the recently launched She Support Her Education initiative. And that is why Germany is providing 316 million euros for the period from 2021 to 2026. Out of that, 100 million euros are for the Girls' Education Accelerator and 25 million euros for the COVID-19 funding window. After this replenishment conference, we must focus on implementing the new GPE strategy and systematically fleshed out the gender hardwiring approach, using the funds from the Girls' Education Accelerator effectively and ensuring equality in education in our partner countries. Thank you.
Honored co-host Mr. Johnson and Mr. Kenyatta, dear members of the partnership. It is with great pleasure and gratitude that I announce Estonia's accession to the Global Partnership for Education family. Estonia is known as an education nation, and we prioritize quality education in our development cooperation. Membership enables us to expand our participation in areas that we would otherwise not reach, and to implement activities that would not be manageable alone. However, I believe that alongside cooperation, there is an equally important opportunity to learn from each other and to promote education as an enabler for sustainable development. Our own reform experience of the past 2 decades has made us understand that education is the key to society's success. We have learned to be efficient and effective, yet smart in our decisions. Dear friends, thank you for a close alliance over the years. Estonia will bring the best practices in digital education and management across the lifespan, as well as experience of reforms that has made quality education accessible to all. We are honored to belong to a family that recognizes the same values in education. We are delighted to announce our participation by joining GPE and by committing financially for upcoming 5 years. We are looking forward to our work together. Thank you, and I wish everyone a challenging new era of cooperation.
Greetings from Helsinki. Education is a cornerstone for inclusive, peaceful and democratic societies. It is essential for sustainable development and a fundamental human right. In Finland's development cooperation, we focus on quality education, especially for girls and those in most vulnerable situations, such as persons with disabilities. The best way to do this is to strengthen education systems and their inclusiveness. GPE plays a key role, and Finland is very pleased to re-engage with GPE. In January, we announced an early pledge of 25 million euros to GPE's replenishment to provide a positive signal at the start of the campaign. Today, it's my pleasure to confirm our pledge and to announce that Finland will disburse the totality of its pledge in 2021. Front-loading the payment allows GPE to be strategic and efficient. I'm glad to join the European Commission and the other EU countries in affirming that we need a strong GPE partnership and replenishment to guarantee access to quality education for all children. Thank you.
Big thanks to the European Commission for your steadfast commitment to increasing support for education and for the largest donation that GPE has ever received. To Estonia, welcome as the newest member of the partnership. To Germany, thank you. You have really stepped up. And thank you for also having kicked off GPE's new Girls Education Acceleration. To Finland, we are thrilled that you rejoined the partnership earlier this year. Thank you for your generosity and your attention to girls' education. Next up, we have France, Ireland, and Italy, who are big supporters of gender equality and girls' education.
Mesdames et messieurs, face aux immenses défis du XXIe siècle,
ladies and gentlemen, facing the challenges of the 21st century, we need to build a new humanism, and this is taking place in all schools around the world. Education for all is the possibility for each child to choose their own life, to participate in the economic development of our societies, and it is the best investment on our common future. This is why France is confirming today its commitment with the GPE as it was 20 years ago. 3 years ago, we presided with France the event that took place in Dakar. As the COVID crisis was extremely difficult for all societies in all generations around the world. We want to pledge 333 million euros, and I hope that this will help reinforce the efforts of the partnership. First of all, on the gender equality in the access to education and maintaining children at school. As you know, the fight for feminist values is at the heart of French efforts. We confirmed this at the G7 with a priority to equality and schooling of girls, including in the Sahel countries. And also there was a forum recently in Paris called Génération Égalité. And we also want to work together with a partnership in order to promote equality between girls and boys and have better nutrition at school. We want each boy and school to be able to participate in school activities without suffering from hunger. We want them to take full advantage of the teaching they receive. So we want to be efficient and coherent in our action. Historically, France has always been very active together with European partners, and education will remain a priority for us in terms of development. This is why I would like to thank President Kenyatta, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and each one of you who is pledging today and shows our commitment to education around the world, a commitment to do more and to do better. We cannot have a recovery without a proper commitment.
Education is the fundamental right of every girl and boy and the foundation of sustainable development. The world is facing huge challenges: COVID-19, climate change, growing inequalities, food and nutrition insecurity. In response, Ireland is pledging to again substantially increase our support for the Global Partnership for Education. Through GPE, we can work for the transformational changes needed to help future generations realise their full potential and overcome these challenges. Ireland will contribute €60 million to the GPE fund over the next 5 years. In this, we join the European Union and fellow EU member states in making a strong Team Europe commitment to GPE and global education. By implementing GPE's 5-year strategy, we can advance gender equality both in and through education. Girls' education in particular is the catalyst to achieving gender equality. I am therefore earmarking €10 million of our pledge for the Girls' Education Accelerator. Reaching the furthest behind first requires understanding the intersecting disadvantages that restrict children's access to and progress in education. GPE can help provide education that better responds to the different and specific needs of, for example, girls with disabilities or poor teenage mothers. With GPE support, education systems can mainstream diversity and inclusion in the curriculum, education materials and teaching methods. Working together through the GPE partnership, it is my hope that we can make a difference for all girls and boys over the next 5 years.
As already announced early June, I am honored and proud to confirm that we are increasing our multi-annual contribution to the Global Partnership for Education. We will be contributing with €25 million for the next 5 years. Half of our contribution will be dedicated to girls' education in Africa. Italy recognizes the crucial role played by GPE as a multilateral organization and multi-stakeholder mechanism and welcomes the impressive results achieved in order to ensure quality education for millions of children all over the world, especially those in the most fragile and vulnerable situations. Education, which is at the very center of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, has always been and is today more than ever one of the top priorities of the Italian development cooperation. Investing in education, and especially in girls' education, means investing in the future of countries. It is indeed one of the most impactful social and economic investments governments and donors can make. However, despite all our efforts, there is still so much to be done, and this is why Italy is pleased to join the European Commission and other EU countries in affirming that we need a strong GPE partnership and replenishment to guarantee access to quality education for all children. Together, as Team Europe, we can have more impact and promote our shared priorities in GPE governance structure and in our partner countries.
France, you are an amazing advocate for global education, gender equality, and GPE. Thanks for the generous pledge. Ireland, we really appreciate your fantastic generosity, increasing by nearly 50%, and your attention to the enabling factors that support girls into getting to school. Thank you, Italy, for your contribution and focus on girls' education in Africa. And now we will hear from the leaders of Japan, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands.
ケニア大統領、ジョンソン英国首相、皆様、本日のサミットの共催国である米国政府およびケニア政府に敬意を表します。日本は教育が国づくりと成長の基礎であるとの確信のもと、19世紀後半以降の近代化において教育を特に重視し、国の発展を図ってきました。こうした経験に基づき、日本は JICA や国際機関を通じて、初等、中等、高等教育のすべてのステージにおいて、教育分野への幅広い国際支援を行ってきています。そして、教育のためのグローバルパートナーシップへの支援の継続を含め、今後5年間で15億ドルを超える教育分野への拠出を行います。また、G7 外相会合での女子教育宣言も踏まえ、算数教育、学ぶ機会を逸した子どもへの学習機会の提供、収入向上に役立つスキルの習得等を通し、少なくとも750万人の途上国の女子教育及び人材育成のための支援を約束します。さらに、女子教育の取り組みを強化するため、本年12月に日本で開催される国際開発協会第20次増資会合に向けて、教育のためのグローバルパートナーシップと国際開発協会の連携を一層推進していきます。日本は引き続き国際社会と連携し、SDGs4、質の高い教育をみんなへの達成に向け、教育分野の支援を強化していきます。
Dear colleagues, education has traditionally been and still is one of the key pillars of Luxembourg's General Development Cooperation Strategy. It lies at the heart of many of our efforts to support the successful implementation of the Agenda 2030 and its Sustainable Development Goals. Innovative solutions are needed, and Luxembourg is particularly committed to enhancing access to education through ICT and digital tools, to ensure both boys and girls can access quality education wherever they are. We strongly believe that every SDG requires education to empower people with the knowledge, skills and values to live in dignity, build their lives and contribute to their societies. As COVID-19 continues to disrupt education systems worldwide, we now, more than ever, need to join forces to ensure that future generations, and in particular girls and women, receive a good education. According to UNICEF, over 168 million children missed nearly a year of schooling during the pandemic. This will have far-reaching consequences for their future education and development. I believe that multi-stakeholder partnerships, such as the GPE, are essential if we want to introduce permanent, sustainable change. Therefore, I am proud to announce today that Luxembourg will contribute €2.5 million to GPE's replenishment for the period 2021 to 2025. This contribution demonstrates Luxembourg's unwavering support to education as well as to the Global Partnership for Education. Let me close by underlining that global challenges require global solutions. Time is running out, and we have to act now if we truly want to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Education is a human right, and it is crucial to the development and growth of individuals as well as their communities. I look forward to joining forces with all of you to ensure everyone has access to equal and good quality education. Thank you for your attention.
The Kingdom of the Netherlands, a member of Team Europe, is strongly committed to 12 years of quality education for all girls and boys. The COVID-19 pandemic heavily impacts the education of millions of vulnerable children and youth, particularly girls. Investing in girls' education is one of the smartest things we can do to tackle poverty. This is why we welcome the recent G7 initiative to accelerate progress and get more girls to learn and to read. The role of the Global Partnership for Education is crucial in achieving this. At International Women's Day, the Kingdom of the Netherlands pledged 15 million euros to GPE for the next 5 years to strengthen our long-standing commitment to GPE as a partnership that really works. Yes, I raise my hand for education as a fundamental human right and investment in the future for every girl and boy.
Thank you, Japan, for your support. We do hope to hear more about your support to GPE. To Luxembourg, big thanks for your ongoing commitments to GPE. And I couldn't agree more. Every single SDG requires education to empower people. Thank you to the Netherlands for your pledge to GPE and your commitment to girls' education. Next, I'm so pleased to be joined by leaders from Norway and the Republic of Korea.
I just want to copy the Prime Minister in raising my hand for the Global Partnership for Education. As the clock is ticking toward 2030, I can hardly think of a more powerful weapon in the fight against poverty than education. Especially in view of climate change, increasing hunger, and possible new pandemics ahead. Strong, inclusive, and resilient education systems must be secured now. In this endeavor, GPE play a crucial role. The broad partnership between countries and organizations provided by GPE makes a real difference for millions of vulnerable children and young people. Thanks to GPE, girls, poor children and youth with disabilities, and children and youth in crisis situations are given opportunities to fulfill their potential. And that is why Norway has made GPE a priority and has increased our contributions from an already high level. Thank you.
I wish to thank President Kenyatta and Prime Minister Johnson for hosting this meeting in the wake of the worst disruption to education in recent history. COVID-19 has impacted education for more than 1 billion students around the world, dashed the dreams of many for a better future. And it is the most vulnerable children who are being hit the hardest. It is therefore critical that we work closely together to ensure that today's crisis does not lead to a generational catastrophe. We must seize the opportunities of this pandemic to invest in education and transform our world for the better. The Republic of Korea understands this only too well. We witnessed as a nation how harnessing the power of education can empower its people to bring about rapid development and democratization. This is why education has been a top priority of Korea's development cooperation. Today, we are working closely with the partners countries to ensure that all children, especially girls, are in school and learning. We recognize the meaningful work of the Global Partnership for Education in delivering quality education to those children most in need. For this reason, Korea will triple our contribution to GPE to more than $15 million for the period 2021-2025. I thank you.
Norway, we are so grateful for your steadfast support to GPE and your leadership in education. To the Republic of Korea, amazing. Thank you for stepping up from Asia and increasing the contribution to GPE. Our final group of donors includes Sweden, Switzerland, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States of America.
We meet in challenging times. Prolonged school closures because of the pandemic have hit the poorest and most vulnerable group the hardest, placing young girls at risk of child marriage and young boys into forced labor. Building resilient and robust education systems is essential for building back better and greener after the pandemic. An equitable, inclusive, and gender-equal education must be at the heart of the recovery. But to transform education systems, we need to go beyond the traditional education sector. To increase access to education, we also need to strengthen access to water, sanitation, hygiene, healthcare, and prevent gender-based violence. Our support as Team Europe to the Global Partnership for Education will allow the partnership to continue to play a central role for recovery in education globally and for promoting sustainable development. Sweden has been a strong supporter for GPE since 2005, both through our substantial financial support and through our engagement globally and on country level, and we will continue our support. I'm proud to announce that Sweden's ambition is to contribute with 1.2 billion Swedish kroners to GPE's important work for the coming years. My name is Per Olsson-Frid, Swedish Minister for International Development Cooperation. I raise my hand for the Global Partnership for Education.
Mr. President, Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We have all witnessed what happened when thousands of school children were forced out of school during this pandemic. Even in Switzerland, this situation created many educational and psychological challenges for our students. This regardless of the excellent access to distance learning we have. In many countries with limited access to internet, quality education was and still is not guaranteed. As challenges increase, concerns about women's education are on the rise. Many young women are at the risk of never finding their way back to school. Overcoming the impact of the health crisis on education systems is a demanding task for all of us, and particularly for those countries that have experienced educational challenges prior to COVID-related school closures. If we don't make a collective effort now, we may lose the progress we made in recent years towards quality education for all. Without education, there can be no equality, no prosperity, no sustainable development. Universal high-quality public education therefore plays an essential role for Switzerland, and our international cooperation efforts reflect this in tangible terms. We have been active in the Global Partnership for Education, both at the global level and bilaterally for many years. We have observed GPE's remarkable impact for the education of millions of girls and boys. That is why GPE is the priority education fund for Switzerland's international cooperation strategy. I'm pleased to announce that Switzerland will renew its contribution to GPE and pledge 52 million Swiss francs for the 2021-25 period. On behalf of Switzerland, I would like to express my gratitude to the President of Kenya and to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom for hosting this fourth replenishment conference of the Global Partnership for Education. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a lovely afternoon to you all. I would like to begin by thanking the United Kingdom and Kenya for convening this very important gathering. Today, as the international community collectively faces the COVID-19 pandemic and the tremendous changes it caused to the world we used to know, there are still bright prospects to unify our efforts in order to address the present challenges and advance towards a more prosperous future. One such bright spot is the great work undertaken by the teams from the Global Partnership for Education. In 2018, we were proud to be the first country in the region to join the GPE with a $100 million contribution. Over the last 3 years, the delivery of quality education for all children in lower-income countries has been made possible by the diligent, scientific, and rigorous manner by which GPE has designed and delivered programs. As we, Governments, educational institutions, families, and children have all learned to adapt to the new dynamics presented by COVID. So too have we learned that our approach towards solving some of our greatest challenges will only come through if we collaborate with one another. That is the spirit in which the World Expo will take place in Dubai later on this year, where we hope to open our doors and host 191 countries for a period of 6 months. During this time, we will be hosting, along with Dubai Cares, a summit for global education stakeholders called the Rewired Summit. Our main objective is to demonstrate that we can all come together to scale and jumpstart some of the positive change we want to see in education. Today, I'm proud to announce that the UAE will continue to support the great work of the GPE through another $100 million commitment. Together, we can continue to stand in solidarity to ensure that education and learning are at the center of human development and investment for a sustainable, dignified, and prosperous future for all. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good morning. It's an honor to speak with you today. I want to commend the United Kingdom, Kenya, and the Global Partnership for Education for convening this important summit at such a critical time for the world's children. The United States has long been a champion of education as a foundational driver of development and a tool to transform societies. As the largest bilateral donor of international basic education, we work directly with more than 50 countries to invest in the talent and potential of their kids. But today, as we know, the COVID-19 pandemic adds fresh urgency to our efforts to support global education. At the pandemic's peak, as many as 1.6 billion children were affected by school closures and lockdowns. Thankfully, that number has declined dramatically, but more than 31 million children still remain out of school, and many may never return to a classroom. Several countries are experimenting with virtual education and radio programming. But we know that unless we can get kids back to school, the world risks producing a lost generation. We can't let that happen. That is why the United States will invest $305 million in the Global Partnership for Education over the next 3 years as a complement to the nearly $1 billion we will invest in basic and higher education bilaterally this year. The United States has been a proud member of the Global Partnership for Education since 2011. We want to build on the progress the partnership has made in enrolling 160 million children in school over the past 2 decades. We are committed to supporting the partnership as it continues its work to strengthen global education systems and improve learning outcomes, particularly for the most marginalized groups, including girls, LGBTQ children, and children with disabilities, so that all children can feel the transformative effects of education. Let's make sure that children across the world have the access to quality education that they need to dream limitless dreams, and that the world never misses out on a generation of talent and potential. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sweden, for your steady support and for raising your hand for GPE. To Switzerland, thank you for demonstrating continued attention to supporting education in emergencies. To the UAE, thank you for your support and your contribution to GPE. The world is looking forward to Expo and Rewired reconvening again. Thank you to the United States for your continued support to global education and to GPE. Wow. Thank you, everyone. And what a huge demonstration of support to GPE. This was amazing. Although I do have to say it is just the beginning. We need to make sure we do everything possible to get all children access to safe and quality education. Well, thank you, and back to you, Edwin, to wrap us up.
Shikemi, thank you, Shikemi. Thank you, Miriam and Neva. Let's give them a round of applause for walking us through that particular part of today's commitment. And she does highlight a really important part that we'll keep coming back to, that it's one thing to stack up pledges and have a big number. It's another to see transformation of education. And so as we're going into the next session to sit down with heads of state and ask him that critical question, I look forward to your participation.
I have been a school administrator for many years. I have always thought that if you want something to grow, you need to take care of it. From the very beginning, like with students. Give each of them one textbook, give them passionate teachers, give them a laughing school, they will grow. Now our school is full. If before the children were sitting on stones, today they have desks. If before they were going to private schools, now they know that they can get quality education even in public ones. I am now more empowered due to the trainings I received. I can prepare annual budgets and books of accounts. I am a better manager, able to plan, monitor, and identify learning gaps. The community trusts me and relies on the school. The education data I share are more accurate and easily accessible, and I save a lot of time. Every child is now traceable, and the rate of dropping out has decreased significantly. Not even the COVID pandemic took us down. Through SMS, we were encouraging parents to support their children, using the textbooks they get from the government. And the results are under everyone's eyes. Our students are above average within the national assessment, even if we are a rural school. I cannot be more proud of our achievements. I cannot be happier to raise my hand for our school.
Excellencies, heads of state and government,
أصحاب السيادة والمعالي رؤساء الدول والحكومات مناصري التعليم سيداتي سادتي الكرام دعوني أبدأ بشكر الرئيس أورو كينياتا ورئيس الوزراء بوريس جونسون لالتزامهم بالشراكة الدولية للتعليم. إن هذه القمة
must not reverse the gains made in education, access, and quality, particularly in Africa. Globally, we still need to triple current spending in education to reach the Sustainable Development Goals target. In Rwanda, we have worked hard to reach the 20% target of education expenditure, including an innovative national effort that built more than 22,500 classrooms in the last year. This serves as a good foundation to do more, and indeed, much more is required of all of us. For example, increasing spending efficiency alongside allocating high amounts to education will ensure that all children are better prepared to lead more productive and fulfilled lives. In addition, sustained investments in higher education are critical to nurture specialized knowledge and skills needed to grow our economies and accelerate development. Rwanda looks forward to continued work with the Global Partnership for Education and regional partners towards the best learning outcomes. I thank you and wish you a fruitful summit.
And thank you to President Kagame for that note that he was able to send in because he couldn't be here in person. But you can hear the clear commitments that heads of state are making about education and the role of education and their commitment to continue to finance education. We are going into a session right after this with some 5 heads of state who will join me on stage for a conversation. But as you all know, this is a discussion that's been ongoing from yesterday in the virtual summits, as well as even today with the many people who are online with us. And so we'll see a few highlights about financing for innovation, and then we'll get back to the conversation.
It's not just about the amount of money dedicated to the sector, but also about making sure resources reach the most marginalized and that every dollar is stretched as far as possible.
Only 1 in 5 countries demonstrated a strong focus on equity in education through financing. Mostly that was in Latin America. Countries, for example, in Sub-Saharan Africa, showed very little attention to this policy challenge unless they were aided by donors.
Des réformes ont été initiées. Et ces réformes, donc, pour accompagner la mise en œuvre de l'ABS, elles ont essentiellement porté sur 2 points. La gestion des finances publiques, notamment sur la crédibilité, la couverture et la transparence du budget.
L'alignement sur les politiques et les systèmes nationaux est une condition clé des projets. C'est évidemment une façon de renforcer
of such a nature as to allow a reform on the national scale. Management procedures for public finances too.
Let's increase the revenue base. When we increase the share to education, we are saying, let's exceed the 20% targeting. But we also need sensitivity of those allocations within education.
Allocation has been there, but whether the allocation is being used to fill up the gaps, that was one of our objectives of doing that kind of research.
A lot of ministries of education look at something called cost per pupil spending. On the face of it, that sounds great. You're looking at how much you spend per child that is in a school. However, when you consider the gendered vulnerabilities that prevent children from going to school, you begin to see that this can actually be inequitable.
The most effective interventions in education can achieve 10 or even 100 times more children learning for the same budget than even relatively positive alternative approaches.
To be frank, those in the rural areas have not benefited from the virtual learning, and therefore the learning gaps have rather widened, and those people in the rural areas are lagging behind.
We need to make sure that the professional development, the investments in teachers, so that teachers have the tools, the time, and the trust to be able to deliver for their students. That's not austerity that meets us at the other side of this pandemic, but it's actual, sustainable, predictable funding.
It is my absolute pleasure to welcome these 5 gentlemen onto stage for what should be a really exciting conversation. First is President Uhuru Kenyatta from Kenya, President Nana Akufo-Addo from Ghana, President Faure Nyasimbe from Togo, President Buhari from Nigeria, and President Chakwera from Malawi. I think you're here, I believe so. Karibuni, welcome. Oh, it's fine. Please take a seat. Karibuni nyote, welcome everybody.
Asante.
So we've had a really interesting conversation today about education and financing education. We've talked about the challenges that are faced. We've talked about how there are these individuals, girls, those who are disabled and others who are constantly excluded, and we need to find a way to bring them into the education system, excuse me, through what David Senga called radical inclusion. We must start with them. We've talked about pledges that have been made by developed countries to finance GPE, and we'll hear what those numbers are. And we've also talked about the protection of domestic budgets, that developing countries themselves are the primary financiers of education in every single country. And we've heard commitments from ministers of education on protecting those budgets. And so I want to start with you, President Kenyatta, not because I'm Kenyan and you're my president, not because you and I happen to have attended a small school called Amherst College, just slightly different years, but because you've actually taken this as such an important issue, and you've created the Kenyatta Declaration, really calling on your peers, on other heads of government, and asking them, let's please make sure we protect the budgets for education, especially in a world where the tax receipts are so much lower because of COVID and reduced economic activity. Why has this been something you've been incredibly passionate about, and have seen you personally pour your heart and soul into making it happen?
Well, thank you, and let me say what a great pleasure and honor it is to be on stage with all these distinguished gentlemen, all of whom have made great commitments, especially during this COVID time, to be here in person and to show their solidarity with the rest of us and the importance of education on our continent, and I'm really, truly very grateful for their presence. But let me also say that education, as we all know, is the foundation for life. You cannot develop a nation, you cannot develop a continent, you cannot achieve those goals that we have set ourselves as an African continent under our Agenda 2063 without giving our children the tools to enable them to help us achieve those development goals. As you know, Africa is a relatively young country. This is our brain trust. Absolutely. And I have always insisted that if there is anything that Africa has beyond what lies and what God has given us below ground and under the soil, our greatest asset is our human capital. And we need to be able to develop that human capital in order to achieve our goals. And that's why we in Kenya have, over the years, consistently always had at least 1/4 of our national budget dedicated
to education.
That is why we have insisted and gone through to the stage now we have universal primary education in our country. We have moved a stage further and achieved also gender parity. We have moved a stage further and now said that we want 100% transition from primary to secondary education to ensure that every child is in school until they are at least 18.
So they can get at least 12 years.
12 years of solid education and solid grounding.
Right.
But despite this, we're still short. Because our 100% transition, for example, in Kenya, has meant that it has put a lot of pressure on our infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Despite the fact that we are at 1/4 of our budget going to education, we still have shortfalls. And that is why programs such as this, bringing the world together, bringing this great partnership for education, working with our development partners, working with the international community, but also showing our own commitment to education is so important. And therefore, it is my hope, it is my trust that, especially as we are coming out of this COVID year, the key focus, and one of the things that has made me happiest in partnering with Prime Minister Johnson in this particular matter, is the fact that he has emphasized this issue of getting our girls back to school. Being at home for so long, in some parts of our countries, we've had problems as a result of teenage pregnancies, as a result of certain cultural pressures. That has resulted in a lot of girls missing out on education. We need to get these girls back. We need to make sure they're in school. And we're not going to be able to do that without being able to put these resources to play.
Absolutely.
So therefore, education is our grounding foundation. We must educate all our children, boys and girls. But in order to do so, we as governments must commit as much as we can to that foundation, but also encourage our partners to link up with us and help us achieve the infrastructural development that we need in order to ensure that every child remains in school.
Is able to access a quality education. Absolutely. Let me come to you, President excuse me, Akufo-Addo, because you are one of the presidents who signed up on this particular ask that President Kenyatta made and said, we also want to commit, as Ghana, we want to commit resources for education and take that as a serious challenge. And you've also been lauded as having done incredible in your COVID response. But at some point, those two things were, those two things were competing against each other because there's only so many resources that you have access to. How did you think about that balance, and how have you tried to make sure, even as you have had to ramp up your increase of expenditure in health to respond to COVID, that is not taking away from education?
Well, first of all, I want to thank very much President Kenyatta and the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson for the idea of this meeting, this summit, and for the invitation to me to participate, and I'm grateful for that. I don't believe that we have an option. We have to try and maintain a balance in all these expenditures, because each part of it is critical to the lives of our people and to our future. What is our goal? And I think it is the goal of all of us on the continent. The transformation of our economies from raw material producing economies to value-added economies.
Right.
And we move away from being just providers of natural resources to value-added economies.
Right.
But that is not going to be possible if we don't have educated workforce.
Yep.
So it is linked, and it therefore requires that the investments that we have to make for ensuring that not just as many, but all our children have the opportunity to go to school right from kindergarten through primary to secondary through tertiary education is guaranteed.
Right.
And I cannot see that making sure that the population is healthy and also the population getting educated can be conflicting aims that therefore require. We have to make efforts to achieve both targets.
Right.
And that is what we're trying to do in Ghana. We're spending, as we speak now, some 23% of our budget on education. It's one of the highest on the continent. And we intend to ramp it up even more, because as you widen access, which we have done through primary, through secondary, the Free Senior High School Project, which has brought nearly 500,000 more students to the secondary system than was before.
Right.
Clearly also you have problems of infrastructure.
Right.
Challenges of classrooms and numbers, etc.
Right.
So those also have to be accommodated. And
Right.
that therefore means that as we're expanding the numbers, we're also going to be increasing the infrastructure.
Right.
More and more money.
Right.
So in Ghana, we've taken the decision that we're going full scale ahead now that we have widened public education at the secondary school level to all and sundry, to try and replicate it also at the tertiary level.
Okay.
Until recently, if you wanted to get a student loan in Ghana, you had to find a guarantor, somebody who would come and say, we've removed the guarantor requirement. If you have the Ghana National Card, you can now go on the basis of that and get the loan, which is also going to mean a significant expansion of education at the tertiary level.
Yes.
These steps are steps that are absolutely critical for our future.
Right.
We don't do it, we will not be able to make any kind of a fist at getting to our basic goal, which is the structural transformation of our economies. So for us, it's not an either-or situation. It cannot be. We have to be able to manage our economies and our relations with our friends and people on the outside in such a way that we can attain both goals.
Fantastic.
Lives and livelihoods are both the key to the future for us. And we will hopefully continue and be in a position to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me come to you, President Nyasimbe, because you've actually made, in Togo, the early childhood education is actually a cornerstone of the strategy. Would be important to hear how you think about early childhood and why that is so important to make sure it is appropriately anchored, appropriately resourced to give the Togolese people a chance at the future.
Thank you very much. Permettez-moi de m'exprimer en français.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll answer you in French. And I also would like to take this opportunity to thank President Kenyatta and Prime Minister Boris Johnson for bringing us here for this summit. This is a cause that is close to our hearts, just as we've heard from President Kenyatta. Now, I do think that early years education is an important one, because actually right now it's the missing element in our systems. It's one that has been left aside in our education systems. 25% of our national budget is set aside for education. But I would say that of that, very little is set aside for preschool years. Now, of course, we've been faced with the pandemic, and one of the sectors that has been hardest hit has indeed been the education sector. Many children have been unable to go to school, and for some time now. Now, this is important to bear in mind, because one reason why we're faced with inequalities, and we all say this shouldn't happen, is because you'll have children from wealthy families who are able to do well at school, whereas children coming from poor areas don't have that success. But these inequalities start from a very young age, in preschool years. They get even worse in preschool years. And so we see that there's a great divide, a great gap, which only widens. It widens throughout their schooling years and then throughout the lives of these people. And so if we're faced with that, we have to find a solution. And I think what we need to do is promote inclusive education. In other words, in poorer regions, we have to offer opportunities so that these families can get their children into school. If we do that, we'll also be dealing with girls' education, because I have spoken about inequalities based on income, but there's also gender inequality. And I think that we could also, by doing what I've just suggested, we could improve the chances of young girls to get an education. And I was talking about moving children along from the primary to the secondary school level. But we do have to invest in preschooling years. Otherwise, we won't get further along the line children from primary into secondary schooling. Because I think that this is when everything rides on what is decided during the preschooling years. The 3 first years of your life are critical. If you don't have what you need, if the investments are not made properly, that will have an impact on the rest of your life. And so, if we can do more today for preschool education, then we will bring down our dropout rate. We will bring down the rate of those having to take a school year over again. There will be fewer dropouts. We will have a better educated, better equipped young population. As I said, young people are the future of our country. And young people, in our case, is the future of the African continent.
But I think I got the gist of the answer. And most of the people in the audience, as well as those who are online, hopefully you got the translated version, and I'll get notes later. But thank you very much for that answer, highlighting why early childhood investments are so important for creating a level playing field for everybody for the future. Let me come to you, President Chakwera. Excuse me. Because Malawi has also been really trying to think about transformation of education. And your Minister of Education was on a panel earlier talking about this. And I wanted to see, from where you sit, how do you see what we are going through because of COVID as an opportunity to reset and build the education system better, particularly in the ability to reach those who are most vulnerable and those who have been excluded typically from the education ecosystem?
Thank you very much. I want to join my colleagues in thanking President Uhuru Kenyatta and Prime Minister Boris Johnson organizing a forum of this nature. Much of what has already been described elsewhere is happening in Malawi as well. So the challenges are similar. What we have seen, particularly among the youth, is their ability to be creative. And COVID has set a platform for such creativity and innovation, making it possible for us to think that we can reach everyone, everywhere, through these new ways of doing things that we have been pretty much forced to consider from the old traditional system.
Right.
So that is forcing us to look at things from a vantage point of not business as usual, but business unusual.
Right.
And the digital world now becomes something that we intentionally pursue.
Right.
And what we have seen, even young teachers, for example, a teacher in secondary school, he came up with Padziwe, he calls it Padziwe Digital Library.
Yes.
And what that has done is to create a platform where they can teach a lesson virtually through a computer.
Right.
So you could even be offline. You don't have to be online all the time. But you can go through a process of scientific experimentation.
Right.
And you just follow the instructions, and it's pretty unique. And so when you look at these creative ways, you begin to think, even a child in the village, because they're the most vulnerable, even those with disabilities, because they're the most vulnerable.
Right.
And then you're talking about the girl child.
Right.
Because when you combine the three things, you know, then you have a profile of a child that, if taken care of, the rest of the infrastructure issues, the teachers and the learning materials and so forth can follow. But what we have now been able to do, even through GPE's provision of $10 million,
right.
Yeah, that was to enable us now deal with internet providers.
Right.
And say, can we bring data down?
Right.
Can we do something so that everyone is able, because the disparity
Yes.
is obviously unacceptable.
Absolutely.
And those who have and those who do not have, we need to bridge that gap so it doesn't become as large.
Yes.
And that is being done through digital
Right.
provision. And so this is now becoming a way of us saying we can serve everyone.
Yes.
Every child must be in school.
Right.
And they must not get married early. This pandemic has devastated our system.
Yes.
And so we work to make that happen.
Yes.
And we have pledged to say our budget, which we just passed, 21% was given to education, the single most important ministry
Right.
of all.
Right.
But it's not much, and yet we say we must do something.
Yep.
And demonstrate it by that resolution.
Earlier today, we talked about this concept of a coincidence of exclusion.
Right.
That the same people who do not have good internet tend to be the same people who are not in urban areas, tend to be the same people who do not have access to education, health care, and so on and so forth. And this has been a really important way of bringing a highlighting those challenges and seeing governments engage with those issues and tackle them with greater urgency, especially the point you made around connectivity, because all of a sudden, it's not just connectivity to watch YouTube videos, it's connectivity for education and livelihoods and so on and so forth. And once you fix that, so many other things, you get that multiply effect of connecting with so much more. So great to hear that Malawi has taken that tack, and we hope that we'll hear more of that. Let me come to you, President Buhari, because in some ways you represent what we fondly call the giant of Africa, right? You're the largest economy on the continent, the most populous economy on the continent. A significant part of that economy are young people. And in my mind, Nigeria has always held the place that education was, at an individual and societal level, was seen as such a critical issue. That it was a real predictor of social mobility, that individuals could use education to pull themselves up from poverty into success, and then a society would transform itself at an aggregate level because it was educated and could be better citizens. How do you think about that critical challenge, given the significant numbers of people in Nigeria and the various disparities that exist?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you said it all. Being over 200 million. And the size of the country itself is a major challenge for any administration.
Absolutely.
But luckily, people have realized that education is a starting point.
Yes.
Anybody who missed the opportunity of receiving education, he has missed everything. Because you cannot succeed outside your educational qualification. This is very clear to everybody, hence the fight for opportunities for education is very, very severe. The problem of infrastructure, physical and intellectual. Physical is the sense of classrooms, equipment,
textbooks.
Intellectual, the teachers, and convincing those who are really qualified to go into teaching profession. Teaching profession, you would rather go where engineers are wanted, where they will award contracts, rather than fight children day in and day out. So I assure you that Nigerians are acutely aware of the priorities of education. And they are going all out to make the necessary savings and make the necessary inputs to make sure that their children and their wards get the opportunity to have the best of education.
Rousing words, rousing words. And I can feel the weight that sits on all your shoulders as you think about these critical questions in times when resources are just not there. The economies are not humming as they should. Your tax receipts are not there. And you have to make those really difficult choices between what do you fund and what do you not fund. Let me come to you, President Kenyatta, to just wrap us up. You've been on the phone personally, you've written letters, you've engaged with people very much under the leadership of Madam Kagia, a support of Madam Kagia over the last 6-9 months, really trying to encourage individuals to give, those who can, in the developed countries, as well as the protection of budgets. You've heard your peers share where they are and how they're thinking about these issues. Any final comments, any final thoughts that you'd like to share?
I think the first is, once again, just to really say how truly grateful I am for the kind of response that we have seen from global leaders and the commitment that they have shown, especially in these very trying times, as you have said.
Right.
I am almost 100% certain that were we in better times, we would have even done a great deal more than we actually expected to do. But let me just conclude by saying, if we all came together and just raised our hands and said, let's raise our hands for education. What you have done is raised your hands to an end to poverty. What you have done is raised your hands to an end in poor health systems. What you have done is raised your hand towards dignified living, because you've given people the basis of getting decent work. What you have done is uplifted families, and you have lifted the whole world through the provision of knowledge to each and every citizen of this world, irregardless of where they were born, irregardless of their gender. We have actually raised our hand to the citizens of this world and to the future of our globe.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Well, sounds like there's a moment to actually all of us to raise our hands. If we could just all please just raise our hands. I can hear cameras clicking in the background. Just raise your hand to funding education. Thank you very much. And I'll say to Alice Albright, you see what Amherst Brilliance does. Alice, who's the CEO, went to Williams, so I assume she told you that. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this conversation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We look forward to seeing how we progress in this transformation of education and our education systems to truly serve those who are most in need, so that we can keep our promise of not just developing individuals, but also our societies, and see that transformation. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Asante sana.
Thank you. So now we will go to a critical video for somebody who I have incredible admiration for. For those who don't know, this was the first man in the world to ever run a marathon under 2 hours. And so we have a special video from Eliud Kipchoge, who is a proud Kenyan, that we will show shortly as we exit stage. Thank you very much.
I found my time at school to be a place of learning, discovering new things, and making friends. In my primary and high school years, I picked up the foundational skills that have propelled me to a successful career in sports. Self-discipline, hard work, and confidence to aim high and work towards results I could be proud of. By the time I completed school, I knew that I could be anything that I wanted to be. From the small village of Kapsisiwa in western part of Kenya, I have gone on to visit and live out my passion in places all over the world. I dare to dream, and I hope my achievements encourage you to believe no human is limited. I know there are many children across the world with dreams of their own, but too often it's their context that limits them from realizing their full potential. Our duty today is to break down those barriers and protect our children's future. Learning empowered me, and it can also empower every boy and girl to stretch out their hands and reach for the stars. Education is important for the continued progress and prosperity of our world, especially as we recover from the challenges brought about by the pandemic. We must protect education and budgets and help our children to be better prepared not only for today's challenges, but also take on a world full of opportunities tomorrow. That's why I am asking everyone to raise their hand to support the Global Partnership for Education and ensure that all children, boys and girls alike, get an opportunity to receive quality education and become the best they possibly can be. And I raise my hand for education.
Well, I now have the very great pleasure to introduce the man who will soon take on the leadership of the Global Partnership for Education. In a couple of months' time, September time, the former president of the Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Jakaya Kikwete, is going to take on the role of chair of the board of directors of GPE, and we are delighted that Dr. Kikwete is here to share his vision of the future of GPE.
Right Honorable Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, Right Honorable Uriah Gillard, Chair of GPE and former Prime Minister of Australia, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and our ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to speak at this historic Global Education Summit as GPE's incoming board chair. It is early days for me, and all that I've been doing is listening and learning eagerly over the past few days and today. It has been a great pleasure to meet some of you and hearing from partners all around the world. And this is what my colleague, the Vice Chair-elect Dr. Susan Leotard, has been doing as well. We look forward to working closely with you all in the coming years. For now, we are continuing to learn, to learn so as to broaden and deepen our understanding of GPE in order to make life easy for us when we assume leadership of this wonderful organization. Excellencies, what I can say today is that I'm immensely impressed with the great progress that has already been made by the Global Partnership for Education over the 2 decades in ensuring children, millions of children, get access to quality education they deserve. And I want to pay special tribute to one person in particular, the outgoing board chair, Right Honorable Julia Gillard, for a job very well done. We often talk about transformational power of education. But Julia, you are yourself a transformative force for education. Thank you for your wise, compassionate, and very able leadership of GPE. Thank you for all that you have done to transform this partnership into the world-renowned and a formidable institution it is today. An institution that has been able to support millions of children to have a better chance in life. In the same vein, I would like to recognize and commend Minister Mbaye Thiam of Senegal, the outgoing vice chair, for the exemplary work he has been doing of supporting Julia Gillard in transforming GPE. Julia and Thiam, you are leaving behind a memorable legacy, and we'll always remember you. The humble aim of Vice Chair-elect and I will be to build on the good work done by our predecessors and make GPE a much stronger institution so that together we can ensure every child has access to quality education, including the poorest and the most marginalized. Excellencies, achieving GPE's goals remains a huge challenge, and the pandemic has made it even harder. But our job is clear. It is to support governments, to reform education systems, and invest in our most precious asset, our children. This meeting is a clear demonstration of commitments, not only from governments, but also from a remarkable broad coalition of organizations and people from all over the world. Working together is the only way we can succeed. It takes a village to raise a child, but I would like to add that it takes a multi-stakeholder partnership like GPE to educate the world's children. Education systems are built by governments. Yes, but governments alone cannot deliver quality education. Support and participation from young people, from civil society, from the private sector, from international institutions, donors, and philanthropists is essential, especially where domestic resources are limited. We have a big job to do ahead of us, and we have to hurry. All times have their challenges, but this pandemic era is something new and very difficult. It has set back progress in many areas, most notably girls' education. We now need to work even harder to remove barriers to learning, especially for girls. We need to invest more and better in our education systems. I was very encouraged to hear so many countries committed to increasing their domestic financing for education. My brothers from Africa, I can't thank you enough. You're making me feel very proud. That is the right thing for us to do. It is with a great sense of humility that I extend my warmest thanks and gratitude to our hosts, Prime Minister Boris Johnson and President Uhuru Kenyatta, for your leadership and commitment. Had it not been for your bold decision and action on the campaign and to organize this summit, maybe things would have been different. We thank you so much, but my humble appeal to you is to continue to support GPE to the last mile. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it would be remiss of me if I did not recognize and congratulate our illustrious CEO of GPE, Madam Alice Albright, for her very able stewardship of the work of the Secretariat of GPE. The partnership has registered remarkable success because of her good leadership and the competence of the staff of the Secretariat. And when I make reference to the competence of the staff of the Secretariat, this successful summit speaks for itself. We appreciate the work you are doing, and please keep up the good job, the good work. Vice Chair-elect Susan and I promise we will be there to support you succeed. Excellencies, allow me to end by making a passionate appeal to everyone present here and everybody around the world to please raise our hands for funding GPE for the next 5 years. For education, thank you for your kind attention.
Dr. Kikwete, thank you very much indeed. Truly inspiring words, and we thank you for your dedication to children's education and wish you well as you take on that role. Certainly look forward to your leadership of GPE. For now, before we move on to the final session of the afternoon, we are going to remind ourselves of why we are all here and the truly important work that GPE undertakes.
Kam after program somehow school kindergarten class 1 mo class 2. Teacher ki one home school ka package for Plomihla bloko la mikem la house ta lise time school ali at 3 weeks or 2 weeks la spela le pamfla kampa ko tem paper.
I can jump, I can run, I can read, I can climb.
بتخليني أكتسب صداقات جديدة، بتعلمني مهارات جديدة بتمكنني إني أستخدمها فرص العمل بالمستقبل. بتعلم أشياء جديدة ما كنت أعرفها، أشياء بقدر أكتسبها من معلماتي أصدقائي، يعني بقدر أستفيد من المدرسة كثير.
Depuis toute petite, j'ai ce rêve de devenir médecin.
Since I was a little girl, I wanted to become a doctor, and without proper education, I cannot become a doctor, and I would like to achieve my dream.
Being a girl with disability, it enabled me to acquire skills and knowledge that will enable me to earn some money, not to depend on community or any other person.
What I enjoy most about school is the mentoring aspect and club and society, when you're able to interact with your teachers and tell your teachers your problems. And I also enjoy learning new things and acquiring more knowledge.
Schooling can be sometimes stressful and difficult, but I like everything about schooling because it's beneficial. For now, the school is my office, and like seriously someday I'm gonna miss school when I'm out there.
Education is such a valuable thing to me. I believe it paves the way for success and opportunity. It should not be a luxury, but a necessity. It's vital for a better, more interconnected and advanced society.
আমার কাছে শিক্ষা হলো অজানাকে জানা, অন্ধকার থেকে আলোতে আসা।
Quisiera ligar hasta program somehow school lo kindergarten o lo class 1 mo class 2. Teacher ki one home school ka package for Plomihla bloko la mekem la house ta lise time school li at 3 weeks or 2 weeks sebelah sepela le pamfla kampak ko tem paper.
I can jump, I can run, I can read, I can climb.
During 2014, I was in school. They said that a deadly epidemic has just come to a county called Ebola.
At first, I was thinking that our school closed down, like how we're gonna do about our education. I was having the feeling like, oh, we're going backward.
The government said the kids cannot just be at home without doing anything. So they called some of us. They picked on really the creme de la creme teachers who really knew their subject area, and we had a drawing out of syllabus core contents, and eventually we started teaching.
You're listening to Education Radio, the country's finest.
It was a very good idea for that radio station to start up with that initiative because I learned a lot from it.
We had professional teachers who had to teach us during that session.
Like the way they passed on the information.
I believe it was a platform for us to have effective learning.
They made it a point of duty for it to be precise, concise, and easy for us to take down.
For the most part.
In October 2020, a girl raised her hand to reach for her future. She asked global leaders to raise their hands for education. They listened.
I'll be using the UK's upcoming presidency of the G7 to keep education firmly on the international agenda.
As leaders, it is our sacred duty to breathe life into the promise of a better tomorrow for all, by investing in quality education for all.
And a movement began.
Raise your hand. I raise my hand.
We raise our hand. I raise my hand.
I raise my hand.
I'm raising my hand.
Together, we created the world's longest raised hand. Taking the message higher and higher. Education is the key to creating the world we want, now more than ever.
The pandemic has underlined the fact that education and schools are the bedrock of societies. This crisis is a clarion call for action.
The stakes are higher than ever. That's why the Global Partnership for Education is hoping to raise at least $5 billion to transform education for over 1 billion children and youth.
We raise our hands to transform education.
I'm raising my hand.
I raise my hand for education.
Raise your hand, fund education.
Join us and raise your hand
so that every girl and boy can build a brighter future.
And we're coming to the end of our program today. And there's many things that have been said on this stage. There are many conversations that have been had. There are many commitments that have been made by people who've been on stage and beyond. And sometimes we can lose the essence of why we're doing this if we do not ground it in the individuals. And so I want to start with a little bit of a story. I'm Edwin Macharia. I currently serve as the global managing partner for a firm that's called Dalberg. It is the world's largest impact-first advisory firm. I'm Kenyan, and being in that role would not have been possible if I did not get education. I'm one of the examples of people who went to school under a tree. Under a tree. But I can stand here and speak to heads of state and speak to all of you because I had education. Because education gave me the platform upon which I was able to build a better life for myself and for my family and everybody who comes after me. Earlier this year, I lost my wife to COVID in March. It's probably one of the saddest, most difficult things I've ever had to go through in my life. But when Dr. Ruth Kagia asked if I could play a role in facilitating this conversation, the answer was an obvious yes. Because I knew the power of gathering these individuals in these rooms to have this conversation is probably one of the most important things I could do with where we are and where we need to go. I am not the only one who is feeling the pain. I'm not the only one who's feeling the hurt. But all of us can see what that future could be if only we build that better future for the next generation. If we take these mega pledges that we're about to hear about, these big numbers that are about to be shared, and rapidly turn them into action. And so it's my incredible privilege to actually introduce 3 individuals who will pull all of this together. So the first one being President Julia Gilliard, who is the chair of the GPE, the chair of the board of GPE. Karibu. President Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of Kenya, who has been co-chairing this effort. Karibu. And Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who has also been a co-chair of this replenishment effort and is our physical host. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, one and all. It is my great pleasure to share this stage with two trailblazers for education, our wonderful co-hosts and key members of our partnership. Prime Minister Boris Johnson is a stalwart advocate for educating girls, and like Kenya, the UK is a founding partner of GPE. We are so grateful to Prime Minister Johnson for his commitment and to President Kenyatta, under whose leadership Kenya has made huge strides in education. Thank you to both of you for your outstanding efforts on behalf of the world's most marginalised children. Today, we came together to create a brighter future for children who are denied an education, to give them a chance to thrive. We showed our determination to build back better from the most devastating education emergency the world has ever faced. And we are not going to stop. We will build on the strong progress that we have made together. If we succeed, and I am confident that we will, in the next 5 years, we will help transform education systems so that 175 million children can learn and 88 million more can go to school in up to 90 lower-income countries and territories. This will lift 18 million people out of poverty and save 3 million lives and keep 2 million girls from becoming child brides. And we will make sure that girls, children with disabilities, those living through crisis and conflict, and other at-risk boys and girls reap the same benefits. These aren't idle promises, because GPE delivers on access, on equity, on learning, on putting gender equality at the centre of everything we do, on ensuring that every dollar raised goes to the children who need it the most. We have the tools, the knowledge and the ability to transform education and help every girl and boy reach their full potential. And we simply could not do this without the unyielding support of teachers, civil society organisations and every constituency represented here today. The real question is, do we have the will? The will to prevent the pandemic's economic fallout from shrinking domestic education budgets, the will to seize this once-in-a-generation opportunity to unlock the future we want for children, for every single one of them, whether they go to school in a classroom in Bangladesh or learn in a refugee camp in Uganda, or go to school in a rural classroom, like 9-year-old Carolina, whom we saw here on the video earlier today and who dreams of becoming a journalist. A quality education is what will give her the opportunity to achieve this dream. It's what gives millions of girls hope and ambition for the future, to become scientists who will make the next miraculous discovery, cure a disease or help mitigate the worst effects of climate change, to become economists or teachers or entrepreneurs who will contribute to the prosperity of their communities and the upward progress of their countries. That is education's promise and GPE's commitment to the world's children. GPE has come so far in our nearly 2 decades of work. Today, we've taken another leap forward. Together, we will get the job done for children like Carolina and so many millions more. And now, of course, the moment you've been waiting for all day, and let me record for you now what we have jointly achieved at this summit. Today we have heard record-breaking commitments of international, domestic and private funding for education. By bringing all of these commitments together, the Global Education Summit, under the leadership of the UK and Kenya, has provided the single largest boost to children's learning in the world's lowest income countries. As of this moment, 18 heads of state have endorsed a global call to action on domestic financing to education, the Kenyatta Declaration. Together, the countries endorsing this statement are committing up to $192 billion in domestic spending on education for the next 5 years. President Kenyatta, thank you. Thank you for your efforts on this declaration. These endorsements are a game changer and represent an unprecedented level of commitment and political will to prioritising the financing of education. Leaders from business, private foundations and development banks have rallied like never before. They've mobilised more than $1.1 billion towards innovative financing instruments that provide catalytic capital alongside GPE investments to partner countries. The business community and private foundations collectively amassed $128 million at the summit in contributions to the GPE fund and co-financing. Private sector partners launched 2 new public-private partnerships valued at more than $6 million. And the figure you've been waiting for, donors have pledged over $4 billion to GPE's Raise Your Hand campaign. This includes the largest single donor pledge ever made to GPE from the European Union. It includes the UK government's largest ever pledge to GPE. It includes increased contributions from Middle Eastern donors, and it includes the single biggest pledge a private foundation has ever made to GPE, and that is from our friends at the Lego Foundation. We have welcomed 4 new donors into the partnership and 2 donors back. 4 new donors and 2 donors have been welcomed back. This is a record-breaking result for GPE and puts us firmly on the path to achieving our target of raising at least US $5 billion for the next 5 years. The progress we've made today is so vital, but our work is by no means done. The final lap of this marathon will be one that we need to travel together. Addressing the scale of the challenges before us will require new donors joining the partnership, existing donors continuing to lead, and partner countries implementing their commitments, and civil society and youth advocates continuing to energise us and mobilise us. I can assure you GPE is up for the challenge. I hope you will continue to join us, to work with us and continue to raise your hand for education for every boy and every girl. I now invite my great friend, the President of Kenya, to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and just say how proud I am to be standing here before you as we come to an end of a unique campaign and summit. And this event, I do believe, will be an event that will bend the curve of history towards a more inclusive and shared, prosperous future. I have no doubt that this summit will go down in history as a watershed moment, a moment when nations came together to avert an education catastrophe that would have set us back significantly. all the gains that we have made over the past decades. I am indeed proud to have co-hosted this historic GPE replenishment campaign together with Prime Minister Boris Johnson. And today, as we have just heard, we not only raise our hands in support to education, but we also walk with our heads held high, confident that we will indeed reach our target of raising $5 billion for education by 2025. Congratulations to you all. Well done. Thank you very much. These resources will provide catalytic support to get more than 175 million boys and girls in school. It will help to enroll 88 million more children in school, including 46 million more girls, and also protect 2 million girls from child marriages, essentially helping us to deliver on the promise of education as a social economic development. We have reason to celebrate this afternoon, for this summit marks an important milestone in our collective efforts to support education systems globally. The world has come together to demonstrate the power of unity, the power of holding hands, or in our case, raising hands, towards a shared global objective to rebuild stronger, strengthen, and to transform education systems and reimagine the future together. I want to thank the Global Partnership for Education, led by our dear friend, former Prime Minister Gillard, a partnership that has provided a platform to strengthen education systems and to improve education outcomes for all children across the globe. The GPE role remains central as we work towards rebuilding and strengthening education systems globally, as we reimagine education, as we build on lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, strengthen the quality of our education systems, and strive to achieve inclusiveness in access to education. I would also like to thank our GPE donor countries and partners for ensuring GPE is sufficiently funded, even in the face of economic contraction. Your investment demonstrates great foresight that recognizes the fundamental role of education in a shared future. To my fellow developing country partners, I am proud that we have remained unshaken in our dedication to finance education for future generations despite the tough economic situation. I want to thank all countries that have endorsed the 2021 call for action on domestic education financing, and indeed those that have endorsed and actioned the statement also in the near future. These endorsements are a critical step towards being the masters of our own destiny, driving the change that we want to see for our respective countries. Let us keep investing in education through increased domestic resource allocation, and let us continue to enact policies that support the education sector and strive to adopt digital learning technologies in our schools. And let us ensure that all our girls get an equal opportunity to learn for the benefit of our common future. Let us remember that even though money is necessary for transforming our education systems, it alone is not sufficient. A deliberate, committed drive towards ensuring that each dollar investment impacts quality and holistic education for our children is equally as vital. Kenya is proud to be leading the way into the resolve to deliver more and better domestic resources towards education. Kenya, and as we have heard, 18 other countries have already endorsed the 2021 call to action on domestic financing and actioned its recommendation by dedicating 26% of our national budgets to the education sector. I want to encourage all countries to do so that while prioritizing the principle of volume, equity, and efficiency, we continue to put education forward. Quality education systems cannot be realized without enhanced domestic finance, and the focus, therefore, is on governments to deliver unequivocally on this mandate. Let me also say that one of my favorite moments during the duration of this campaign was our virtual school tour that I held with Prime Minister Boris Johnson, where it gave me great and immense joy to see children back in school after nearly 1 year of school closures. And it was also exciting to witness the power of digital technology as our Kenyan children engage with their peers here in the United Kingdom. I envision a future where such engagements are not going to be the exemption, but the rule. A learning experience that embraces technology and harnesses it to its full power. We imagine a world where every child has access to digital technology as a tool to learn as much as they wish and to experience the world from the comfort of their classrooms or their homes. And that is why one of my main messages throughout this campaign has been the advancement of EdTech through scaling up investments and efforts towards digitized learning. Empirical evidences abound, demonstrating that increased school connectivity yields long-run social economic benefits. Indeed, as reported, a 10% increase in school connectivity can increase the effective years of school for a child by 0.6% and increase our GDPs per capita by 1.1%. Given that schools serve as community assets, greater economic benefits also accrue for the local community, broadening the social impact of such technology. It is a fact that much of the responsibility to advance education systems lies with governments. But it is also a fact that there are quite a good number of non-governmental actors who have and continue to play a critical role complementing government efforts in advancing education, and I would like to take some time to acknowledge them. From the multilaterals that continue to work hand in hand with governments to strengthen investment in education, to civil society who carry out sustained advocacy and direct investments in education, as well as the private sector who are playing an increasing role in supporting global education, and lastly to our youth leaders who continue to demonstrate admirable leadership and dedication towards advancing the education agenda. You all remain key partners on this journey, and I encourage each and every one of you to sustain your support as we strive to achieve our SDG 4. Lastly, I would like to convey my utmost gratitude to all the silent heroes over the last year and a half, our teachers, for their dedicated efforts in helping our children shape their future, and particularly in supporting learners during this pandemic. Your devotion has been tested, but you have remained committed and resilient in the face of unparalleled challenges. On behalf of everyone here, and especially on behalf of the most important constituency who are sitting behind our gathering, that of our children, I want to say simply thank you to all our teachers. As we travel back to our respective countries, My request to each and every one of you is to sustain action towards achieving the goal that has brought us here today. We are at an inflection point which requires targeted, urgent, and sustained interventions. The actions that we take henceforth have the power to transform lives, and that is, ladies and gentlemen, a chance that we simply cannot afford to lose. A bountiful harvest awaits us all if our nations continue to prioritize education. I want to thank you all once again, and it is indeed my great pleasure now to welcome my good friend and partner, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, to give his address. Thank you very much.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Uhuru, thank you, Julia, and congratulations to you all. Great to see you in person, by the way. Isn't it wonderful that the vaccines have liberated us to be able to come to this conference in London? A wonderful thing. And great to see you all, despite your masks. I see some familiar friends, but in spite of the masks, some have taken your masks off in a daring way. But that's absolutely fine. Whereas you're socially distanced. Now, listen, everybody. I want to thank you all for raising your hands and then raising your hands high and then thrusting them deep into your pockets in the way that you have, and producing this staggering sum of $4 billion going on for $5 billion. Now, we often go to summits, or we did before COVID struck, and we would hear lots of, hi Helen, very good to see you sitting in the front row. We'd hear very often men in suits, let's be clear, men in suits of middle years, basically saying that there was a problem before humanity that was so big and so intractable that there was no silver bullet, no quick fix, no simplistic solution. Have you ever been at a meeting like that? Well, this is not that meeting. I want to tell you, this GPE, this Global Partner for Education meeting is completely different, because this is the silver bullet. This is the magic potion. This is the panacea. This is the universal cure. This is the Swiss Army knife, complete with Allen key and screwdriver and everything else, that can solve virtually every problem that afflicts humanity. And I'm absolutely serious. If you educate the world, then of course, educate the world properly, educate the world fairly, then of course you end a great natural injustice. But you also, and if you end the injustice that 9 out of 10 people, 9 out of 10 10-year-olds cannot read a story around the country. 132 million kids aren't in school. Or in many of the countries represented here, alas, there are too few girls in school, and there is a gross disparity in the education of boys and girls. And if you end that injustice, and you give every girl in the world the same education as every boy, 12 years of quality education, then you perform the most fantastic benefits for humanity. You lift life expectancy, you lift per capita GDP, you deal with infant mortality, and if you educate people properly in the way that they deserve, then of course you end, or you help to end, all kinds of ignorance and prejudice. And you end also, by educating people, you help to end all the things that ignorance and prejudice helps to create. So you deal with terrorism and with war and extremism, and you help people to tackle climate change. And so I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this GPE summit today. I'm proud of what the UK has been able to contribute in spite of the difficult financial circumstances that we're all going through. We have lashed out £430 billion, billion would be a lot. £430 million, still a hell of a lot. £430 million, as Julia rightly points out, the biggest sum that we've ever contributed. And I'm proud of the work that we do around the world, helping to educate young people across our planet, giving lessons in Hausa on the radio in Nigeria. I think amazing to see what we do in South Asia, teaching young girls in schools. And I know, as Uhuru has said, that this pandemic has made things more difficult. And we've lost ground. And we all know the risk that inequality will now be entrenched. But now is the time to make up that ground. And necessity has been the mother of invention. We've all learned how to cope with Zoom, some of us better than others. I imagine, I don't know whether you agree with me, I think the younger generation probably are getting the hang of this electronic technology, perhaps even better than some of us here in this room. And they understand how to impart and imbibe information through the internet. And I think we've got to make sure that we support, through our GP, as Uhuru was saying, we support EdTech, we support the technical progress that we can make through laptops, through devices of all kinds. We should support the creation of infrastructure, of classrooms. Of course, that's the right thing to do. But never forget fundamentally what this is all about. What is education in abstract? Now, education is the imparting of knowledge, of instruction by one human being to another. And the people we really need to thank and the people we really need to think about are the teachers across the world. The teachers across the world who make an or everybody in this room will probably have somebody that you can think of was the teacher who made a difference to your life, who encouraged you, who gave you confidence. Can you think of one, Julia? Mr. Crow. There you go. Well, Julia would not be here without Mr. Crow. Let's hear it from Mr. Crow. Uhuru, I seem to remember. Do you remember when we did that lesson with your pupils in Nairobi? What was the name of it? Mrs. Simpson, Mrs. Roos, and she taught you mathematics. That's right. Well, Uhuru would not be the brilliant president of Kenya without Mrs. Roos, who taught him mathematics. And I owe a lot to all my teachers, but I think in particular of a guy called Mr. Fox when I was about 10 years old. And he took me into the library, and I don't know whether he thought I was in need of remedial help or whether he thought I had potential. It was never clear to me. But he said, I want you to read these books. And it made a fantastic difference and a lasting difference to my life. So I just want to say that the best thing about this summit here today is that we are supporting with huge injections of cash those amazing people across the world who are inspiring young people to think that they can succeed. And they can succeed. And by the way, let me give you one idea. Someone somewhere, some child somewhere who is being supported by the $4 or $5 billion, what is it? Is it either 4? We seem to have some doubt about this. It's 4 going on 5, right? Over $4 billion, but it's going to be $5 billion over 5 years, right? It's going to be right. That's right. It's a huge sum of money. Some child somewhere may well be the one who goes on to develop the next vaccine to deal with cancer or whatever other problem afflicts humanity. Some kid around the world will, I have absolutely no doubt, have their lives transformed, and many, many kids will have their lives transformed by these funds. And that is the objective, to unleash potential across the planet. It's a fantastic thing that you've done. I'm very, very proud that the UK has been able to be part of it, and with Uhuru and with Julia to offer leadership. And I just want to say to you all, thank you very, very much for coming to London. Thank you for supporting the GPE. Thank you for digging so deep into your pockets. And thank you for investing in education of young people, of children across our planet. It is the single best investment we can make in the future of humanity. Thank you all.
Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed. And what a finale. Thank you very much indeed. What a finale. And we've hit some really big numbers today, haven't we? It's been very exciting. Bye-bye, thank you. Very sadly, Edwin, we're reaching the end of the day. It's been quite a day, hasn't it?
It really has. And I assume, the bright jacket helped a little bit.
Oh, definitely. And you're dancing as a crayon. It was all great stuff. We've forged many new partnerships today, as Julia's highlighted. We've made some very, very big commitments going forward. But what was your particular highlight?
Mine is actually fairly obvious. It's the commitments by the developing countries to protect their budgets. We heard the number $192 billion. of expenditure that will be going into education. We saw many ministers of education come up and raise their hands with those commitments. And there's actually a number of others who were not able to make it, and this information is their website. I just want to give them the honor of mentioning them as we're here. Cape Verde, Cambodia, Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Niger, Sudan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Yemen, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. They all have made commitments to protect their budgets and to target that 20% expenditure. That's really where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah. Okay, so we are very excited now because we've actually got one more highlight for you. Before we pass over the stage, I just want to say, Edwin, I've loved working with you.
Such a pleasure.
It's been the greatest pleasure. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you for sharing the stage with me and your personal story with all of us.
Thank you.
It's been an honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just given how bad the weather has been over the last few days, I was promised sun and lots of sun. You have provided that, so thank you for
thank you very much.
For that.
Thank you.
And so for our last act for the day, as you can tell, there are people who are on stage. And I did want to invite somebody who has become a bit of a favorite, unfortunately. He is a Minister of Education. He is a Chief Innovation Officer. And to just show you how much of a polymath, he actually was part of writing what we're about to listen to. So I'll invite David Senge to please join us on stage and open up our performance for the evening. Karibu, David.
We will stop at nothing until every child, no matter where they live, no matter their religion or class, identity or gender, until every girl can go to school. We raise our hands for education.
Raise your hand now. We got a real reason to celebrate and anticipate. Every day we're walking away to freedom. We're not gonna wait, so we're not ever wasting no time. And we're not gonna change our mind. I know I can make something of my life, yeah. I know I can reach the highest of high. Raise your hand, raise the future you need. Raise your hand, raise your hand, yeah, 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 yeah. Raise your hand, raise your hand, yeah. Make the change that you need. Raise your hand, yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, oh, oh.
Anything you do, make sure you do it right.
Do it right.
And together we can help to find the light.
Shine the light up.
And together we can help to find the light. We can shine the light. Oh, 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 yeah. Hola, hola, hola. Kipingele la bongo bakule kantima. Kipingele la bongo katuse kantima. Kichiko bebele kankono.
Come on.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand. Change that you need.
1, 2, come on, let's go.
Oh, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah.
When we raise our hands, it is to reach the highest. Education for all.
Education for all. Yeah. Education for all.
That's right, come on now, you can clap your hands now, let's go.
Oh, 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 oh,
Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Build the future you need. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. We are making this commitment.
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand.
Make the change that you need. Raise your hand.
We will stop at nothing until every child, no matter where they live, no matter their religion or class, identity or gender, until every girl can go to school. We raise our hands for education.
Raise your hand
to celebrate and anticipate, Every day we're working our way to freedom. We're not gonna wait, not gonna wait. So we're not ever wasting no time. And we're not gonna change our minds. We'll find a way. I'm gonna make something of my life. I can't deny it. I know I can reach the highest of heights.
Raise your hand, build the future you need. Raise your hand. Wanna hear your voice from the back? Come on, sing it. Raise your hand, let's go. Make the change that you need. Raise your hand. Come on. 1, 2, 3,
Anything you do, make sure you do it right. But believe that it will make you come alive. And together we can help to shine the light. We can shine the light.
Hola, hola, hola. Bingelela bonga makule gantima. Bingelela bonga madonte gantima. Get to go. Touch the stars. When we raise our hands, it is to reach the highest point. Education for all, education for all.
You need education, dignity for your